Well, today's the day, isn't it? Today's the day. This one over here, this one will go on trial. Gonna be on the stand. We've been waiting for this. First, it was waiting for Johnny Depp, and now we're gonna actually hear from Amber Heard. Are you ready? I hope you are. Yesterday was a pretty good day. Let me go. Hey, Issa Mello, saying hi to me. Hello, how are you? Hello, Margot. Good to see you. How's my family doing here? Hello, Alexandria. How are you? Corinne is ready to rumble because I said, are you ready? She's ready. Through the Fog is here. Hello, Klaus. Good to see you. Corinne, what's up? Sue, how are you? I like rhymes. Do you know I got a joke with your name? What would a lawyer name his daughter? Name his daughter Sue. Sue. Sue, get it? Lawyers suing Sue. Lawyer's daughter whose name is Sue. No, bad joke. All right, no. I tried. Anyway. RJ, how are you? Hello, Little Miss Anonymous. How are you, Christina? Good morning. Good morning, Echo Spice. And Linda, good morning. Tomorrow I do have a doctor's appointment. If it allows me to put the stream up early, I will do that and I'll let it run. I'm going to have Hen here. Hopefully, Hen will run the show till I get back. They're going to x-ray my leg and they're going to tell me how it is. So I'm a little nervous because, it's, I go back to work in 3 weeks and I'm hoping that everything's okay, So I'm a little nervous, but whatever. We'll see how that goes. And hello, Lily. Good to see you. Sue said, Rob, I said yesterday 4 times, you're a great person to all of this for everyone. Very kind and thoughtful man. Sue, listen, I don't know. I don't know what to say. Thank you for the compliment. I think everybody's important, and I don't think that I'm anything special. I don't think I'm above anybody. And that's why everybody here is my family, as far as I'm concerned, no matter who comes, who joins me, whether I had 100 people, whether I had 2 people, whatever it is, I go to stream and I go to do videos based on family. And that's what you guys all are to me. So always feel that way. And, you may not believe in the religion I believe in. I'm not the most religious guy. I don't talk about religion or anything. But from what I've learned is that, I have a biological father, but I also have a father. And according to what I've learned, and again, I don't know if it's facts, we're all brothers and sisters. And I know that kind of could be weird when you think about life, like, okay, I'm interested in my sister. That's a little weird. No, but you know what I mean. I hope you understand what I mean. Just what I learned. So I try to treat everybody that way. Everybody here is family, and that's why I give everybody a wrench. As long as everybody's not harassing and fighting, and we try to keep a good stream. And yes, we could have a difference of opinions as long as we do that in a civil manner. And even if an Amber Heard fan came in or somebody who disagrees with me comes in, that's great. I'm more than willing to talk to whoever it is if they feel differently, and that's fine. So let's all, and if you're having problems with this today and it triggers you, step away, take a break. There's nothing wrong with that. You can catch up. Somebody here will catch you up. It's all right. So I get it. Yesterday, our buddy Alliance was having a moment at the end of the stream. So it happens. and we got someone like this and everybody's nervous and on edge. I get it. So if you need to take a break, do that. Take a break. Step away. Do something to calm your nerves. Take a walk. I don't know. Take a shower or take a nap. I don't know. Read a book. Whatever works. Play a video game. Whatever works for you. Call a friend. do that. If you feel triggered, if you feel on edge, please take a break. Don't let her and this get to you. I get it. I get it. I get it's very nerve wracking. Everybody's on edge, and everybody's nervous, and everybody's angry. So just relax. Yesterday, Ben Chu did a kick-ass job. I actually have a video that is still uploading as we speak. It's been uploading for it uploaded. So I can drop the video. Awesome. And I'm gonna do that. Oh, nice. I was waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting. I was like, man, why can't I just release this video? It's probably one of the longest I have at 16 minutes. I'm gonna release it as I speak. Why not? I got everything ready here. It's about Ben Chu. I named it Ben Chu rips Amber Heard. She's the abuser in this case, and it's about 16 minutes of Ben Chu going off on Amber Heard and her team, and I think it's a video that we all need right now. We all want right now. I think Ben Chu did a fantastic job. He tore her to shreds, and of course we had the doctor who came on for Amber Heard and just completely looking at her notes. She was caught, and Johnny told his lawyers. That's why they went up a couple times. Just complete nut of BS, man. But it was based on what Amber Heard had told her. So keep that in mind, especially you're going to couples therapy. Couples, two people. It's not one person. So, yeah, I mean that again. So I mean that was the major thing was that they tried to dismiss this case. That wasn't successful. So Deadline reported successfully on that. I don't know if there's a new PR person, but we've heard that. They were kicked out of the room. They were passing notes also, and a little Eve Barlow-ish kind of way was going on. And the court officers at the end of the stream, you could see them. I pointed out. They're going up and down, and it was not one, but it was two this time, getting people booted, get out, get out, get out. I'm not saying they got them out permanently. I'm just saying that they were making sure that there was no funny business going on. And so today will be a cross-examination of Amber Heard's doctor, Dr. Dawn Hughes, who apparently talks to judges in my courts. Wonderful. It's wonderful to know. But besides that all going down, we also have Amber who's going to take the stand today and tomorrow. So that's how it's probably going to end for week number 3. Then we have a break, a long break. We're off from this Friday through next week till we come back for the final 4 days. And I don't know if that Thursday we're getting a decision. I mean, I assume so. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be very interesting. But we don't have much time left. We have 6 days to go, technically. These 2 and 4 more. And that's the trial, my friends. And, after that, we can talk about it. And a lot going on. And being objected by Miss A. Miss Anonymous' objection. And everybody stay calm, says Piglet. Yeah, I agree. Stay calm. Devilish Angel says, I baked fresh muffins this morning and we'll have a mega pint of coffee. And some of you in the afternoon, I know in the UK and Italy, some of you at night in Australia, all around the world. I don't know what other time zones you need. You could always let me know and I could post it. I put it on Discord. A lot of people talking on Discord. I'm happy about that. I created Discord for you guys. I drop a lot of articles that I don't do videos on. There's entertainment, very interesting stuff. There's Star Wars, which is something today, for those you don't know, is my day. Today is May the 4th be with you. Big Star Wars day today. But, of course, this takes precedence over normally I'd be selling Star Wars today. So tonight after the stream, just to let you know, I will be celebrating Star Wars. I'm going to go stream right after I close this stream out at 5 o'clock. I am jumping, or 5:30, whenever this ends. I'm jumping over to my friend. He's called the Eternal Sith, who is celebrating Star Wars Day. He has invited me to talk Star Wars with him from 5:30, whenever this is done, to 6:30. So he gave me a little time slot. He's inviting a whole bunch of people. So if you haven't checked out the Eternal Sith Star Wars channel, I'll be doing that right after that because today's May the 4th. May the 4th be with you all. May the 4th be with us all as we got to deal with Amber Heard. A man charged for attacking Dave Chappelle. Well, that is something I would cover on this channel, but again, this is something that takes precedence. So a man is charged for attacking Dave Chappelle. Interesting. That looks very interesting. I don't know what the heck. It looks like he got tackled or something. Wow. Margo, may the 4th be with you. Some big news with Dave Chappelle. What is going on here? Dave Chappelle. What? I'm sorry. What happened? Dave Chappelle attacked on stage during Hollywood Bowl performance. Suspect charged with assault with a deadly weapon. Dave Chappelle tackled on stage mid-performance at the Hollywood Bowl. Oh, what? Dave Chappelle was attacked and tackled? It was not clear whether the man had been injured. Reportedly, the suspect was carrying some kind of replica gun with a blade, but it wasn't immediately clear whether he tried to use it. What the fudge? What? Dave Chappelle was attacked and tackled. What is going on, man? This is insane. Holy mackerel. Wow, this is news to me. Is there video of this? Let me see if there's video. Dave Chappelle tackled. I could put. I'm sorry. I just want to see this for a second. This is. Is there video of this? Oh, there's video. I'm sorry. I have to. I'm going to show this. I can't believe this. I'm going to show this real quick. I'm sorry. This is something that grabs my mind. I can't believe that somebody did this. What are they thinking? What? All right. I'm going to share this real quick with you because I can't believe this is scary. This is very scary. What is going on here? Because comedians are now being attacked this year. First, we have Chris Rock slapped by Will Smith. Now somebody is tackling Dave Chappelle. What in the world? What in the world is happening here?
At Hilton, we love that feeling of making things happen. Of letting go.
I have to show this because this is shocking to me. I have no idea what the hell is going on. There's an ad showing
anything feeling.
Whatever.
The magic of that
I'm
just
sorry, let's
arrived
roll off Johnny
feeling.
Depp, but this is
That everything is the new memory feeling. That vacation is on feeling.
Just bear with me with the advertisement.
Hilton.com. To new memories, Hilton.
There you go, Hilton. I advertise for you. There you go. What happened here?
Breaking news, chaos at the Hollywood Bowl after a man allegedly tackled Dave Chappelle, who was performing on stage. Eyewitness News reporter John Gregory is live with the exclusive video. John, good morning.
Good morning, Leslie. A large media presence here at the Hollywood Bowl covering the story. It's getting a lot of attention, which is not surprising. And as you mentioned, we have exclusive video of this incident, or at least the suspect being rushed to a local hospital. This happened last night toward the end of Dave Chappelle's show. He was wrapping up his show when the suspect ran up on stage. There was a scuffle. Security took the suspect down. He was rushed to that local hospital. Now, police have not identified the man yet, but we're told he was armed with some type of weapon. weapon. It's still unclear whether this was a knife or a gun or a replica gun that turned into a knife. We're still trying to sort that out. So a lot of questions regarding that. The good news is Dave Chappelle did not appear to be injured. In fact, he was joking about the incident after the person was taken away. And Chris Rock, who also performed last night at the Hollywood Bowl, came on stage and also joked, was that Will Smith, referring to the Oscar incident where Will Smith came up on stage and slapped Chris Rock. And you may remember, after that incident, there was a lot of speculation that we could see more incidents like this, that people would be emboldened to rush up on stage. No word if that was part of the motivation last night.
Yeah, shut it, Tomas, shut it.
And again, so far, they've not identified the suspect. We're gathering more information. Of course, we'll provide that as soon as it does become available.
Holy mackerel. Wow. Holy mackerel.
This news with live breaking news.
Wow. So the world's going crazy. The world's gone crazy. I don't know what to tell you. You just saw it here. Dave Chappelle was tackled by this guy who had some kind of weapon on him, and why he winds up in the hospital, I don't know. I don't know if Dave Chappelle clocked him or somebody clocked him or hit him. I have no idea, but holy crap, man. This is absolutely insane. I know it's a little off, but this is news I would be covering today. This is a video I would be making today. But, of course, Johnny Depp, for me, will take precedence over this. But this, I probably will have to make a video tonight on this. I can't believe that Dave Chappelle was tackled by some idiot, moron. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. Well, to me, lovely Sherry, whoever it was, had no right in doing that. That is absolutely. What are they going to do soon? Soon they're going to have to put up protective barriers as a comedian comes on stage. They're going to have security guards like this all around the person so they come on stage and they can be safe. What is this world coming to, man? People want 10 seconds of fame. I mean, what is wrong with people? Man, I don't get it. I don't get it. Justice for the bed. Yeah. Anyway, we got 15 minutes before it comes on. I'll share it so you can know. We'll watch it together. Right now it's not on yet, but I'll put it there so you guys can see. Not on yet. Oh, let me scroll down, Will. Let me scroll down. There you go. So, not ready yet. We're getting ready for the trial. The minute it comes on, you'll be able to see it right here, and we'll watch it together, and we'll discuss it. Just insane stuff. I don't know what you're trying to say here, Gillette. I have no idea what that is about. Gillette's been here a long time. I know she's not trolling me. I don't know what that is. I hope you're okay, Gillette. I don't know what that means. I have no idea. I don't know. Linda says the guy tried to get away and security caught up. Well, listen, guy should have been I would have pounded him. What the hell? Yeah, it is a little scary. I mean, because what does that say for everybody else now? That's it's like what the Chris Rock thing. So now, hey, I want to be as important as Chris Rock, so I'm going to go out there and tackle. Man, seriously, they're gonna have to have security guards like by the stage from now on. Because seriously, this is absolutely ridiculous. I understand. I was hoping you'd come on, actually, because I saw you here, and I was hoping you'd hang out with me. But if you're gonna bail, there's nothing I can do. I was really hoping you'd join me today, but hopefully Linda will join me, or Connie will join me, or Hen will join me. I don't know. Yeah, Chris Rock. That's true. Yeah, Chris Rock was there, jokingly asking if it was Will Smith. That's funny. That's funny. That is fun. Hello, Tal. Hasn't joined me in a long time, but good to see you. I mean, she's been in the chat, but she hasn't been on my panel, but whatever. Yeah, through the fog, stay strong. I understand if this is getting to you. I can't stop. Even if it bothers me, you know what I do? Because you guys don't see me on screen. I just take a walk. I make a sandwich. I'll clean up the house a little because my house has been neglected. I'll do stuff like that. Like right now, I'm gonna I'll do things like that. So if it bothers you, I understand, but I didn't come this far to back down now. We got 6 days left. That's it. There's only 6 days. It's not much time. You can't go a month or 2 or 3 from now and say, oh, you can't. It's not the same. I mean, we can go back and look at the trial. We can go back and talk about it. We can go back witness by witness if we like to, and we can discuss that during a live stream. But, the bottom line is Amber's going to take the stand. Today should be a day you've all waited for. Between Johnny taking the stand and her taking the stand, Elon Musk not showing, that to me, Musk, Franco, and Bettany not showing, again, this is just my opinion, it's cowardly. I hate that when people are involved in something and they don't have the guts to confront a person. That's, to me, it's a coward's way. It's just being a coward. When you want to talk about someone or about a situation, there should be a trial. There should be no excuse for you. I don't care who you are. I don't care if you're the richest person or not. I don't care if you're the poorest person or not. Your ass should be there. I think it's absolute bullshit that people aren't there. I want them to see Musk crap his pants. And I don't hate Elon Musk. Don't get me wrong. He's not a guy I hate. I don't hate him. I actually feel bad. He lost a kid of his. I feel bad for him. But he's a very rich guy, and he lives a good life, and he's got 7 kids. But it still doesn't excuse the fact that he's a dad and he lost one. And even you could have 20 kids. You're never going to forget that one loss. A parent shouldn't be burying their kid. It's very hard. It's very hard. How long is it timed out? When someone's timed out, it's 300 seconds, which could be about 5 minutes, I think. Yeah. No, it's not 300 minutes. No, I don't know. No, I think it's 300 seconds, which is equivalent to 5 minutes. I don't think it's 300 minutes. I think I think you meant seconds there. Did someone get timed out and I didn't know it? And why did they get timed out? And if anybody doesn't have a wrench here, and you guys who've been here forever, you always let me know that someone deserves a wrench. We got about 10 minutes. Again, Ben Chu did a great job. Her attorney was annoying as heck. I mean, not her. He was annoying. Rottenborn is annoying. He's very rude. Elaine is rude. They're both very rude. They both don't want these witnesses or Benjamin to get their points out. They're afraid. And when you're cutting people off, and you go, I just want yes or no. I just want yes or no. And like him. Well, why are you so nervous, bro? If she's so innocent, then you shouldn't be cutting people off. People should say what they have to say. And if you disagree with it, or you can prove them wrong, then you prove them wrong, like you do with the documents. Didn't you say in the UK case, wasn't this your testimony? Yeah, then you got a point. As annoying as it is, you got a point. But, why are you cutting people off? Why are you cutting witnesses off? Why are you being so rude? Rottenborn has been very rude. And Ben Chu did a fantastic, fantastic job yesterday putting Amber in a place. Again, I'm going to drop that video in a little bit. Once I can't talk anymore. And that's how I feel. Short, sweet, simple. Ben did a great job. Her doctor was full of shit. And, I don't know how to do that, Hen. I don't know how to do that. I just don't. Anyway, the stream is open now. There's the link. I will pin it. Today's day 14. Amber takes a stand today and tomorrow. And away we go. Away we go. Yeah. I mean, it is what it is. To sum it up, Ben was fantastic yesterday. And I couldn't have been if I was the only one home, I'm gonna be honest with you. I pinned it to the top. If I was the only one home, I would have jumped. I would have been jumping like crazy. But another thing is my leg is broken, so that wouldn't have been a good thing for my leg. But I was so thrilled when Ben and the abuser is right here, and he pointed at Amber. I was like, yes, it was great. It was great. Here is the lovely RJ. How are you, RJ?
I'm good. How are you?
Are you wearing this?
No, I have to put it on.
You're disappointing me, RJ. You're disappointing me.
I still got 9 minutes to put it on. Don't get disappointed yet. I'll turn my camera
Okay,
on.
and RJ, like I said, I'll be working on my actually tonight I'm gonna work to get my new emblem, and I'll put that out there, and then I'm gonna also talk to my friend who's supposed to do a bunch of stuff with Johnny Depp. I know it's a little late, but better late than never. So if anybody's interested,
it's never too late to have Johnny Depp stuff now.
Yeah, so I'm gonna work on it.
No, is he gonna do the penis one?
I should do the penis one.
Yes, penis one.
Hello, RJ. Hello, Tal, and hello, Diamond76. How are you?
Hello.
Tal.
Thank God for Starbucks.
Yeah.
I don't know where I would be for this.
Hey, we got
My cat is saying hi. Oh my God.
What?
I'm at work right now, so I can't have the camera on.
Yeah, for those who don't know, Diamond76 is Diamond Knight. She has been here a long time, but I haven't seen her in a long time, so I'm very excited because when I don't see someone who's come here for a while, I miss them. And Diamond's always been so supportive of me, and she's been great. So it's great to see you. And I love everybody. You know, even if you're brand new, I hope you enjoy it. I hope you become part of our family and talk to people here. Everybody's great. Everybody is very caring and loving in this community. If you're brand new, thank you for being here. Feel free to talk in the chat. Feel free to become a part of this community. Don't be scared. Everybody here was scared to write a comment. Don't be scared. Join in. Everybody's very welcoming. There's nobody here who's hateful. We've got a great group of people here. So join in the chat and feel free.
We're all family.
Yeah, well,
can I just say?
Yes, we are.
I would like to say thank you to everyone that shows love in the chat, even if it is just to wind me up, Kerry.
Ken, I posted your hearts in the chat for you. You didn't see it?
Yeah, I heard. I appreciate them. Honestly, I do. Not.
I had to do what everybody else did. I'm like, let me see if she notices me doing this.
Hello, Jessica. I'm sorry if I didn't say hi to anybody. Hi, Jessica. Like I said, don't expect to see Animation Alliance today.
Tal.
She's going through some stuff.
Hey,
and this triggered. I also don't
Apparently
know
somebody.
And through the fog, it triggered also, so I don't know if we'll see her today. But they are more than welcome to be here. Everybody's welcome to be here.
Yeah.
And here we go. Here we go.
Is it
starting?
Well, they're just coming in.
I can't stay long, guys. I gotta clock in soon.
Johnny's coming in.
I would like to say,
Diamond.
anyone that was worried about Animation Alliance last night, me and Rob did talk to her behind the scenes for a little while, and we left her in a much better place.
Look, Rob, I got it on.
I see it.
Hearts.
She's going on.
Does the camera look clearer now, or is that just me?
Hey, RJ, there's RJ.
Yeah, we got our turd shirts on. The turd's gonna take the stand
today. Connolly here, Hen is here, RJ is here, Tal's here, Dynamite is here.
Here, if you want to make a bigger picture of me with the shirt real quick, you can, so everybody can see it. Before the trial starts.
Yeah, I will.
Go ahead. I'll keep my camera. See, the turd is taking the stand today.
Nice.
Love it, RJ. Love it.
Oh.
Love it.
Remember, ladies,
helping me out. So I appreciate it, Rob. Thank you.
Hey, you asked for it, and I wanted to make you happy. That's
you
my
see
goal.
purple today.
Yes, I did.
And it's your favorite color.
Huh?
And
what's
Johnny's in your favorite color today.
There's Johnny. I'm gonna rewind
Johnny's
it so you can see Johnny coming in. I'm gonna rewind it. Hold on, let me rewind to see you guys.
Yeah, I want to see him coming in.
So what costume is AH going to wear today?
He's probably playing Bob Marley music, pulling up.
We go back a little.
Look, he's got a butt. Look at that butt. Let's see if we can see his penis. Wait, slowly motion it.
Oh, behave.
Oh God, there we go again.
Look at it. Look, you can see it. Look. I can see it.
You want me to rewind it again? I can rewind it again.
They both are purple. I love it.
Johnny's got a butt. I would smack it if I was there. The courtroom floor, smacking Johnny's ass. Meow is right.
Is AH going to be looking at Johnny while she's testifying?
Oh, I will not be surprised with that. That she will try to give this killing face to him, like, "How dare you meet this thing there?"
Hold on, I'm gonna put Johnny on one more time so you can see him come in.
Where's she at? Amber's not even in the courtroom.
Oh, she's coming now. Look at her hair. She tried to cover her face.
Hey, hold on. We're gonna put Johnny on full screen for you guys, and then I'll put Amber. Hold on.
Is she gonna?
See,
is she gonna
I knew it. I knew
she was going to wear black. She's gonna try to wear a face mask.
So there's Johnny again.
Like this guy,
look at her hair. What the fuck? She's trying to be
thanking the fans. So, yeah. Now we'll show AH come in. Hold on, give me a second.
It is rumoured that she will not be taking the stand today.
Why?
But she's waiting until later on.
She's shitting her pants.
Yeah, maybe.
She's too busy to have her diapers clean today.
Let's see Amber.
She has
I'm
to take
forward
the
it to
stand.
Amber Heard.
Yeah.
Everywhere is war. What is this?
He's playing Bob Marley again. I love it.
What was that?
I don't know. Hold on a second.
He's playing Bob Marley.
Oh yeah, that was Johnny playing Bob Marley. But why is that showing instead of Street? Well,
I don't know. I like it better than the turd. Don't you, Rob?
Yeah, hold on a second.
Even
I
though we're
understand
wearing
what
the shirts,
happened.
but you know.
Are they having a technical error again? Hold on.
I think so. They well, we got like 4 minutes before they actually.
They're still going.
Or are you having a technical error, Rob?
Maybe
I gotta go. I gotta clock in.
Moment? Are you having a boomer moment?
Maybe. I think I did.
None of our icons are even popping. What the heck? Oh my. Yeah, they're frozen. Well, not now.
There you go. Yeah, Amber's over there. There she is. Yeah, there she is. This is up to date. This is up to date. So this is live.
Okay. Rob has stopped booming. Oh, Rob, did you message me on Twitter?
Did I? I don't know. I came in late last night, so I don't know if I did. Hold on, let me see.
Did anybody see if,
message me later. We'll sort out tomorrow, yeah?
Ever get in touch with?
Well, what I could do is I could let the stream play, and if anything goes wrong, just you take over or whatever. You know, I'll just like I said, I should be here by 10:30, so I'll put it on before I leave, so it'll be quiet if anybody wants, you know. And then that's the problem. Oh man.
I'll talk to you later. We'll sort it out.
There's
a way of letting let me run it if it's an issue.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
I'll
tell you how. I can tell you how to do it.
Maybe you want to stream it if you're off tomorrow.
No. I am not streaming it on my channel, but there's a loophole so I can run your stream while you're not there for a temporary period. Okay.
Sounds good.
Because Fanta can do it on mine.
Carrie says she reached out to animation. So no, I think she's gonna be okay. We left her in a better place last night. She had her husband looking after her. I think she's going to be fine. She just needs to take some time away from it all. Yeah, me and Hen were there about. I was there at least 20 minutes after the stream ended with her. So Hen might have been there longer than me.
I felt
not much longer.
Upset. Like
you gave good advice, Hen, by the way. It was excellent advice you gave RJ. RJ. I mean, AA. Sorry.
Well, yeah. I mean, I've been there, so I know how she feels. You know. I mean,
if Amber doesn't take the stand today, that's such bull, man. I mean, seriously.
Rob, I followed your friend on YouTube with the Bitcoin. I don't know how to message people on YouTube. Can you do that or not?
Not on YouTube. No, that's why we have Twitter and Discord. That's why and email. I did those. I don't know his
Twitter. You'd have to.
You don't know my Twitter? You don't know my Twitter? How dare you not?
No, his Twitter. Your friend that does the Bitcoins. Because I'm.
Yeah. I'll drop it. Hold on, Tony.
Since
why are they calling you boomer?
They come and I can't hear you with the noise in the background.
No, sorry, that was my fault. My work radio was going
Why is
off.
she not taking a stand? Does anybody know?
I think she's going to wait. I think she's going to have more witnesses up first, like Johnny did.
She needs to get her turd ass up on that stand. Johnny took it no problem.
Yeah, seriously, enough already.
Like, this is bull crap. Like, if I got called to the stand, I'm gonna go up like a woman and answer every question they ask.
The doctor's gonna get crossed today, TJ.
Right, good morning.
Right. There's one thing that the doctor said yesterday that really I've been thinking about,
That was
okay?
fantastic.
So she said Amber was worried that it was the broken bottle, not a broken bottle.
The broken
You know?
It was right for Johnny's finger to be severed off.
Well, according to Amber, there was broken bottles everywhere. So why was it the broken bottle, not a broken bottle?
Exactly. Exactly.
Oh, look at this.
Is she still copying Johnny? Oh my God, I can't deal with
By
her.
the way, Rob, Dr. Hughes
That's
lives
part of her
35 minutes from me. Well, that's cool.
Maybe
if you
you
want
should
to
go
go
pay
say
a
hi.
doctor a visit.
And they've also got to bring up statistics
Ew,
on
she's
domestic
ugly.
use in males.
Oh, look at her. She just straight.
Why is she copying Johnny's outfits? I don't understand
And the hair.
She always does, Linda. She always does. This whole trial.
That's part of her mental illness. That's what narcissists do.
Or
Oh
she's
my
just trying.
goodness.
Or she's just trying to. Hey, Linda. Here's a B, Linda. How about that?
Yes, Team Johnny.
I
Everybody
do,
put Team
Linda.
Johnny.
I've got my Justice for Johnny shirt on today. I don't have a third
Oh,
shirt.
wait, you gotta
Sorry.
turn your camera on. I gotta see it. Please, please, please.
Oh, I look like crap, but okay.
Oh, no, you do not. You're beautiful.
For
Come on,
you.
please. We don't judge your
All right.
raw family. Come on, you can't be embarrassed in front of family.
All right,
Okay,
hold on.
there
Here's
it
Linda
is.
for 1 second. I'll put Linda. Hold on.
Oh my God, I love you. You gotta give me the link where you got it. I gotta get that. Nice. I love it.
It's on Planet Popcorn. They're selling it
Oh,
through
Popcorn Planet. Okay.
Popcorn Planet?
He's
All right, thank you.
using the money. He's using the money to go to charity, isn't he? Any money from themselves going to
I'm
charity.
going on there right now.
No,
to go see.
that is all going to a charity that he is involved with. So every
do
penny
charities.
goes to a charity.
Ooh,
Yeah.
thank you so much. And
Yeah.
you don't look like crap. You're very beautiful, by the way.
Oh, damn. My granddaughter told me last night I look 38 and I'm 61, so I'll take
You
it.
look very young. I would have never guessed you were in your 60s. And when you told me that, I'm near as faint. I'm like, no way.
Yep, that's me.
Well, damn, I hope I look as good as you when I'm your age.
I don't know what happened because I always looked older as a child, and now I'm.
Popcorn Planet posted about that guy that got tackled on the thing. On
Yeah, I figured he would.
I saw that.
I wanted to let Rob know heads up because I don't want him getting in trouble because now somebody else
No, listen. Other YouTubers are going to cover the same. Like if I cover a topic with Johnny, usually everybody's going to copy it. So you can't get in trouble unless you're using their video without their permission.
Well, if you're doing it unique, yours.
Which I don't use anybody's videos because I don't need to. I want to tell my story. You know, my story is different than this one is different than that one. You know, so I want to.
Well, you're welcome to use any of my videos, Rob.
I appreciate it.
Any of my videos, including my sock puppet one.
You can use my church shirt as a story.
What was that?
Including my sock puppet one. So me and TJ are trying to get up the Johnny Depp sock puppets trending. So we've done sock puppet videos. Saying
I think we've all seen that. Yeah, we've all seen that, Kareem.
Oh, I loved it too. I saved that video. I saved it. I couldn't help it. Oh my God, I was jumping for joy.
Can we just start before she goes to take the stand? Before everything starts, let's get some positive energy out there.
Looking not happy.
Let's get the positive energy out there.
What do you want to say, Hans?
Before we start, let's get the positive energy out there. Let's get some energy flowing, positive energy. So on my channel, we did a chant, which is, we've seen the proof. Now let's hear the truth.
Yes, positive energy.
So we can shout it from the roof. We've seen the truth. We've seen the proof. Now let's hear the truth so we can shout it from the roof. Chant away.
Chant away. Who's the one with the voodoo doll?
I like that, Han.
We've seen the proof. Now let's hear the truth so we can shout it from the roof.
Beautiful.
I know some. I forgot who.
Are they starting? I can't see the screen.
No, they're just talking. It's talking.
Whoever's the one with the voodoo doll, get it ready in case Amber takes the stand.
Got Elaine up there, Rotten Board is up there, Chew is up there, and the other attorney for Depp is up there. I can't see his name, but I don't know his name.
Look at Elaine, like she's so.
Up there's Amber. Here we go.
Oh, she looks like she's about to shit herself.
Yeah.
Does she look like that when she took a shit on Johnny's bed? Amber, get ready. Look at the camera that they got on their side of the courtroom.
Liz, you didn't miss anything. You missed
Rob,
nothing,
look at
Liz.
the camera they have on Amber's side of the room. Do you see it?
No, I missed it.
It's a white little camera they have.
Yeah, that's to make sure that no notes are passed now.
Can I just remind the ladies to mute themselves once it actually starts, because when we're trying to listen to the testimony, it's really hard when someone's talking over it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
I agree.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
we're all a bit excited today. I'm a bit excited.
We didn't see Elon Musk. I'm upset we didn't see Tasha Von Ray. We didn't see Rocky. We didn't see Josh. We didn't see.
She's still got time to do all that. She's still got
I don't
time to
think
do
they
all
want
that.
her to take the stand.
If they don't show up in the next 6 days, man, they're just cowards. I'm sorry, they're absolute cowards to me. I'm sorry. When you can't confront somebody, that tells me you're just like all these people who block. What, you scared of telling the truth? You're scared of what I got to say? You can't defend yourself, so you block and you run? That's such a coward way of doing things.
Yeah.
You know, if you got a big mouth, you know what? You got a big mouth, then bring it. Bring it. I tell people all the time, you got a mouth against me, bring it. Don't run, don't hide.
I wonder if he's going to ban Amber Heard.
They run, they hide. I mean, come on.
Oh, here it
Seriously.
goes. I'm going to mute.
I want to see Musk and Franco and all of them.
You're not going to see Musk and Franco.
That's bull, man. Tasha Von Ray,
might see Rocky, might see Tasha.
These are the main
I think they're
players.
trying to get Amber not to testify.
This is the main players in this case. We should be seeing Rocky, Io, Liz Mars, Josh Drew. All these people should be there.
They were all at Johnny's
Franco. It's bull. To me, it's absolute bull that all this happened. You guys got a big mouth about Johnny. You lie about him. And then when it comes time to put up or shut up, they run. They're such a cowards, man. Such cowards.
I agree. 100% agree with you, Rob.
Did any of them do depositions?
Get ready,
I mean, according to the thing, Rocky did, Josh Drew did, but I don't know if we're going to see it. We only got 6 days. There's only 6 days. That's it. 6 days.
Yeah, that's plenty of time. That's plenty of time.
Look at Elaine. She's running around like a chicken with her head cut off. God almighty.
Okay, thank you.
Up, here we go.
Oh, I'm muting.
All right.
Everybody mute.
Mike.
All right, the jury's coming in.
All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Dr. Hughes, if you can come back to the stand for me, please. All right. Thank you. Good morning. Good morning. All right. Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Dr. Hughes. I'm Wayne Dennison. We haven't met before.
No, good morning.
Good morning. You testified yesterday that you have to give careful attention to gendered stereotypes. Correct?
That is correct.
When you're talking about intimate partner violence, you have to pay attention to gendered stereotypes. And during your testimony, you in fact paid attention to gendered stereotypes, correct?
I'm not sure what you mean.
Well, you said we were going to have to pay attention to gendered stereotypes, And then you testified at length where you referenced both men and women. You paid attention to those stereotypes during the course of your testimony, correct?
What I was saying was you have to pay attention to gendered stereotypes when you're conducting these evaluations. You can't assume all the time that the male is the perpetrator and the female is the victim. You have to go into the evaluation understanding that the male also could be the victim of intimate partner violence.
In fact, you're aware that there are large-scale studies that do say that IPV towards males does exist.
Of course.
Okay. And every time you referred to the characteristic of a victim of intimate partner violence yesterday, you used the pronouns she or her, didn't you?
I was using the she and her pronouns in this case because my determination was, as I stated, that Ms. Heard was the victim of intimate partner violence. That is why I was using the she, her pronouns.
You, in fact, said women gets into the relationship for all the right reasons. That's what you said. Woman gets into the relationship for all the right reasons. And then you say difficult for victim to extricate herself. You go on to say that she can and she should. Over and over, you use she, right?
I believe in this case I did because I was referencing this case where I found Ms. Heard to be the victim of intimate partner violence. It doesn't mean that men don't get into the relationships for all the right reasons too. I believe they do.
Nearly every time you referenced the perpetrator of IPV, you used he or him, didn't you?
And it goes back to the same reasoning as I'm describing my understanding and my evaluation in this matter. Of course, men can be perpetrators and victims of intimate partner violence. That's well established in the research, and that's well established in my clinical practice as well.
Isn't the reason that you used the pronouns that you did that you almost always testify on behalf of a woman?
That's not correct.
You don't even remember the last time you testified on behalf of a man.
Well, I don't testify on behalf of someone. I testify as to the results of my evaluation. I frequently treat and assess male victims of childhood sexual abuse who are coming into treatment for abuse by their Boy Scout leader, by their coach, by their teacher, by a trusted adult. I see them in therapy. I see them in forensic matters, in criminal cases. So I treat and evaluate men all the time.
I didn't ask you about treatment. I asked you about testimony. You broke out your practice between treatment and testimony. I'm not asking about treatment. When's the last time you testified on behalf of a man?
I testified recently in a deposition on behalf of a man who was traumatized because he was wrongly convicted.
At the time of your deposition 6 weeks ago, you couldn't remember a single time you had testified on behalf of a man.
I testified in my deposition that I testified in a case of a man who was wrongly convicted about 20 years and suffered physical and sexual violence in prison, and I detailed the traumatic effects of that happened on that gentleman.
All right, why don't we take a look at your deposition?
Sure.
All right, thank you. Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Transcript of the deposition that you gave March 28th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
All right. Let's go to page 77. Let's look at page 78, line 8. So you can't recall a single instance where you were hired by the attorney representing the male in an IPV matter, correct?
In an IPV matter, not in a trauma matter or a child sexual abuse matter.
Okay, so that's the distinction. You don't have any recollection of ever testifying on behalf of a male in an IPV matter.
As I stated yesterday, the very first case that I testified in was in a same-sex intimate partner violence where the man was the victim of another man. I routinely treat and assess same-sex couples where then the female can be the perpetrator of another female, and the male can be the perpetrator or a victim of his partner.
So let me get this. You testified in a case where one male is alleged to have engaged in an IPV against another male.
Correct.
All right. Okay. But that's the only one you remember. That's the only one you remember.
No, I've done this frequently. As you well know, most cases don't go to trial. I've worked on hundreds and hundreds of cases. You've limited it to testimony. Many cases don't come to trial, but I've issued reports and worked on many cases of same-sex intimate partner violence where men are the victims.
But I did ask you about testimony, and I limited the question to testimony, and the only testimony that you remember is the same-sex couple, right?
There were multiple same-sex couples, I believe, that I testified
That you testified in court at trial.
I believe so, yes.
All right, but you didn't remember that in March.
I did remember that in March.
Okay. You're a professional witness, correct?
That's not correct.
No? You make hundreds of thousands of dollars a year testifying in court, correct?
Not testifying in court. I conduct thorough, comprehensive psychological evaluations of individuals who are involved in a court case. The majority of those cases never show up in a courtroom. And half of my practice and half of my income is about my clinical work with people who are coming to me for therapy.
I didn't ask you about the other half of your income. I'm asking you whether you made hundreds of thousands of dollars a year testifying as an expert witness in court.
As you're phrasing that question, that's not correct. That would be the amount of income that I generate from my forensic practice. I testify perhaps maybe once or twice a year. Most of the work is done behind the scenes in evaluating individuals and issuing reports.
But you'll agree with me that a big part of that practice is providing expert witness testimony.
That's not correct.
No? That's not a big part of your practice.
If I testify twice a year, that's not a big part of my practice. All the other time is doing the work for the cases and evaluating the individuals and issuing reports.
All right. What percentage of work do you devote to forensic psychology?
As I stated yesterday, I say half and half clinical, half forensic, but I also have a substantial amount of time that I use in the professional activities and serving on professional boards.
So what portion of your practice do you provide expert witness services?
I think you're using the expert witness services synonymous with the forensic psychology part of the practice. So the forensic psychology practice, what I do here today is one part of it, and it's a smaller part as opposed to all of the evaluations and individuals that I'm assessing.
Your practice is successful enough that you maintain your offices on Madison Avenue in New York, correctly?
Correct. I've had that office since 2005.
Right. And you're sufficiently successful at your forensic work that you're able to perform unpaid work at a hospital, correct?
Correct. And I also do pro bono work as well.
There. In fact, you actually instruct others on the use of expert testimony in court cases, correct?
On the use and understanding trauma and violence abuse in the courtroom and how to, for advocates and people who could not have this level of training or experience, how to come into the courtroom and talk about very difficult issues of domestic violence. Yes.
All right. Can we pull up PX 1241? Do you recognize that document?
Yes, it looks like the front page of a PowerPoint presentation.
And it's a PowerPoint presentation given by whom?
By myself and Mary Ann Dutton, who is a very well-known and respected researcher and clinician in the area of domestic violence.
And what's the topic of the PowerPoint that you're giving?
Expert witness testimony in cases involving domestic violence.
Okay. And who did you give this presentation to?
That was to the National Clearinghouse for the Defense of Battered Women. That is an organization that provides legal services to women who have assaulted or killed their partners in self-defense, and mostly people who these individuals, the women who they've seen in treatment are through shelter-based programs or through advocates, and those are individuals who don't really know how to come into the courtroom and talk, and that's what this presentation and training was for.
I'm going to move PX 1241 into evidence.
Any objection? All right, 1241 in evidence. Do you want it published or?
Yes, let's publish it to the jury. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Why don't we pull up PX 1242? Do you recognize this document?
Yes, this also looks like a PowerPoint presentation that I gave.
All right. And what is the name of this PowerPoint presentation?
This is called The Use of Psychological Experts in Cases of Domestic Violence. It was presented to the Kings County Bar Association, which is in Brooklyn. And what this presentation talked about was some of the things that I talked to you all about yesterday, the myths and misconceptions in intimate partner violence, when women use force, what happens if they drop protective orders, how they present in court. And that's what this presentation was to attorneys at the Bar Association.
Okay. But this is another presentation that you gave as to the use of psychological experts, and you gave it to a bar association.
Right. They were prosecutors and defense attorneys in attendance at that bar association.
At your deposition, you testified that you were going to be paid $100 an hour for your time in this case.
I did not testify to that.
You did not?
That's an error in the transcript.
Oh, that's not right.
That's correct.
So, and you corrected the transcript?
We did not do an errata in the transcript at this point.
So you knew there was an error in the transcript, but you didn't fix it?
There were several errors in the transcript.
But you didn't fix any of them?
There was no time to fix them. That's correct.
All right. So you're not being paid $100 an hour. How much are you getting paid?
I'm being paid $500 an hour.
$500 an hour. And that's what, and that's the bill you sent for your deposition, right? $500 an hour.
Correct.
You submitted a number of disclosures in this case. You have not formed an opinion as to whether Mr. Depp committed intimate partner violence against Ms. Heard, correct?
Correct. I formed the opinion that Ms. Heard's report of the intimate partner violence is consistent with what we know in the literature about intimate partner violence.
You have a limited role here, comparing individual data to group data, and then just determining whether it's consistent, right?
I wouldn't say it's a limited role, but that's generally correct.
You wouldn't use the word limited role?
A limited role in terms of how we go about a forensic evaluation, not a limited role in this case.
Do you remember whether you used limited role in your deposition?
I don't. If you have it in front of me, you probably think I did, but sure.
And you have no independent knowledge of the facts underlying the alleged abuse, correct?
I have the knowledge of the plethora of documents that I've reviewed in this case.
No, I'm asking you your independent firsthand knowledge. You have none of that, right?
You mean whether I was there?
Yeah, you weren't there.
Of course not.
Okay. And you're not testifying to the veracity, the truthfulness of any of the allegations.
Correct. I'm testifying to the consistency of the data points of all the different documents, including the psychological testing and the clinical evaluation that I conducted of Ms. Heard, and how that comports with the therapy records and all the other documents and the photos and text that I reviewed.
And you have no personal knowledge of any abuse?
Correct, personally, correct.
Right. And all you know is what Miss Heard self-reported to you and others.
That's not correct.
Because you did collateral interviews?
And I reviewed medical records, and I reviewed other witness statements of what they witnessed and what they saw.
And all of those statements that you reviewed, those were statements that started with Miss Heard, correct?
Not necessarily.
Well, the medical records did, didn't they?
Well, the medical records, if she's self-reporting what happened to her, sure. I mean, that's what we do when we go to a physician. We say, I have a headache. We're self-reporting our difficulties.
Yeah. Everything Miss Heard reported directly to you was after she was sued by Mr. Depp in this case, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't meet Miss Heard until, what, September 2019?
That was the first evaluation appointment, correct.
How'd you get engaged?
Engaged?
How'd you get hired
Oh.
to do this work?
I was contacted by the legal team.
Or were you interviewed by her legal team as to whether you were going to testify here?
I was not.
You were not interviewed.
I was not.
You were contacted.
Correct.
Had you worked with that legal team before?
I had.
Yeah. So they already knew who you were, right?
Correct.
Right. And at any time that you were working with Miss Heard or assessing Miss Heard, she could have chose to fire you, correct?
I suppose her legal team could have chose to fire her. I was not her. She is not my client. The legal team is the one who hires me. I am responsible to the legal team, not Ms. Heard.
And the legal team that hired you already knew who you were because you worked together previously.
And clearly they knew of my expertise in this area of intimate partner violence and traumatic stress, which is why they contacted me to work on this matter.
All right. Several times yesterday, you used language about assessing Ms. Heard's relationship with Mr. Depp. Do you remember talking about that?
Sure.
You can't assess a relationship without talking to both parties, can you?
You certainly can get a lot of information from one party, absolutely.
But
And
you're gonna-
especially when it's buttressed by other documents, including 4 years of therapy records and couples therapy records, you can get a lot of information based on those documents and that contemporaneous reports of the relationship.
Respectfully, I didn't ask whether you get a lot of information. I asked whether you can assess a relationship without talking to both parties.
I believe you can. There are certainly limitations inherent in that, but you certainly can.
You talked to Ms. Heard for what, approximately 30 hours, right?
Correct.
How long you spent with Mr. Depp?
I did not spend any time with Mr. Depp. It was my understanding that he did not sit for a psychological evaluation.
Right. In fact, you never met Mr. Depp, have you?
I have not.
But you purport to be able to assess the relationship between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard?
But I also read Mr. Depp's transcripts of his testimony. I watched his deposition testimony. I reviewed his medical records. I reviewed his text messages. So it's not necessarily totally blind. I did have information, although I'm not making a conclusion about Mr. Depp himself.
Is the standard now not necessarily totally blind?
I'm
That's
not
how
sure.
you assess the relationship? If it's not necessarily totally blind, I can assess it?
No, we assess as clinical psychologists relationships all the time. That's what we're trained to do. Certainly someone who's been trained in intimate partner violence to understand and look for the dynamics that happen in that relationship. And then when we have external data that supports what the individual is telling us, way before this legal case even came on the scene, that becomes very strong data to support that conclusion.
Let's talk about some of that data.
Sure.
All right. You chose to conduct some collateral interviews,
Correct.
right? And you interviewed Dr. Bonnie Jacobs.
Correct.
And you looked at her notes.
Correct.
And you know that Miss Jacobs, Dr. Jacobs, doesn't know anything about the version of what happened in Australia until Miss Heard had already been sued, correct?
I believe she was not in treatment with Dr. Jacobs at the time the Australia incident occurred. So that would be correct. She did reach out to Dr. Connell Cohen about Australia, who she was treating with at that time contemporaneously.
All right, I'll ask you about Dr. Cohen. We'll get there. Okay. So, you know that Ms. Hurd stopped seeing Dr. Jacobs in August 2014.
That's correct.
And she didn't go back until after she got sued, right?
I believe that's the date. I'd have to look to make sure, but I believe that you're correct.
Yeah. And you said you reviewed you interviewed Dr. Connell Cohen.
That's correct.
And you also reviewed his deposition testimony.
That's correct.
And you know that he testified that when he was treating a patient, he assumes the patient is telling the truth, correct?
I believe he said something to that effect in his deposition.
And
if he has no reason to believe otherwise, if there's no other data to believe otherwise, that your patient's not being totally honest with you, then you believe what they're saying.
Right. No other data to believe otherwise, but the sole thing that's happening is Ms. Hurd is talking to Mr. Cohen or Dr. Cohen.
I wouldn't say she's talking to him. She's going to him for therapy, and he's using his clinical psychological expertise to understand the connection between her symptoms and what she's reporting, what's going on in her life.
All right. But you understand that he testified that he assumes the patient is telling the truth.
Again, I understand that statement in his testimony. I have a lot more rich information of having spoken to him for 2 hours and reviewing his clinical notes.
Testified he was making a leap of faith with respect to that, right? With respect to the truthfulness.
Again, that was not my understanding of speaking with him and reviewing his notes. I'm aware he testified something to that effect.
Sorry. And you testified yesterday that Dr. Cohen never diagnosed Ms. Hurd with any personality disorders. Do you remember that?
Yes.
In fact, Dr. Cohen's deposition testimony reflects the fact that he doesn't make diagnoses, correct?
Correct. And I asked him specifically, did he have any indications that even if he doesn't, as his practice, use them, does she meet criteria for a personality disorder? And he told me she did not.
All right. So you asked him specifically with respect to a topic that you haven't disclosed in your expert report, and then he made a conclusion that's reflected in no document.
It's reflected in my notes. It's reflected in his notes about what he's treating. He's treating the symptoms. He's not focusing on the diagnosis, but he is treating the symptoms.
You talked about Dr. Cohen's concern for Ms. Hurd's safety.
Correct.
He wasn't talking about her physical safety, was he?
Yes, he was.
No, he was talking about her emotional safety. Wasn't that what he was talking about?
He was concerned for both.
Okay. Did Dr. Cohen testify that he never had the feeling that Johnny intended to hurt Ms. Hurd?
I believe he said that. I mean, he talked about Mr. Depp being very poorly controlled, and that's what made him, Dr. Cohen, concerned, because in those moments when he was not controlled, that he could accidentally seriously hurt Ms. Hurd.
Let's do this again. Ms. Hurd told Dr. Cohen that Mr. Depp was poorly controlled, correct?
That's not correct.
Okay. He determined that from the treatment he was providing Ms. Hurd.
And he also had a couple session with Mr. Depp, and he also had correspondence with Dr. Kipper. So he had other information as to Mr. Depp's functioning.
All right, you talked about Dr. Banks.
Correct.
Dr. Banks was doing relationship consulting, right? Consultation and relationship.
Correct.
And Dr. Banks only met with them once.
Correct.
All right. And you did an interview, I think, with Ms. Hurd's mother, Paige.
That's correct.
All right. You'd agree with me that a person's family member is not the most objective source of information?
Sometimes you have to certainly control for that the person may be wanting to be protective of their daughter, of course.
And you interviewed Ms. Paige Hurd after Mr. Depp had already sued Amber Hurd.
Right. The entirety of my work in this case happened obviously after the lawsuit.
Did you review in that context any of Paige Heard's text messages with Mr. Depp?
I'm not sure if I saw them with Mr. Depp. I do believe I saw some with Miss Heard. I mean, Miss Heard, Miss Paige Heard, Amber Heard's mother did talk to me about her relationship with Mr. Depp.
And she told you that she loved Johnny even after Amber alleged abuse, correct?
She did.
All right. Now, you testified that you approached a forensic evaluation with, I think you said it again today, a healthy degree of skepticism.
Correct.
All right. This skepticism didn't cause you to conduct interviews with, for instance, Laurel Anderson.
Right. I did not speak to Dr. Laurel Anderson.
And you chose not to speak to Dr. Laurel Anderson because you disagreed with Dr. Laurel Anderson?
That's not correct.
All right. What did Dr. Laurel Anderson do on behalf of Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp?
She was a couples therapist that they sought. They had 4 couples sessions. As I stated yesterday, one of them in which Mr. Depp stormed out of. She did have a long, I guess, evaluation or interview with Mr. Depp individually and with Ms. Heard individually. And then she saw them intermittently after the May 21st, 2016 incident, and when they were filing for divorce.
So you didn't interview Laurel Anderson, but you know what she did? How'd you figure that out?
Because we had her redacted notes and her deposition.
All right. And you understood from her deposition that Dr. Anderson didn't believe Ms. Heard to be a victim of spousal abuse?
I believe those were her words, yes.
And you also understood from her deposition that Mr. Depp had not had a very long history of being violent with any of his wife or women.
That she said that as well.
Yeah.
But that's something about Ms. Heard significantly triggered him. She talked about that as well.
And Dr. Anderson thought that Mr. Depp had been, her words, well controlled, I think for almost 20 or 30 years, correct?
Up until this point, I believe she said.
Right. I know that you testified that you reviewed medical records.
Yes.
All right. So, you know Ms. Heard had a personal nurse.
Correct.
Erin Filati.
Correct.
You didn't interview Ms. Filati either.
I did not.
You know she spent time with Ms. Heard on a regular basis during her relationship with Mr. Depp.
Correct. I had her clinical notes that I reviewed.
Right. And you reviewed her deposition testimony.
Correct.
Some of which the jury's heard, right?
I believe so.
Yeah. And you reviewed the nursing notes.
Yes.
So you know that Ms. Heard admitted to a history of eating disorders to Ms. Filati, correct?
I know that's in the notes. That's nowhere else in any other record. So I'm not sure where that came from.
But you relied on everybody else's notes.
And there are some things that I disagreed with, like I disagree with Dr. Laurel Anderson about it being mutual abuse.
Right. So the stuff you disagree with, you disregard, and the rest you keep, correct?
That's not correct.
But that's what you did.
That's not correct.
All right. You know that Ms. Filati saw Ms. Heard immediately after she returned from Australia.
I'd have to look at the notes again to be sure, but I know she did see her when she came back from Australia. That's correct.
Did Ms. Filati document any injuries to Ms. Heard in her notes?
I did not see that in the record.
Okay, so you looked at her notes and there's no injury to Ms. Heard documented in her nurse's notes following her return from Australia?
Correct.
Okay. You talked about this concept, which you then defined lethality. And you testified there are certain factors that are present relationship where a woman ends up murdered by her partner.
Correct.
And that's one of the ways you look as to whether a woman is in a very dangerous situation.
Correct.
Can we pull up PX 92? So
It's
it
an
has to be
evidence.
published to the jury.
Yeah, it will be published.
Do you know what this is?
I believe this is the knife that Miss Heard gave to Mr. Depp as a gift.
All right. And you speak Spanish?
Un poquito?
Do you know what it says?
Yes, it says hasta la muerta, until death.
So a woman you suggest has characteristics of being afraid for her life, gives her intimate partner a large knife, which she has inscribed until death. That's your testimony?
Well, there's context.
Okay. We can do that later. So we talked about, you talked a little bit about Mr. Depp purporting to demonstrate jealousy with Ms. Heard. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And you specifically talked about Mr. Depp displaying jealousy regarding the actor James Franco.
Correct.
Yeah. Now, the very first time you met with Ms. Heard, she talked to you about Ms. Franco, Mr. Franco, James Franco, correct?
I don't know if it was the first time, but I did ask about some other relationships.
Okay, so why don't we do this? Let's go PX 1246. I just want to go to the first page. All right. So do you recognize the document that's in front of you?
Yes.
All right. And what I would like to do, what is it?
It's a top sheet of a background information questionnaire that I use to help guide the evaluation.
Okay. So now, this is, who filled it out?
I filled it out.
Whose form is it?
My form.
All right. I'm going to move just the first page into evidence because we're going to talk about other portions of it later.
Could you back us so she can see the whole first page? Any objection? Okay, I can.
We will admit the whole thing into evidence.
You want the whole thing in evidence?
Sure.
I have no objection whatsoever.
All right, 1246 in evidence in full. Okay. Are there any identifiers that need, or we're just going?
Yeah, I'm sure there's going to be some.
All right.
Probably.
Okay, so you owe me a redacted one, correct?
Don't know what the nature of the redactions are going to be, but
okay, well, you can
Oh,
discuss
we'll
it.
we'll work with
Okay,
you on that,
thank you.
but
All right.
I'm positive there's identifiers.
all right. 1246 has been moved into evidence. Can we blow up the bottom right-hand corner?
All right, you want to publish to the jury?
Yeah, let's publish it to the jury. I don't.
Well, we can, why don't you,
I don't see anything on the first page.
if you want to look at that, any objection to that? Well, that's what they're going to show.
That's what we're going to show.
All right, publish then.
All right. So this is the bottom corner, your notes. And it's under the section of your notes that's entitled Intimate Relationships.
Correct.
Right. And one of the notes here on the right, it says JF, that's James Franco, right?
Correct.
Got close, but really wanted to be with Johnny.
Well, it says JF friends. They were friends.
All right. Said friends, but you put him under intimate relationship.
Well, there's a line there because I was asking specifically about other things that were allegations in this matter.
There's a line there because you did not believe that they should go under intimate relationships, but it's on your form?
She wasn't telling me that this was an intimate relationship. I queried as to what's going on with James Franco because that was something that was raised in this case.
And there's a note for December 2015.
When they became more friends, more friendly.
Right. And that was a period of time in which Ms. Heard was married to Mr. Depp, correct?
Correct.
So she became close with Mr. Franco in December 2015. And at least you put it under intimate relationships.
With a line differentiating another part of this document.
Okay. Did you provide another header? Like a header that says friends?
No.
No. Well, let's look at the next one. The next one says, I think it says Elon.
Correct.
It's Elon Musk, right?
Correct.
All right. May 2016.
Correct.
Met Ball.
Correct.
That's a big fancy party in New York, right?
Yes, it is.
All right. And she says she dated him after Johnny.
Correct.
She met Elon Musk in May 2016 when she filed a TRO.
The last answer was May 21st. I believe it was May 26th, 27th. I'm correct.
When did she start dating Elon Musk?
Sometime after that.
All right. Sometime after the TRO?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. You talk, we can take that down. You talked quite a lot yesterday about this concept of reactive violence.
Yes.
Yeah. So just so I understand your position on this, is it your position that if Miss Heard was abused, she gets to hit Mr. Depp?
That's not my opinion.
But you know she hits him, right?
And I testified to that.
Right. And how many times do you believe that she told you that she hit him?
Do I believe that she told me, or how many instances were there?
Well, I don't know. How would you know other than her telling you? You weren't there, right?
I was not there. That's correct.
All right. How many times did she admit to hitting him?
She indicated a number of times in a number of instances.
You indicated that you had listened to audio recordings as part of the work you did in this case?
That's correct.
All right. I'd like to play you a portion of one of those recordings. It's Plaintiff's Exhibit 343. It's already in evidence. And for the record, the portion I want to play is 2 minutes 46, 246.01 to 247.20.
I said to Travis, I said to you, hey, tell Travis what just happened.
Oh, you told me to do it. You told me to. You said, go do that.
I said, no, tell him what just happened.
And I lied.
And that you punched me in
You're
the
right.
fucking thing. And
You figured
in
it
the
out.
face. And you said, no, fucking, I didn't. What the fuck are you talking about? And I
I didn't
watched
punch
you lie. And then
I didn't punch you, by
then
the way. I'm sorry that I didn't hit you across the face in a proper slap, but I was hitting you. It was not punching you. Babe, you're not punched.
Don't tell me what it feels like to be punched.
You know, you've been in a lot of fights. You've been around a long time. I know. Yeah.
No, when you fucking have a close
You
face.
didn't get punched. You got hit. I'm sorry I hit you like this, but I did not punch you. I did not fucking deck you. I fucking was hitting you. I don't know what the motion of my actual hand was, but you're fine. I did not hurt you. I did not punch you. I was hitting you.
How are you?
What am I supposed to do? Do this? I'm not sitting here bitching about it, am I? You are. That's the difference between me and you. You're a fucking baby.
Because you started.
You are such a baby. Grow the fuck up,
Did you start
Johnny.
physical fights?
I did start a physical fight.
Yeah, you did, so I had
Because-
to get the fuck out of there.
Yes, you did. So you did the right thing, the big thing. You know what? You are admirable.
You agree with Ms. Heard that it's admirable to retreat from a fight?
Is it admirable? It is admirable to retreat from a fight.
Yeah. Anything about this tape suggest to you that it's characteristic of reactive violence?
In this instance, if true, if she said she hit him first, then that would not be reactive violence.
All right. You testified that Ms. Heard reported to you that she engaged in low levels of violence, correct?
Well, I don't think she said that. I think that was the characterization of knowing the types of minor and severe levels of violence.
Okay, I got it wrong. You consider it low levels of violence.
Well, I considered what the literature and the research talks about low levels of violence as opposed to severe levels of violence.
And I think you suggested that Ms. Heard sustained more severe injuries, correct?
I think I said more frequent injuries.
More frequent, but not more severe.
Well, certainly the incidents in Australia and the sexual violence and the incidents on December 15th, 2015 were quite severe.
You said you reviewed medical records in rendering your opinion.
Correct.
And you reviewed photographs.
Correct.
Now, other than the reports to her therapists, which you call medical records, right?
Yeah, I would call those medical records,
Right.
sure.
Other than the reports to her therapist, there's not a single medical record that reflects any injury to Ms. Heard, is there?
That's not correct.
There is not other than what doctor reflected injuries to Ms. Heard?
The note by Erin Borum, her married name, I'm not recalling her married name, indicated that she was headbutted by Mr. Depp and that she went for a concussion check and she had a busted lip and then she went to Dr. Kipper's office in order to get checked.
What? And there's a medical record other than that note that reflects it?
There's a note that she showed up at Dr. Kipper's office. There's a note in the
But there's
similar 2
nothing from
days
Dr.
that
Kipper,
Dr.
is there?
Laurel Anderson saw the 2 bruises from that same incident as well.
All right. You reviewed photographs.
Yes.
I'd like to put up PX 144. It's been published to the jury briefly. I'm going to keep it up very briefly. That photograph doesn't reflect a low level of violence, does it?
Well, that reflects a severe injury, I would agree.
Yeah. Why don't we go to PX 145? That's a severe injury that ended up with Mr. Depp on a gurney, correct?
That is a severe injury, correct.
Yeah. All right. Is it your testimony that throwing a can of mineral spirits at your spouse is characteristic of reactive violence?
If you are running away from your spouse who is trying to hurt you, yes.
All right. So you can throw a can of mineral spirits. What about if you throw a can of Red Bull?
Again, it depends on the incident I think that you're referring to. That was not necessarily reactive violence. That was in a state of frustration or anger.
All right. So when you throw a can of Red Bull in a state of frustration or anger, that's not reactive violence.
No.
Right. What about if you throw a bottle of vodka because your husband fell off the wagon? Is that reactive violence?
Are you asking me hypothetically?
I'm asking you, would that be a characteristic of reactive violence? Throw a bottle of vodka because your husband fell off the wagon.
If it's in the middle of an assault, perhaps. If it's independent of that, no.
Right. So, for instance, if your husband was just having a couple of shots at the bar.
Again, you would need more information and context to make that determination.
All right. You don't think that's a reflection reflective of reactive violence? And you'll agree with me that when you throw the second bottle, that's not reactive violence.
If somebody's throwing multiple bottles, Psychological violence and abuse is psychologically destabilizing, which destabilizes individuals' coping strategies. That is absolutely true.
Lost what's true. Is it your testimony that once you've thrown one bottle and missed, when you throw the second one, now it's reactive violence?
That's not what I'm saying. I don't think throwing bottles is acceptable in any context.
I'm going to ask you about some of the testing that you did. One of the things that you did was a form looked like called a CTS2 relationship behaviors form.
The conflict tactics scale, correct.
So CTS2 stands for conflict tactics scale.
That's correct.
And this is one of the documents that you had with you on the stand yesterday.
I had all my testing with me and all my clinical notes from my evaluation with Ms. Hurd.
And you gave me a copy of it because you looked at it during your testimony.
Because you asked me, so I gave it to you, yes.
Right. All right. But you have a good recollection of what that test is about, the CTS2 test.
I have a very good memory and a very good recollection. I want to give the jury the most accurate and thorough information. I've having done 12 tests with so many questions. I wanted to just be as accurate as possible. I'm sure my memory would miss some things that might be relevant.
All right, so let's talk about the CTS2. It's dated 9/26/2019.
Correct.
All right, 9/26/2019. And it goes through and it asks a whole series of questions about what you've done and what your partner has done.
That's correct.
There's tons of these questions.
Correct.
And every single one of those questions is preceded by the same question, right? How often did this happen in the past year?
Correct.
You knew that as of 9/26/2019, not a single one of the things that Ms. Hurd identified happened to her in the last year.
Correct.
Right.
She was oriented to a different time frame to get a checklist of those behaviors.
Right. And one of the although it says, please, how often did this happen in the past year? One of the questions is, my partner used force to make me have oral or anal sex.
Correct.
She went with 0 on that, right?
I'd have to see if you'd like to show me.
You have any recollection that she didn't go with 0 on that?
I have a recollection at that point in time, she was framing those type of acts as angry sex. She wasn't framing them as physical force, as most women don't on these measures.
And you helped her to reframe it as something other than angry sex, didn't you, Doctor?
My job was not to do treatment. My job was to do an evaluation, and that's what I did.
All right. So you did an evaluation, and one of the evaluations you did and one of the diagnoses that you ultimately made relates to PTSD.
That is correct.
All right. And you diagnosed Amber Hurd with PTSD long before you made use of the gold standard test for PTSD.
That is correct.
All right.
And I make the diagnosis of PTSD in my clinical practice without using the CAPS all the time.
All right. So just so that you and I are on the same page, and I think we are, this gold standard test that I'm referring to is the CAPS 5.
That is correct.
That's the one that Dr. Curry administered, correct?
Correct.
All right. You didn't administer the CAP 5 until A, after you'd already diagnosed Amber Heard with PTSD, right?
She had PTSD in 2019. She had PTSD in the beginning of 2021 when I evaluated her. And then she had PTSD in December 27, 2021 when I administered the caps. That's correct.
All right. I think I asked a much more narrow question than that. You didn't diagnose, you didn't give the caps 5. Hold on, I'm going to strike that question altogether and start it again. You had already diagnosed her with PTSD before you did the gold standard, correct?
Before I administered the caps 5, there was enough data in the psychological testing and my clinical evaluation to establish that she met criteria for PTSD. That is correct.
You submitted an expert disclosure in this case on January 11th, 2022.
I believe the attorney submitted that disclosure, yes.
You participated in that?
In the January 11th, it was the same disclosure that went before. There were no changes on that.
Did you reference the caps 5 in that at all?
I don't believe I gave the results of the caps 5 to the attorneys at that point.
All right. You met with, I got dates here. This time I'm using the cheat sheet. All right. You met with Amber Heard on September 26, 2019.
I would love to have my cheat sheet, but I'll take your word for it.
I'll share.
Thank you.
October 11th, 2019. When did you give the caps 5?
The caps 5 was administered the last time that I saw Miss Heard. I saw her over, as stated multiple times, over the past 2.5 years, and having not seen her in about a year to get an accurate assessment of her current symptoms. Having had all the background information, the caps 5 is a great structured clinical interview to do that.
All right. So you hadn't seen her for about a year before you gave her that test.
That is correct.
And you did it over Zoom.
That is correct.
All right. Why don't we pull up PX 1247? And this may. I'll get you.
Sure. It's just to the witness right now. So, okay. Okay.
Sure. You can, Dr. Hughes, you can actually help with that question. This is like more than 20 pages long. Right?
It's about 20 pages.
Right. All right. Let's get a copy of it. This is a series of questions that you use to test for PTSD.
Correct.
All right. And you recognize the first page. This is the first page that you filled out. That's your handwriting.
That's correct.
I'd like to publish the first page to the jury.
Do you wish to have it in evidence? You're moving it into evidence?
Yes, I am.
He's just publishing the first page. Any objection to the first? Okay, first page in evidence.
Right.
Could you put your microphone on? I'm just having.
I don't have the ability to scroll down, so I can't see the rest of this. And it's a brand new
I'm
exhibit.
sure they'll get you a copy of it.
Thank you.
That's fine.
I'd like to go to the second page. Can we put up the second page?
Are you putting the second page into evidence?
Not yet.
Then I can't put it up.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'd like the witness to see the second.
The witness can see the second page.
Thank you. This is the second page. This is instructions on how you do it.
Correct.
All right. And then we'll go to the third page. Let's let the witness see the third page. Now, this is entitled scoring.
Correct.
So when you score, you look at two things, right? You look at frequency and intensity.
Correct.
All right. Those are the two factors you use to score.
Correct.
All right. Can we go to the 4th page of this document and just show it to the witness? All right. So, Dr. Hughes, this is the first page of the CAPS B where, other than the identifying information, where there's any input into the document, correct?
The CAPS 5, you said the CAPS B?
Yeah, I
Okay.
misspoke.
Yes, this is the criterion A, which means that in order to, as I said yesterday, to obtain a diagnosis of PTSD, you have to have sustained a very specific traumatic event. That's the first D to get through the door.
All right. So, Your Honor, I'm gonna, I'd like to be able to get them a copy of this. Is it too early to take the break or?
A little bit if you
All
can.
right, I can do
You
something.
want- Okay.
All right. All right, so do you recognize the first page or the 4th page of this document?
Yes, I do.
And the handwriting on the 4th page is yours?
It's all my handwriting.
All right, the entirety of it is yours. I'm going to move this document into evidence along with the first page. And that one is what number? I think it is.
You're still on 1247.
1247.
Okay, so you want to move the entirety of 1247 in?
Yes.
Do you have a copy of 1247? It's exhibit 1247? Well, I mean, do you have plaintiff's exhibits 1247? Plaintiff's 1247. I don't have it either.
Oh, it's defendants 1435.
1435. Defendants 1435.
Take your time.
Did you want to take a look at the court's copy? Would that be easier for you?
It's 59 pages. What is he moving in? I mean, I don't think.
I think he's moving are you moving the entire document in?
Yeah, I'm going to move the entire document into evidence.
I don't think I have an objection to that.
No objection?
No
Did you want to take a look at the court's copy or you're good?
Yeah, I would. Thank you. My apologies.
That's fine. Thank you, Jamie.
It's going to show the evaluation too, right? No objection, no.
All right, so even though I pulled it from defendants 1435, we want to make this 1247 plaintiffs, correct?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay.
Does your other one back up?
I kind of need it. All right. Thank you. We'll just change the number on it. All right. So it's 1247. I said, okay, 1247 in evidence. Plaintiff's 1247 in evidence, and now it can be published to the jury.
Thank you. Why don't we publish the 4th page where we're talking about? All right. So what this references is the event you said was the worst. And what you have filled in here is 3 words. IPV by Johnny, right?
Correct.
All right. And then what happened is the next box, and you've not written a single thing in the box, right?
Because I've already spent 20 some odd hours with Ms. Hurd. I know what goes in that box. If you look at the top, it says administer the life check checklist or an other structured trauma screen. That screen had already been conducted.
Right, but there's a box on the gold standard test that asks what happened, and it says, how old were you? How were you involved? Who else was involved? Was anyone seriously injured or killed? Was anyone in life danger? And none of that information you provide in your analysis on the CAPS file.
Your Honor, I hesitate to object, but that's very compact.
It is.
Okay, I'll sustain the objection if you want to rephrase.
We can do it
Okay.
the slow way. The first question is, how old were you?
All of the information that would go in that box is contained in my 80+ clinical notes of my evaluation of Ms. Heard up until this point. It would have been incredibly redundant to do that again here.
But you knew other people would review this, didn't you?
And I knew that they would have my clinical notes as well.
Oh, so they're supposed to parse through your clinical notes so that they can figure out what you chose to be the anchoring event.
I didn't choose to be the anchor. The client chooses to the anchor to identify what the worst event is for them.
You wrote IPV by Johnny. That's what you determined to be the anchoring event.
When I asked Ms. Heard, once again, of the traumatic events that she experienced in her life, which one is the worst? This is what she indicated.
Okay. But you provided no details with respect to it.
There are plethora of details in my 80-page is a handwritten, single-spaced clinical notes.
Right. All right, let's go to the next page. All right. You felt it appropriate to fill this page out, didn't you, doctor?
Well, these are the questions about the symptoms. So I'm asking specific questions and getting her responses.
Didn't you know this already?
Well, I was making sure at this point, having not seen her for a year, what is the trauma expression at this time? It can change over time. It could go away. It can get better. It can get worse.
All right. Why don't we go a couple more pages in? Let's go into page 7 of 20. Now, there are a couple of boxes that you filled in on this. Let's look at item 5, B5. You don't provide any indication of what kind of triggers, what kind of reminders trigger these reactions.
She answered that on the previous questions.
All right. And you didn't provide any answer as to how long does it take to recover.
She has some difficulty recovering.
Okay. And then there's this question that says, how often has this happened in the past month? Number of times.
Correct.
And we talked about how these things are scored, and we looked at, you got to look at frequency and intensity, right?
Correct.
And you left the frequency box blank.
Well, no, if she said several times a month, then that's what the frequency is.
And you didn't fill that frequency box in at all.
Because she told me it was frequently several times a month, which is one of the anchors encoding the CAPS.
All right, so let's look at the next one. The very next box. Again, this is scored by frequency and intensity. How often in the past month?
Correct.
Blank.
Pardon?
How often in the past month? You left that one blank again, right?
She tells me it happens at least twice a week. So certainly I could multiply 2 times 4 and put in 8.
And you certainly could have written the number 2.
But it wasn't 2. If it's
Oh.
happening 2 times a week.
All right, so 2 times a week towards the times the number of months. Now you got 2 digits instead of 1, right? That's all it took to write that down.
This is in a 1 month period. So it would have been a 4-week period.
How often in the past month? That's what it says.
Correct. You said
chose
months.
not to answer that question. Let's look at the next page. Again, scoring is frequency and intensity. How often in the past month? Again, you left it blank.
If you look on the right-hand box, that is where we are indicating the frequency and the severity. If you can see where I circled moderate, it's happening more than twice a month. That's where I am indicating the frequency of the symptom expression.
Okay. But aren't you skipping a step? You're supposed to do intensity and frequency.
And when somebody says it's happening more than twice a month, that is a frequency indicator.
All right. Let's go to the next box. Again, we have, in the past month, how many of the important parts of event have you difficulty remembering? Number of important aspects. Didn't fill it up.
Well, I listed 2 specific incidents of where she indicates she has important aspects that are missing.
But all you had to do is put a number in here. You know you knew how to score this thing.
Well, this measure actually doesn't get scored by the frequency.
All right, you know something, you're right. Let's look at the next one.
I know.
The next one gets scored by the frequency. That's blank, right?
Well, I did not code it as a PTSD symptom.
Okay, let's go to the next one. How much of the time in the past month have you felt that way as a percentage?
Right? So as you can see, I circled 20 to 30% of the time.
Right. But
It's just as I'm putting it on the right side in the box where I'm coding the instrument.
We're going to talk about the right side in a minute. You took issue with the way that Dr. Curry did this test, didn't you?
Correct.
All right. But your test, in every instance where you're asked the number of times and to fill in the blank, you leave it blank.
They're on the right side of the document.
All right. You want to talk about the right side of the document? Let's do that. After you did the CAPS 5 for the anchoring, the 3-word anchoring event, IPV by Johnny, you went back through again and said, maybe I should consider childhood trauma as well, right?
I wanted to test for the limits and see at this point in time, Ms. Heard had a child, and sometimes when people have children, their trauma gets evoked. Is she having those symptoms as well? She already had, based on this instrument, the PTSD from the interpersonal violence. I wanted to see if there were any additional symptoms.
All right. And you knew that she had severe child abuse as a young person.
That is correct.
She grew up in a home full of heroin addicts, right?
Opiate abuse, yes.
Yeah. And there was IPV between her parents.
Correct.
Right. And so you wanted to make sure that there wasn't some impact with this childhood trauma in the diagnosis of PTSD.
Yes.
Right. And so you decided to give her the test again.
Well, I didn't give it again. It's called testing the limits. I went back to some of the questions where she answered in the affirmative and said, and is this also happening vis-a-vis your childhood abuse? Are you also having intrusive thoughts and feelings about childhood? Are you avoiding thinking about things about childhood? Is that happening for you now as well?
All right. So there are a series of notations on the right-hand side. Let's go to page 5 of 20 in the test. All right. Why don't we highlight the right-hand notations that start under the word childhood? All right. So the way you tested for childhood PTSD is to write a notation in the corner and answer a couple of questions. Same test.
Well, I wasn't administering a whole CAPS again. What I was doing was seeing, as we know with people who have what we call polyvictimization or revictimization, someone could in fact meet criteria for the PTSD from the domestic violence, but then they're also experiencing some symptoms as a result of the childhood abuse. Both can occur.
Right. But Mr. Depp isn't responsible for her childhood abuse.
That is correct.
Right. And the way you tested this childhood abuse PTSD is you made notations on the in the right-hand column of a form that you partially filled out for the IPV by Johnny, right?
Well, I disagree with the partially filled out. The frequency was clearly filled out in the box where we score the caps. But yes, I did write about the childhood to the right of that box.
Okay. And that is the appropriate way that the gold standard test for PTSD for childhood trauma should be administered.
If there were any affirmatives and I needed to go further, I could have administered another CAPS 5. There were not. I did not need to do that.
Okay. So you chose not to do a second CAPS 5, although you knew that she had suffered from severe childhood trauma.
No, because she wasn't suffering symptoms at that point in time, PTSD symptoms from the childhood trauma.
All right.
Mr. Dennison, are you moving to a different topic now?
I am.
Okay, all right, this might be a great time to take our morning break then. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our 15-minute break. Please do not discuss this case with anybody. Don't do any outside research, okay? Thank you. All right, we'll go ahead and take.
Your Honor, before
Yes.
you take the break,
Yes.
may I get a copy of the new exhibits from them so that I can see it over the break?
Yeah, I don't know if we can do it before, but we'll certainly get them to you.
Well, I mean, I need to be able to redirect, and I had never seen these.
Okay, well, we'll go through it. That's fine, all right?
Although it's in your exhibit list.
So that's
Well,
fine.
If it's in my exhibit list, if they just tell me.
To tell you the
that's fine.
exhibit numbers, that's fine. We'll work through it, okay? Let's take a recess of 11:40 then, okay?
Thank you,
All
Your
right,
Honor.
11:40.
All right. So let me pull out of this full screen. That didn't sound right. Anyway, so basically, she made an assessment based on what Amber said. That's it. That's what it comes down to. She did
hearsay.
Yeah, she hearsay, exactly. She never spoke to Depp. She never did any investigating. All she did was go by what she said. That's it. That's what this all stems down to. She never saw any injuries. There's no record of any injuries. Basically, she made her analysis based on what one person said. That's ridiculous. I mean, I don't know what kind of doctor you are, but to me, again, like my judge
Well,
said,
Rob, she's not a real doctor. Let's be real. Sorry, I don't want to cut you, but she's not a real doctor.
A lot of these doctors, Tal, have you noticed that their notes are horrible? Even on Johnny's side, have you noticed?
Yes, but let's be honest. None of the with Curry, she did not have any notes. How the fuck you spell her name? She had notes. Why? If you can't remember everything.
But I noticed that these doctors, like, I don't know if they're scared that their practices are going to get sued. I don't know if they just don't want to be there. It's like the last one was like, I don't recall. I don't recall. I don't recall.
Yeah, exactly. They don't want their image shunned by this case.
I have a great idea, by the way. Sorry to cut you very, very quickly. For everybody here, we should make a cocktail that is called I Do Not Recall.
Definitely.
That will make you,
I think I'm gonna make a
like
movie.
just faint instantly and go to sleep, and that's all.
It's like you could take some of these witnesses and just sum it up in one word. Like the guy from the Eastern who was showing the videos, you just sum up one word. Yes. Yes. Yeah, that's all he said. Yes. Yeah, I don't know if you remember that guy, but in the beginning of this case, like day 2 or day 3, they were showing all these videos, and I was like almost falling asleep. And all he kept saying is yes, yes. Like the doctor, all she kept saying, I don't recall. I don't recall. Like, oh my God, these people is like, why are they here? What is the purpose? They're getting paid to do something I could do. I don't get it. I don't get it. Block. Anyway.
500 an hour. Then you know you've been paid to lie.
And she said she was hired by the legal team. I'm like, okay. And so you spent 30 hours with Amber, and you spent 0 hours with Johnny. 0. Oh, well, I read documents. That's great. That's great. But you know what? You don't know him. I mean, they show a picture of him in the hospital, which I never seen before, ever. Like, how do you explain this? Oh, she's the victim, but he's in the hospital. What? I must have lost something there, because you can't be too afraid of someone when you're attacking them. And I wrote this on Twitter. Listen, I bled, and I had bruised ribs, and she had nothing. Are you going to tell me because she would have said, oh, he did something to me, with the police in front of my face telling me what happened to me? That was their first. I didn't even know I was bleeding. Their first question was, what happened to you? So the police saw it. My friends saw it. I was holding my ribs. And you're going to tell me that you would put her over me because she said something, right? It was obvious to the police and obvious to my friends that I got hurt. How could that picture of Johnny in a hospital, on a bed, on a gurney, and whatever you want to call it, how is that not obvious to you that is the person who's the victim? Where is her fucking injuries? Oh, she wasn't injured. Obviously, you have no report of an injury. Mike, like, it's black and white, clear as day. How do you not see that this man is hurt? If you're afraid of him, why is he in the hospital?
And why did you give him a knife for Christmas and say till death?
Good point.
That just screams intimidation right there. It does.
I agree. Patty said she needs a sign, will lie for big money. Yeah.
Well, I can say this. Hughes is done after this case. She's done, because her not documenting stuff and her not signing through release forms and paperwork, specifically because a professional is supposed to be objective and supposed to get all sides of the story before even making an analysis. And me, I've been 10 plus years through the system trying.
What? Hello? Hello? I think we lost Corrine, who was just talking, and I don't know what happened to her. Patty, I gave you a wrench.
Hello?
Yeah, now I hear you. Go ahead.
I can't believe I lost signal. Sorry. Hughes is just so unprofessional. She doesn't know the meaning of the word documentation and litigation, and that the fact that she could actually be held up on fraudulent charges because she didn't properly document everything and she wasn't objective. That's very unprofessional, and people see that. I don't care what anybody says. If it's world news and so many people are watching it, bam, your image is gonna get tarnished. You're gonna lose your job. It's gonna all come out in the open, and you're just gonna regret it after that.
I think that's why some of these people, like after seeing her on the stand, and the other ones, I think I'm getting that point. I think I'm getting that they're scared of their profession. So I think, like, listen, first off, and again, I'm going to say this. If I'm a part of something, I need to be there. That's it. If I have called out somebody, then if they want to respond to me, then I need to be there to hear their response. It's like, okay, like, Eve called me out and I went back at Eve. And rightfully so, because I'm defending myself. And I'm like, you don't know who I am, apparently. And when I went to do that, what does she do? She blocks. So when people attack you, you have every right to defend, and you should be there. You should be there. Not seeing Elon, Io, Rocky, Josh Drew, Liz Mars tells me a lot. My friend always told me, he said, you know what, man, I'm going to tell you this. Silence is golden. So as mad as you are at whoever you're mad at, Rob, silence speaks volumes. If they can't come back at you, then they're scared of you. And they know that you have stuff on them. So they run, they hide. That's why these people on Twitter block you. That's why Eve Barlow blocked you. They didn't want to hear what you had because they knew they couldn't defend themselves. That's a great point. And I didn't think of it that way. But if I brought all the evidence and said, okay, defend this, where's your receipts? I want to talk about that. Oh, you don't want to talk about that. Okay. Why was he in the hospital? She's so afraid of him. I don't want to talk about that. There's a lot you don't want to talk about. Why? Because you can't defend it. You don't have, listen, if I know I'm right, I'm going to defend myself. And if I'm wrong, I'll apologize. And I'll say, listen, I'm sorry. I made that mistake. And you make a lot of sense. And what you're saying is true. But if you're giving me a bunch of hogwash, I will go at you every time. And I'm not afraid to get in anybody's face because I feel I'm right. I'm in the right. And here, Elon should have been here, and Io should have been here, Franco should have been here. Where are all these people? If they're saying that their story is correct, why are they not showing? What are they scared of? To me, you know what that tells me? They're lying. And they're afraid to be blown out, and they're afraid for the public to see them. That includes the WB. Why did the WB not want to be involved? Don't mention Aquaman, because they know they're wrong. All these people know they're wrong, all of them. And that's why they can't show. They're ashamed to show because they're scared because they know they're wrong. Musk, and it's not that I hate Musk or Frank, I don't hate them. What I don't respect now is the fact that they don't have the gall, that they talk all this smack on the papers and they talk all this smack on a document. But when the time comes to look at someone face to face, they can't do it because they know they're wrong. They know they can't look Johnny in the face. They know that they appear, they're going to be ripped apart. And they know that they're lying. I can't prove it any more than that. And to me, it's very disappointing when we don't see all these people because they're major players in the game. Tasha Von Ray, Josh Drew, the great witness in the UK, Rocky Pennington, Io Tillett-Wright, Elon Musk, James Franco, Paul Bettany should be there too. WB, Disney. All of you had all this negative about Johnny. And when the time comes to actually face the guy, you can't do it. You want to run. You don't want to do it. That's just such bullshit to me. That's bullshit to me. You got something to say? Bring it. Bring it in a court of law. Bring it in front of the public. Bring it in front of everybody. You want to put me down? You want to make fun of me? Bring it. And Johnny's there. Where are they? All the big talkers. I want to have a cage match with Johnny Depp. Where are you, big man? Where are you? Hiding. Unbelievable, man. And if I'm Elon Musk, I tell you, to tell me that your woman who's crawling from a bed to the bathroom and you're not there for her, what does it say to me about you? Poor Miss Grimes. I feel bad for that. She's having such a bad pregnancy. You could get 24-hour, 7-day-a-week security for Amber Heard, but you can't get someone to be there for your girlfriend who's going to have your child? What kind of a father does that make you? What kind of a husband or a boyfriend does that make you? I would never have done that. I would have made sure that there was somebody there for her. You're going to have my kid, man. I'm going to do, and I have all the money in the world. I'm going to do what it takes to make sure you are okay. Why should she sleep in a mattress with a hole in it? And yeah, you know, the other side of the story is why didn't she pay for her own? But I'm going off on Musk and Grimes and, you know, exactly, Cindy. Elon wants to have a cage match with a 58-year-old man. It's absolutely ridiculous. Where are you, tough guy? You want to have a cage match? Why don't you show face to face? Why aren't you on a video conference? Listen, there's only 5.5 days left because technically almost half of this day is gone already. I can only hope that somebody shows. I'm not saying they're going to, but Musk was supposed to appear. Now I'm hearing he's not. He's supposed to by the web. Franco was by the web. Tasha Von Ray was supposed to be. I hope that one of them, somebody of them, these main players show up because we've done and talked about it. Every channel has. And where are they? It bothers me a lot. I don't know if you agree, you can disagree, and you all have every right to say, yeah, Liz, I agree with you also. I agree. I agree. You'd love to see Io and Josh Drew get. I would too. I would too. If they want to talk smack and try to put Johnny Depp under a bus, then you know what? Here's your time. If I knew that, if I'm being honest, if I knew that my friend, whoever she was, right, she's married to some guy, and this guy had done these things, you're damn right I want to show up in court and defend her. You're damn right I want to be there for my friend. You're damn right I was going to say, no, you're wrong. I saw what happened. I was there. Not that, oh, here's my piece of paper, I'm not coming. Oh, I want to be there. Because this guy deserves a piece of my mind. How dare you? That's how I know. How could this guy be guilty? How could this man be guilty of violence if nobody wants to show up? Did he pay them not to show up? This is your chance to be there for your so-called friend, which you lived 3.5 years rent-free. That's Liz Mars. That's Wendy Hurd. Now, I only hope in the 5 days or 5.5 left, because Amber's going to take the stand. And she's going to need at least a day or two. So that's not going to leave much time. Unless they're going to call these people in and not question them. And they're going to be quick, easy, and simple. Because I would go after all of them. I'd rip them all apart if I'm Johnny Depp's attorney. If you're saying this, correct? Yeah. Well, what about this? You're saying you cooperated with the police. Let's show this clip from the video. Well, Mr. Drew, it doesn't appear that you wanted them in. It appears that you were trying to get rid of them. Is that correct? Yeah. I'd rip them apart. I don't know if any of you were ever talked about badly and you had your day in court and these people don't show up after they ripped you apart, wouldn't you not be angry? Wouldn't you want them to show so you could give them a piece of your mind after they tried to destroy your life? And not only his life, but how about his children? How about his children? What torture did his kids go through for years in school? How many of his friends are not sure if they could believe him or not? How many of his friends left him because of what she said? How much money did this guy lose? How much torture does a human being have to go through, and why would someone put them through this torture? This is what this is about. I'm sorry. I don't have to be the #1 Johnny Depp fan in the world to see, after a year and a half, only a year and a half, almost 2 years that I've been doing this, to realize that this guy, and it's absolutely so sad that he's lost almost everything. I feel for him. I feel horrible for him. I think what the media has done is horrible for him. I think what this woman has done is horrible. What her friends, I'd be ashamed to wake up in the morning looking at myself, knowing that I'm not telling the truth here about something that happened. And if it was, I would go to my friend and say, listen, you got to drop this because you know this isn't right. I can't defend you in a court of law because I can't look at the guy. And that's why they're not there. They're not there because they know with a shadow of a doubt that they are lying. That's why they're not going to show. That's the reason. Very easy to put things on a piece of paper. It's very easy to hide behind a keyboard. It's very like Barlow, who does it all the time. Victim, victim. Oh, I'm the victim. It's very easy, people. I can go behind a keyboard and curse everybody out and run away very easily. Okay, I could do that to everybody here. I could curse everybody out and run and hide. What kind of a man does that make me? How could you be proud of yourself every morning? I don't know. I couldn't live if I was Amber. I couldn't live if I was Josh Drew. I couldn't live correctly if I was Rocky, Io, Elon, especially Elon. Listen, I don't hate the guy, but the way he treated Grimes is atrocious. If I was Grimes, I wouldn't want to be with this guy. I want to kick his ass. How dare you make me crawl on my hands and knees to a bed? But yet you want to give that slut, Amber Heard, that bitch, you want to give her 24 security, and you don't want to help your woman who's pregnant for 9 months, suffering to have your child? And this woman still wants to be with this guy? I hope it's only because of money. Seriously. I hope he's paying a lot of money. Because that's horrible to me. I would never, ever want my woman, my lady, if she's suffering, man, I'm going to do whatever the hell I can do for her. That's what a real man does. That's what a man who appreciates a woman who says, my God, this woman's having my child, our child. I'm blessed. Thank God. I feel, words can't express how I feel inside. And you're not there for her? What a POS, man. What a POS. I'm sorry. Are they still together, Liz? Yes. And they want to have more kids. And they had a surrogate have the second kid. And she said she wants to have more with this guy. But she's not going to have them because of the way she suffered. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get people. I don't think I understand this life. I don't get it. I don't know. Maybe it's me. Maybe it's my train of thought. Maybe it's the way I was raised. Maybe it's the way that my elders are teaching me. Some still teach me. I still learn from people who are older than me. I learn every day, and I do make mistakes, and I'm sorry for all those I have made on this channel. But I don't get it.
For the jury?
Sorry, I don't get it, and I don't think I ever will. Love you too, Piglet. Thank you, Tina. I love you too. Cam, we could talk about it at lunchtime. Ask me any question about Elon, I'll tell you.
All right. Thank you. To be seated. Next question.
Why don't we put it back up, plaintiff's 1247. Again, this is the caps 5. You didn't administer this until you already had Dr. Curry's scores, did you?
That's not correct.
No, you administered it after Dr. Curry made a disclosure, correct?
That's not correct.
You administered it after Dr. Curry had administered hers.
I learned that in late February when she submitted her report, but I had no way of knowing that in December of 2021.
And you didn't make any reference to this in your disclosures until after Dr. Curry made reference to hers, right?
I don't recall the date of the final disclosure or the fourth disclosure.
All right, can we go to the next page? Let's go to the top of the page, we'll blow that up. Instructions start with standard administration and scoring of the CAPS 5 are essential for producing reliable and valid scores and diagnostic decisions. See that language?
I do.
Right. You don't contend it's standard not to fill out the frequency line.
I think if you're filling it on the right side of the box, I think that's perfectly fine.
All right. So you think it's standard administration to simply leave blanks that are already in the form?
I didn't leave blanks when I needed to find out the frequency of the symptoms.
All right, let's go down a little bit further. Let's go to administration. It says, number 2, read prompts verbatim, one at a time, and in the order presented, and then has a variety of exceptions. With respect to the childhood trauma notations you made in the margin of the CAPS 5, you didn't read the prompts verbatim, did you?
I read the first prompt. If there was a yes, then I would have made a decision. Do I need to administer a whole nother CAPS?
Right. And you ultimately didn't do that. You just simply wrote in the margin of the last one.
Because she wasn't endorsing those symptoms.
You talked about endorsement of symptoms. Ultimately, what you're looking for with respect to PTSD is functional deficiencies. That's one of the things you look for, right?
Well, with any DSM diagnosis, you're looking for what are the functional impairments as a result of the symptoms that the individual is experiencing.
Okay. So, in fact, if you go to all the way to the end of the form, one of the things that we deal with is impairment in occupational functioning, right?
Correct.
All right. What's Ms. Hurd's occupation?
She's an actor.
All right. And she had just wrapped a major motion picture, correct?
That's correct.
So you didn't determine that she had an impairment in occupational function. She's still performing at literally the highest level of her profession, correct?
She had a number of PTSD symptoms while she was filming Aquaman 2.
Right.
That interfered with her ability to really organize a lot of resources for herself in order to go forward and film that.
I asked you whether she was performing at the highest level of her profession. Yes or no?
I don't know if I'm qualified to answer that.
Okay. But did she report to you that she loves to cook?
She loves to cook, yes.
Yeah. Hike?
I don't recall hiking, but
Read?
Yep.
Spend time with friends?
If she can, that has been significantly diminished as a result of her PTSD symptoms as a result of this case.
She just had a baby?
She did.
Right. Exercises every day?
The most that I can tell, she does.
Yeah. Completed level 3 sommelier training?
She did.
All right. She did all of these things. And you've made a determination that she is impaired with respect to her occupational functioning?
I made a determination that the symptoms interfere with her functioning. She does these things, but it's not like the symptoms aren't there. She has to continue to work even though she has a panic attack, even though she has an intrusive recollection of the trauma, even though she's having heart palpitations and sweaty palms when something comes into her mind. It does not stop her from doing what she needs to do, but it does interfere.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you about another test that you administered. And that one's called the PAI. Do you know that one?
Yes, I do.
That's the personality assessment inventory.
That's correct.
Why don't we put in front of the witness the PX 1244?
All right, 1244. Thank you.
So, Dr. Hughes, do you recognize PX 1244?
Yes.
It's a list of critical item endorsements,
Correct.
and that's derived from the PAI.
Correct.
And this is the PAI which you did 9/26/2019.
I don't have the cover sheet in front of me, so
Why don't we scroll down to the bottom, Tom? And there it is.
yep.
There
Thank
it is
you.
down there.
Thank you.
You bet. Okay. Now, critical item in I'm going to move this document, PX 1244, into evidence.
Your Honor, I would request that the entire document.
I'm only going to ask her about this piece.
Well, it's his exhibit. Do you have any objection to his exhibit, which is just the first page?
No.
All right, 1244 in evidence.
Okay. So critical item endorsement. This starts a total of 27 PAI items reflecting serious pathology have very low endorsement rates in normal samples. These items have been termed critical items. You're familiar with that concept?
Yes, I am.
All right. And I just want to ask you about a couple of the critical items. The first one is potential for aggression. This was deemed under your PAI a critical item. And it says, sometimes my temper explodes and I completely lose control. How did that potential for aggression bear on your analysis?
Well, there's a few things. Number one, certainly Ms. Heard reported to me that in her relationship, that would happen. Her anger and her affect regulation would become impaired. Number two, you have to look at the total scales where that scale is not elevated, so it would not be a major cause of clinical concern. Number three, she had 4 responses that she could say to this question. Mainly true, very true, mainly true, sometimes true or false. She chose sometimes true. So she's answering honestly about her experience.
So it's sometimes true that sometimes my temper explodes. That's
Correct.
what you're testifying.
Correct.
All right. So you've talked a little bit about this concept called malingering. And there's one here for potential malingering. And this is another one of these critical item endorsements. Critical items means that these are serious pathology, right?
Well, as you can see, it says endorsement of these critical items is not in and of itself diagnostic.
No,
So you need to review the content of the item, and that's how you make the determination. Is this something of clinical concern that you need to do more understanding about?
Okay, so this critical item endorsement, this one reads under potential malingering, I think I have 3 or 4 completely different personalities inside of me.
Correct.
And she endorsed that as sometimes true.
Correct.
Okay.
And there's not one elevated malingering scale on the PAI.
Let me ask you about another document. I'm going to mark the document as PX 1248.
1248.
1248.
All right, yes, sir. Okay.
All right. Can you put up PX 1248 just for the witness? Dr. Hughes, do you recognize this?
Yes.
All right. And these are critical items that were deduced on the TSI-2 critical items list.
Correct.
And what's a 0 mean?
Means that she scored a 0 on that item. She said it's not something that's relevant for her at the time frame that the test was administered.
And these are all self-reports, right?
Correct.
And so she scored a 0 on doing something violent because you were so upset.
Correct.
See that language? You knew Ms. Hurd to do violent things when she's upset.
This test specifies how often have you had these symptoms in the last 6 months?
Just in the last 6 months.
Correct.
All right. So she hadn't had them in the last 6 months.
Correct.
This test also asks and inquires about intentionally hurting yourself or cutting.
In the last 6 months.
Right.
Is the prompt.
All right. In the last 6 months.
Correct.
Had Ms. Hurd previously indicated to you that she cut herself?
She indicated one time as a teenager in a reckless moment she did. It was stupid and I never did it again.
All right. So that was the first time you met her. She indicated that she had cut herself. What did you do to satisfy yourself that she didn't continue to engage in that behavior?
As with most things, I asked about the frequency of the behavior and had it ever occurred again. Had she ever engaged in suicidal behavior or suicidal gestures? That's part of that screen.
Where did Ms. Hurd cut herself?
I'd have to look at my notes to be sure.
All right. Why don't we do that? That's in your intake note, correct?
I don't recall.
What number is it? All right, why don't we go to PX 938? And if you'd put it up for the witness. All right, that's not it. Let's go to the next page. There we go. All right. PX 938, we're on the third page. This background information sheet has already been admitted into evidence. And there's a discussion here we talked about earlier about intimate relationships.
I'm sorry, the question?
Yeah, let's go back to the first page. There we go. What number is this? This is in at 1246. So this page anyway, I'll ask that it be published to the jury. All right, we're going to do it again.
What, so 1246?
1246.
All right. Okay, it's in evidence. There's supposed to be redactions, so, but, okay. All right, that's in 1246.
All right. So why don't we blow up the intimate relationships section? There's intimate relationships here relative to a variety of people, including a person called Tasha.
Tasha.
Who's she?
She was Miss Heard's wife.
Okay. And that relationship preceded her relationship with Mr. Depp?
That's correct.
Did you say on direct that you saw no previous inter-partner violence? Just yes or no?
I don't believe I did.
You don't believe that you saw inter-partner violence, or you didn't say it on direct?
I don't believe I said that yesterday.
Okay. Your Honor, can we approach?
All right, yes, sir.
Thanks.
I remember when Amber showed pictures of her wrists with those straight lines going right down, two of them. I'm wondering, is that when she cut her wrists? Again, I don't know. I'm just saying, just putting it out there.
What do you think they're talking about? Her arrest record not to be shown?
That's possible.
Because as soon as they got to that, her ex-girlfriend or wife, whatever, that's when she wrote a note, and that's when they said, "Oh, can we approach?" That tells me she wants to hide the arrest record. Well, the whole world has seen it. It's no secret.
Oh my God, can that bitch fucking stop smirking? I will punch. I'm sorry. Smack. I'm sorry.
I don't
hit
don't
that
be
fucking
sorry.
woman.
I feel the same.
No,
way.
I'm being Amber Heard. I did not hit you. I was smacking you. I'm sorry, hitting you. I don't know.
I didn't hit you with a proper slap or something like that.
Exactly.
Like it
Bitch,
doesn't
I
matter.
will
You
tell
still
you
committed
exactly what
violence.
I think when we have that big break, and I will exactly think what I think about Amber. I will not hold back. I will curse. I might curse. I don't give a fuck because I cannot stand phonies like Amber Heard. Just that's all. That's the only thing I have to say for right now.
I don't blame you. I agree 100.
But I honestly also believe that Penny's not a dumb bitch. I'm sorry for my language, but I'm just pissed at Amber because she's a phony as hell. But let's be very realistic right now.
Right.
If he was so innocent, oh my God, I'm an innocent motherfucker.
She wouldn't be smiling.
I will not dismiss motherfucking 5 times the fucking court.
And then she smiles and laughs over the stuff. Like a victim's not going to laugh at that.
Exactly. I've been bullied. I want to be laughing for all the things they did to me.
Right. Like Rob could even tell you he's been through abuse, and I've been through it. I mean, we're not going to be sitting there laughing, are you, Rob? I know I'm not.
Exactly.
Yeah, I don't know what's
if
funny,
it's
but I'm going to go now.
Violence,
he's going to talk.
Sorry.
Yeah, he's going to talk. We'll talk at lunch.
All right.
Yeah, let's do it. I will shut up.
That gave rise to the TRO?
With, on May 21st?
Yes.
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did Ms. Heard ever tell you that James Franco spent the night with her at the ECB between May 21 and May 27?
I recall, I mean, again, it would be helpful to have my notes so I can tell you exactly what, but I do recall that she did see him at some point. I do not know if he spent the night.
Do you know if Elon Musk spent the night during that period?
I don't know.
You cannot testify that Johnny Depp was not abused, can you?
I can testify that he had physical acts of violence perpetrated on him as well as psychological aggressive acts perpetrated upon him.
No further questions.
All right, redirect.
Dr. Hughes, you were asked about some presentations. I think plaintiff's 1241 was the first one. If we can bring that up. Tom, could you help me out with that? 1241?
Yes.
And if you can scroll down, what was the significance of this presentation? And can you give her control, or do you have to have control of the document? It's just one page? Oh, it's not the entire presentation. Okay. Can you please tell the jury what you provided in this presentation?
To the best of my recollection, it was what I spoke to you about before of how people who are not trained in forensic psychology, but who are working with victims of domestic violence can go into court and navigate with the court system and present and talk about domestic violence in a legal setting.
Okay, thank you. And that's been moved into admission, that's been moved
That's
in,
it,
correct?
yes.
Okay, well, let's go to the one that I don't think was 1242, please. Tom, if you could bring that up. All right, and is that just one page too? How many pages is that one? Okay. Do you recall this presentation, Dr. Hughes?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Could you please just, well, I'm going to move the admission of plaintiff's exhibit 1242 first of all.
Any objection? All right, 1242.
And could we publish it to the jury, please?
Yes, ma'am.
And Dr. Hughes, could you please tell the jury, explain to the jury what this presentation entailed?
So I was asked by the head of the Kings County Bar Association to give a presentation about intimate partner violence, domestic violence, and how psychological experts can be of assistance. This was just because of how Brooklyn is a bar association that was attended by many of the prosecutors from the Kings County District Attorney's Office, as well as defense attorneys. And as I stated before, this presentation was about how to really understand cases of domestic violence, how to understand what if she drops the restraining order, what if she doesn't call the police, what are the myths and misconceptions about intimate partner violence. And when she uses force, what does that mean? How do we understand that? How do we evaluate for that? So again, without seeing the rest of the presentation, I believe that was the thrust of this presentation.
Okay, great. Thank you. Now, you testified about the notes you took and the notes you reviewed, and you were asked about some limited questions on testing. I'm going to ask for Defendant's Exhibit 1434.
You're gonna do that when you want.
No, oh, no, no.
Okay.
Oh, we need, thank you, Sammy. But you were doing a fine job, Tom. I didn't mean to take it away from you. Thank you, Michelle. Dr. Hughes, is this your CV?
Yes, it is.
All right, I'm going to move the admission of defendants 1434. You're out of completeness. They've got all the other records in here for Dr. Hughes. I'm trying to see completeness.
I understand. I'll sustain the objection.
Okay.
Next question.
Let's go to defendants 1435, please. Now, Dr. Hughes, you've testified about the different testings that you administered, and this was one of the ones that I believe you testified to earlier, correct?
That's correct.
And this is the DSM-5?
This is the clinician administered PTSD scale for the DSM-5.
Okay. I'm going to move the admission of 1435.
Any objection?
We object, Your Honor, because it has a lot of other documents in it, not just the TEPS-5.
It's not the CAPS, it's the DSM-5. But she administered all these tests, Your Honor, and they can't, for completeness of record, they can't put in partials and then not have the rest of it.
Well, I mean, there was no objection to when they put theirs in. Now they're objecting to you putting.
I would say rule of completeness, Your Honor, Virginia Rule 2:106, that they can't just put a partial in and then not have the completeness of the testing in the documents.
Well, they put their test in. Now you want to put more tests in, correct?
Correct.
But that's not a completeness argument then. That's just a different test.
Well,
but what's the objection though? That there's. Okay. All right. I'll sustain the objection. Next.
All right. Well, then we'll go for the other ones. You did the TSI. Well, before we go on to the others, let's talk about, could you please tell the jury what you administered in this DSM-5 and why this is significant?
Sustain.
Can you tell us why the DSM-5 is significant that you administered?
So the DSM-5 is the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual for Psychiatric Disorders. It's published by the American Psychiatric Association. That's where it has all the criteria and all the information for our major mental disorders like major depressive disorder or panic disorder or PTSD. What the CAPS is, the clinician administered PTSD scale, is it follows all of that criteria that's in the DSM-5 so that you can make a very accurate diagnosis.
And what, if any, diagnosis did you make as a result of this DSM-5?
So not only on this, I mean, this instrument can stand alone where she meets PTSD criteria just by virtue of this instrument, pardon me, but also the other testing that I gave where she had elevated scales on PTSD measures, which correspond with the DSM-5 symptoms of PTSD. So there are multiple measures that are consistent across time that she meets criteria for PTSD.
Thank you, Dr. Hughes. Now, you were also given one page of the scoring on the TSI 2 and one page with respect to the PAI. Do you recall seeing that?
It wasn't the scoring, they were the critical items on those respective tests.
Okay, well, I'm going to ask to bring up Defendant's Exhibit 1858. Which is the full PAI. And was this the actual testing and scoring?
Yes, this is the profile, the scores that are generated from the 344 questions that Ms. Hurd answered on this test.
And what were the results? What did you determine based on the testing of this PAI?
Well, that the results were valid and reportable. There was no evidence of exaggeration or malingering on this test, and there were significant symptoms that correspond with traumatic stress and post-traumatic stress disorder symptomatology.
And I believe you said again that there was no elevated scores. Can you explain to the jury what you meant by that?
Objection leading.
Overruled. Go ahead.
So elevated scores are a way that we get to know where a cutoff is to say that something is clinically significant. And that follows very standard statistical principles. So when a scale is elevated, it means that we have sort of greater confidence that this individual endorsed a lot of different symptoms that make this scale relevant. And then we want to figure out why that person is having an elevated score on something like depression or anxiety. It gives us greater confidence that, you know, this person's maybe reporting depressive symptoms like people who are depressed.
And what would constitute an elevated score?
Well, on different tests, it's different things. Certainly on the PAI, it doesn't follow linear T-scores. It's a little different statistically, so you have to look at it differently. But certainly, you know, it's usually about a T-score of a 65. And on some it's a T-score of a 70, which is a T-score is a normative curve, is a way of allowing us to compare people's scores, comparing your scores to the normative group of scores.
And would it be at all helpful to have the entire test as opposed to a one piece of paper or one page?
Well, certainly you cannot tell the entirety of how the symptoms that Ms. Hurd endorsed and the scales were elevated just by the critical items.
All right, I'm going to move the admission of defendant's exhibit 1858.
Objection, hearsay.
And this is the completeness, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Let's bring up 1859. And this is, you were shown one page from the TSI-2, the Trauma Symptom Inventory 2. Do you recall that?
Correct.
Okay. What is the significance of the TSI-2 exam, the full exam?
The Trauma Symptom Inventory is a test of common symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder and related traumatic symptomatology. And on this score, she had, you know, elevations in intrusive experiences, which is the intrusive component of PTSD, where thoughts or memories or feelings come into your mind when you don't want them, with accompanying distress. And then the defensive avoidance, doing many, many different things to push it down, to try not to think about it, to try not to talk about it, so that you don't get upset. And she also scored high on a scale of relational avoidance, having difficulty feeling close in relations and relationships, not only intimate relationships, but friendships as well. And that's a related trauma symptom that individuals have after having sustained an interpersonal trauma like domestic violence.
And would it be helpful to have the full exam as opposed to one page out of it?
As with anything, seeing an entire profile gives one more information.
Your Honor, I'd move the admission of defendant's exhibit 15 for 1859.
Objection, hearsay.
And I would argue the completeness
If could
rule
approach
again.
for this.
Now, Dr. Hughes, you were shown a couple of finger pictures. of Mr. Depp. And I believe you indicated those were shown to you, and I think you were asked if these were severe injuries, correct?
Correct.
All right. Did you have any understanding of the cause of those injuries by Mr. Depp?
I do understand that there's competing accounts of what happened, for
All
sure.
right. Let's bring up Defendant's Exhibits 373. Your Honor, I think this is already admitted.
I don't see it, and Jamie doesn't have it, so 373, I can mark it, but it's not admitted yet.
I think there was
Unless
a
it's-
version of that. If I
Well,
may,
I don't know that.
Your Honor,
I can just tell you that 373 has not been admitted into evidence.
Your Honor, it's not redacted, and I don't believe it's been admitted.
the part I'm trying to admit is in another exhibit, so let's go in a different way. We'll take that one down. Let's go with 398.
398 redacted is in evidence.
That might be the one. All right. If you could blow that up. And I think we're looking for, if you could move that up, Michelle. There we go. You can blow that one up. And this is an email from Mr. Depp to David Kipper. Your understanding was that was his doctor, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then I'm going to draw your attention to the last part of this. And this is on 3/19/2015. Thank you for everything. I have to figure out how to do this. I'm missing the controls on this. Thank you for everything. I've chopped off my left middle finger as a reminder that I should, thank you, Your Honor, that I should never cut off my finger again. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so that's Mr. Depp admitting that to Dr. Kipper in 3/19/2015.
Objection leading.
Okay.
I sustain the objection next.
Okay, that's fine. I'm good with that. Let's go to Defendant's Exhibit 499. And Your Honor, I believe this one is in as well, or is it a redacted?
It's a redacted one.
Yes, that's the
Okay.
one. Thank you. And then if I could draw your attention, this is a text message from Mr. Depp to Erin Falati. We talked about her earlier on 10/31/2015. And it says, this is the second time he's held off giving me my meds by blackmailing me into seeing him. The first time I had just chopped my finger off. Do you recall seeing that as part of the documents that you reviewed?
I believe I did.
Okay, thank you. We can take that down. Now, you were also asked to listen to an audio tape, and it's plaintiff's 343. I'm going to, and do you recall listening to that audio tape at some point as part of your review?
Yes, I do.
Okay, I'm going to now pull up that same audio tape from the same date, and I believe that's June 2016. And if we could go to, and we're going to have a few different ones, so hold in there with us. We're going to start with 2 minutes 40 seconds 00, going to 2 minutes 40 seconds and 21.
Knocking on the door. I don't
Because
get
that
why
is a
one
fucking
informs the other.
irrational and violent fucking maneuver.
How
So
does
a
one
man would
inform
want
the
to
other?
get out of that area so that he doesn't get so fucking angry that he actually does pop the fucking wife.
That's one important.
Oh, man. Go home and listen to the tape.
Now, that was just before the punching, hitting that was played. Do you recall that?
Objection leading.
Well, the tape recording that you listened to was at 2:46:01 to 2:47, 2:47:20, and that was 2:40 through 2:40:21. Correct?
I understand. yes.
Objection leading.
Okay. Now let's go to after that.
Overruled, go ahead.
Thank you. Now let's go to after that, 2:52:00 to 2:52:34.
Yesterday because of how it's been lately, like since Australia, and I have been on the road with you. I haven't been working. I don't know what else I can do.
Since Australia, you've gone on a honeymoon. You had a great time other than the fact that you had a fight on the train.
Yeah.
Physical.
Yeah.
Then we had a fight in San Francisco. But I thought everything else was great. You said bothering this since Australia.
No.
And then let's go to 3:20:00 to 3:21:37. And while they're getting that, I'll just ask you the question, Dr. Hughes, do you recall that Mr. Depp said that they had fights in the places that he listed on that audio tape?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
All right. What do you recall Mr. Depp saying about fights that they'd had on that audio tape?
Objection, no foundation.
She just listened to it.
Overruled. Okay.
Yeah, I think it was hard to hear in this one. I had listened to it previously, just acknowledging that there are fights previously.
Thank you.
More physicality, more physical abuse on each other. Because as we continue,
I know.
bad, baby. I told you this once. I'm scared to death. You're a fucking crime scene.
I know.
If we don't get our shit together, and that by getting our shit together, that might mean fucking A, we do this, we make it. That might mean, goddamn, you know, say, I've tried, done, to blue. But we've got to get our shit together as individuals and as a couple. Because I love you. And I do not want to leave you. I don't want to divorce. I don't want you out of my life. I just want peace. And if I'm the culprit, majority of the time, I will fucking do everything I can. And I will recognize when I'm fucking starting to go sideways. I will recognize.
Do you recall listening to that part of the tape, the audio tape?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recall from that portion? Again, I know it's hard to hear, but
It's hard to hear, but what I recall from hearing that was the negotiation that the couple is trying to do and trying to say, I'm going to do my part. I'm going to do better.
is it possible to turn that up anymore, or is it, I have one more? I'm just. Thank you, Jamie. Okay, my last one is 3:26:20 to 3:29:50.
Your Honor, can we approach?
Okay, yes, sir.
When you're ready.
What are we going to do different in the moment when you're mad and you go fuck it and you decide all bets are off?
Well, look what I did in Australia. Look what I accomplished. I put the fucker away. I told myself every fucking day, no, he's gone. No, he's not fucking putting him away. Put him away. And by a list of the things that I feel that fuck you over or make you feel shitty or anything like that, I fucking, when we're in the moment, I remember it. I remember what I put on my list. I remember it. And I try to bring it down notches, many notches. I'll try, if we're heightened, to say, please, I don't want you to feel this. I don't want to feel this.
I need to know what we need to do different. I need to know.
It's got to be done with your mind and your heart.
What do we do different if I have a problem? You need to tell me how to tell you different if I'm hurting you. You need to let me be able to be mad. Sometimes you're going to make me mad. I'm a human. I cannot live where it's like...
Well, then it's the same thing goes for me then. You're going to have to allow me to get mad.
Yes, exactly. If I do something that makes you mad...
You start fucking yelling.
I don't have to start yelling. I think I start yelling once it gets fucking heightened. I've gotten a lot better about that. It's just I only start yelling when it's fucking hour 11 and we're really in it.
Otherwise, you wouldn't have had 3 physical fights in the last month and a half.
I'm starting about the yelling.
You witnessed it. You're the one that brought it up. Australia was fucking great. We just argued. Let's go back there. Let's go back there in our fucking heads and our hearts. Let's go back there. And no, on your list.
Is the monster gone? Did you put him away? It's been so, when you get on that train, you get angry, you stay on it for so long and you won't come down, you won't talk to the person that is you.
That's not always.
Doesn't have to always be the monster, but what is it? Can you put that away? Can you remember the bigger picture? You don't want to spend your life. I've asked you this so many times in fights. You want to spend your time like this. No, you don't. But I asked you because this is something you're choosing. I'm saying to you, olive branch. And you don't take my olive branches. You made me feel humiliated for offering them. You asked me to stay in Australia. I stayed, and then you walk out on me all the time. You've got to take some olive branches from me. You've got to offer them too. You've got to be bigger than what you feel at that moment. And so do I. So do I. But if I call you on it, will you hear it? Will you call me out on it if I'm doing it?
Do you remember listening to that, Dr. Hughes?
Yes, I do.
And what is your interpretation of that? What do you recall?
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
She's an expert.
Overruled.
I think this is more of how this couple is trying to negotiate in the face of all of the turmoil and the violence and the abuse. I think it's important pointing out, is my recollection is that there's 2 Australias. They're talking about the honeymoon Australia, not the Australia where the incident happens. They go back and that becomes a honeymoon time for them. And I think certainly hearing how this couple has talked about the monster and the person who comes out, we talked about that cycle of violence where the person who, hurts her and hits her and controls her isn't the same person that she loves and she cares about and that she wants to be with.
Thank you, Dr. Hughes. Now, you also were asked about Dr. Bonnie Jacobs and her treatment and her treatment notes. And did you review those treatment notes from Bonnie Jacobs?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to ask you to turn to, can we bring up defendants 1059? And do you recognize this document?
Yes.
And what is it?
This looks like the first of Dr. Bonnie Jacobs' treatment notes starting in October 17th, 2011.
Okay. And do you recall whether Ms. Heard was already in a relationship with Mr. Depp at that time?
Yes, she was.
Okay. And you testified quite extensively yesterday about Bonnie Jacobs' notes and entries there. Were those reflected in these notes?
These were the notes that
Objection leading, Your Honor.
I can ask it differently. And what, if any, of those citations that you gave to the jury were in these notes?
Objection compound.
Overruled.
These were the notes that I was referring to yesterday.
And what was the significance of these notes to you? You were asked again about them on cross.
I found the treatment notes very significant because they had contemporaneous reports of what Ms. Heard was going through, not only what she was reporting in her relationship with Mr. Depp, but her accompanying symptomatology. What the notes revealed was there's a significant amount. Well, we see it unfold in time. We see where the violence starts and we see how it unfolds. We see at least 3 indications of sexual assaults. We see constant pleadings and upset about his substance abuse and trying to find ways to get him help. And she joins Al-Anon to get herself help as a family member of someone who struggles with substance abuse. We see how she's reporting a lot of controlling behavior and obsessive behavior. We see that there's 2 instances where the police were going to be called and when in her apartment in Orange. Because of the fighting at that time, once they actually were called and once they weren't, from what I could amass from the notes. So what it does is it really shows how this relationship is unfolding over time and actually getting worse.
And then you indicated that Amber Heard moved from Bonnie Jacobs to Dr. Cohen, and that was in 2014. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And what is your understanding of the relationship between Dr. Cowan and Dr. Kipper?
They were professional colleagues and they were friends. And it's understanding why Ms. Heard left the relationship with Bonnie Jacobs. It became a tumultuous relationship for her there because she was doing a lot to protect Johnny, and Bonnie Jacobs had concerns.
Objection, Your Honor.
What's the objection?
No foundation.
I established the foundation. She reviewed the notes and she interviewed Bonnie Jacobs.
I'll overrule the foundation objection.
Go ahead.
Objection non-responsive.
I'll overrule non-responsive.
Please continue, Dr. Hughes.
The reason that Ms. Heard left her treatment with Bonnie Jacobs were, one, that Mr. Depp continued to denigrate that relationship, her therapeutic relationship. But number 2, really more importantly, is that she wanted to protect Mr. Depp because she didn't want Dr. Jacobs had some concerns about perhaps his substance using in front of his children and that she would be a mandated reporter. So Ms. Heard did not want to do anything and talk more about what was going on with Mr. Depp with her therapist for fear that something might happen. So she left that treatment really to protect Mr. Depp.
Yeah, I'd like to move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 1059, the treatment notes.
Objection to hearsay, Your Honor. This is what we dealt with yesterday.
Your Honor, I think that for completeness here, he's relied upon these and they reflect the present sense impressions.
I'll sustain the objection to hearsay.
All right. Let's go to Defendant's Exhibit 1057, please. And Dr. Hughes, you also indicated that you relied on the treatment notes of Dr. Conan, correct?
Connell Cohen, yes.
That's it. Okay, and you also interviewed him as well?
Correct.
Okay, and what was the significance of what he reported to you that related to your opinions?
Well, this was a continuation of her treatment, and the treatment here where it seemed like Dr. Connell Cohen was going was a harm reduction model, really trying to help Amber stay safe in the relationship by not talking back, by leaving, by not engaging. And those are very sort of short-term strategies when you're in a relationship mired with interpersonal violence. What we also see is what I mentioned yesterday is her psychological status and functioning continues to deteriorate. She continues to have more anxiety, more affect dysregulation, sort of feelings are coming up and down all the time. She's having more sleep problems. She's going on more medication. And this sort of the conceptualization and understanding of that is, sort of exposure to repeated trauma causes psychological disequilibrium and destabilization. And we're sort of, again, seeing the trauma unfold over time. And also in these notes, I mean, certainly there are those contemporaneous reports that correspond to specific incidents. Like I was speaking with you yesterday about the Boston plane incident. There are actual notes where she called him after
Objection, Your
she
Honor.
called
Yes,
him.
what's the objection?
Beyond the scope of the question.
All right, I think I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Okay. What, if any, additional information did you get from Dr. Cowan that assisted you in your opinions?
Well, certainly from the notes, as I was stating, that, there were times where right after an incident, Ms. Heard wrote, she contacted Dr. Cohen either by text or by email and saying, Johnny did a number on me tonight. I really need to see you. I'm safe. I'm hurt.
Objection, hearsay.
I think she can rely on hearsay.
Sustain the objection to hearsay.
Well, Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of the notes, defendants 1057.
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
Sustain the objections. Thank you.
Move to strike the hearsay testimony as well.
No, we'll continue on. Go ahead.
Thank you. You were asked about a knife. You were shown plaintiff's exhibit 92 and a knife that's, I think, is till death. What is your understanding of the significance of that knife and that phrase as it related to Amber Heard?
Objection, Your Honor. No foundation.
He showed it in cross-examination. I'm able to ask about it and what her understanding was. He cut her off when she was trying to talk. I'm just letting her go back in.
Her understanding of a knife?
Let's pull up plaintiff's 92. Tom, can I get you to do that, please? I believe you in response to the questions asked by counsel for Mr. Depp, you said it depends upon what the context is. What did you mean by that?
Well, first I believe that this is the knife that has a turquoise end. And this was a time when Mr. Depp was filming The Lone Ranger and he was in a turquoise phase. And she purchased him that because she thought it would be a kind gift. The phraseology is that Mr. Depp told her the only way out of this relationship is death.
Objection, hearsay.
I don't understand the objection. I think she was entitled to be able to speak to that.
But
yeah, it's Mr. Depp's statement, the party opponent admission.
Overrule the objection.
Thank you. Okay. And what is your opinion? What do you think of that as a clinical psychologist in specializing in IPV and trauma?
I mean,
objection, Your Honor. Can we approach?
Sure.
Dr. Hughes, do you think that the phraseology on the knife bears any relationship or significance to the opinions you've had in this case?
Objection, Your Honor. Leading.
Sustain the objection.
What, if any, significance does the phraseology on the knife have to the opinions you have provided in this case?
Objection, Your Honor, beyond the scope of the disclosure.
He brought it up in cross.
I'll overrule the objection.
Thank you.
So there are several things. I certainly am aware that at this time that Ms. Heard purchased this knife for Mr. Depp, she was engaged in her whole lot of denial and minimization about the extent of the violence in the relationship. There is a notation in Dr. Bonnie Jacobs' notes about when Mr. Depp uttered this to her, was around the discussions of the prenup. And he said, I don't want one because the only way out of this relationship is death. Dr. Jacobs didn't think that that was funny. Miss Heard was taking it like, oh, maybe it's endearing, maybe this is okay. But it was definitely a clinical cause of concern at the time that phraseology was used.
Thank you, Dr. Hughes. Now, you listened to an audio tape, and then we showed some additional ones from that. What, if any, photos did you review as part of your examination?
Objection beyond the scope of cross.
He was asking all the different authority. I'm just establishing that she also looked at photos.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay.
It's beyond the scope.
Dr. Hughes, based on everything in the cross-examination and the redirect, what, if any, changes do you have to any of the opinions that you provided to this jury yesterday?
Objection compound.
Overrule.
I don't have any changes to my opinions that I gave yesterday.
And do you still hold those within a reasonable degree of psychological probability or certainty?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right. Is this witness subject to recall?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Ma'am, you can't discuss your testimony with anybody, but you're free to stay in the courtroom since you base your on expert testimony, okay?
Thank you,
All
Your
right,
Honor.
thank you. All right, I think we'll go ahead. Yes, sir. Okay.
By the way, Steve, I want to apologize for yesterday. I know that by accident something happened in the chat. I missed it. I just made you a moderator, so that can't happen again. So you have a wrench. So you don't have to worry about that. That was a pure accident. And I know a lot of people felt bad yesterday. We were trying to get in touch with you to come back. I don't know what happened. And Sonia, I also put a wrench for you. So just letting you know. So welcome to the family. Welcome aboard. And I'm really sad that that happened. And she does look grumpy. She does.
Sorry, I'm quiet, Rob. I'm just doing work while I'm on here.
Yeah, she didn't mean it. It was a mistake, Steve. So she just wanted to let you know. Total mistake. So she felt so bad yesterday. So I just want to let you know. Sorry about that, man.
All right, Judy. Let's go ahead and take our lunch break now. Just not do any outside research and don't talk to anybody about the case, okay? We'll see you back here too, okay? All right, we'll be back at 2 then. All right, thank you.
Oh, we got new people in the family. Welcome.
Yeah, we have a few new people who've joined, and it's good to see you.
Well,
Sonia's
welcome to the new people.
There's Sonia. She says, "Thank you. Good to be here." But she strikes. Listen, she strikes everybody.
Yes, I agree with you, Sonia.
She
How do you say her
strikes.
name? I can't pronounce the name. I'm so sorry. I feel
Yeah,
horrible.
she strikes everybody's nerves. So it's not just you. It's everybody's nerves. Everybody.
Sorry, I'm so quiet. I'm just doing paperwork to prepare for a
No,
trial.
listen. I'm. It's fine.
No, I got to prepare for a trial myself, so I got to get all the evidence and stuff. I'm doing notes, to present in front of the judge. Like, hey, listen, this person is not guilty, et cetera, et cetera. I do criminal law, so yeah.
Are you a paralegal?
Something like I'm more of a right next to a paralegal. I'm still going to school.
Gotcha. It's now 12:51, so 1 hour and 9 minutes from now, 2:00. Now I don't know if AH is taking a stand.
I hope so because I
hope so
face
too.
burn.
As far as I heard,
I still want to see Tal get on this girl. Tal, I want to see you and her go in a death match. Oh, I would vote.
Oh, bitch, I would love to. Trust me, I would love to punch. I'm sorry, smack. I mean, hit. I'm sorry. I don't know the motion of my hands.
Oh my God.
And by the way, don't worry about if you curse here. I'm not that guy. YouTube, if you try to type it, YouTube might prevent you from typing a curse word, but I don't care. Listen, we're all adults here. This is not a children's channel.
I saw they deleted my.
I'm not doing ABCs and 1, 2, 3s, so we're all adults here. That's fine.
That woman
exactly.
so
We are adults. We can have our feelings, and that's it. If they don't respect it, fuck you.
That woman
Wow.
Get the fuck out.
There you go.
Hey, my voice teacher taught me. She told me, Tal, you're a grown-up ass woman. If you want to say fuck, just say fuck. Okay. And since then, I don't just say fuck anymore.
No, don't apologize, Sonia. Don't worry. Yeah, now she's laughing.
I don't want to get on RJ's bad side.
But let me say you something.
I'm harmless.
I want to say something
too.
before everybody will talk. Since I haven't been online.
Hello.
Oh.
Hey, Liz. Hey, Laurel. Hey,
Hello.
Sonia. Hey, Shadow. Hey, KK. Just saying hi to everybody who comes here around this time. It's good to see so many people. 80, good to see you. Just doing a quick roll call because Maya's not here. Sue, hello, Yazida, Steve, Tracy.
Yeah, we need Maya to do it. She does it so quick.
Yeah. Oh my God. Issa's here. Christina's here.
I don't know how she did it. I would have got tongue tied.
My God. Yeah. My daughter was. Blah, 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 blah,
She's
blah.
very
What
smart.
did you just say?
She's very smart.
Yeah, she did so fast last night. Hey, Devil's Angel, how are you?
Yeah, my daughter's the same way.
Good to see you, Shad. Yeah, I mean, this morning, real simply put, this is a woman who, hey, stranger, how are you? Good to see you. This is a woman, hey, Mary Lynn. This is a woman who basically was paid by Amber's team.
Yeah.
And well, hold on, what Tracy, hold on. I was sorry. Tracy said, thank you, Tracy, again. That's the second day. Wow, Tracy, thank you so much. She says, Rob, people are coming to you because others don't talk to people unless they pay.
Yes.
What?
That is 100%
Is that really true? Other YouTubers don't talk to you unless you pay them.
Wait, hold. I don't know about this, but go ahead. You guys can say whatever you want.
It's
Go
true.
right ahead.
It's 100% true, Rob. Because I was in another stream, and they only talk to people who pay them.
Oh, that's not right. They need to be reported.
It's 100% true.
Can you report them for that, Rob?
Well, I like I said, I do know. Listen, big YouTubers I get because I can tell you I've been on big YouTubers chat and their screen goes like this. It's almost impossible. But
still, as a YouTuber, you don't talk shit about other YouTubers.
Yeah,
exactly.
What happened?
Because what I've seen with Darth, for example, that other YouTubers are talking shit about him. I know, Rob, you have been
why is anybody talking? Why is anybody
Why is anybody
did
talking
you
about
say
Darth?
somebody's talking shit about Darth? Why?
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 I don't know. Wait, Aspecta. Wait. I just saw it coincidentally. That's the only thing I will say. I will not say anything else because I don't know. It's just what I saw. Okay. Please, Rob, if talk to Darth if you have to, but I'm just saying what I saw. Okay?
Listen, Darth is I'm not gonna say he's an oddball, but sometimes he's hard for me to get. Like I'll email him and he doesn't get in touch with me. And then when I was on Hacker's stream, he came on and we were talking. He's like, "Oh yeah, I want to come on. I don't know what happened. I didn't hear from him. Then he tells people he wants to come to my stream, but then he doesn't show. I don't know. I can't.
Well, I only will say, Darth is very introverted.
I like Darth a lot.
Some people are very introverted. Some people are not very good with, being online with the messages. I'm the same sometimes. The only thing I know, people were talking shit about him. The only thing I will say,
that's horrible.
What I saw.
That's not nice. Why would they? Why?
I don't know, Rob. I don't know. I think because he's been his character and people don't like it. I don't know. I won't say anything. I don't want to have any.
No, I understand. That's wrong.
But I will say this: he is a friend of mine. He's a friend of yours, Rob, and he's a good person. You know that.
That I believe.
Oh yes,
that I believe.
Yes, like him, that motherfucker.
He steals money.
Victoria added those bandana things and didn't get them out. I don't even want to hear.
Yeah, those people I cannot respect. If you want to do something for the good, I understand if you need help, but do the things that because of the good, not like that person that asked money and never did any shit.
Yes, he takes money from people.
And with Rob, for example, with Rob,
I don't know.
Darth, I'm
Rob,
sorry, I don't care. I don't give a fuck anymore. Like. People like Rob, people like Darth, people like E-Hacker. If you treat them like shit, I do not respect you because you don't know them. They are real. They have a good heart. And if you don't understand that, you can go fuck yourself. That's the only thing I have to say. Because
I 100%
I'm sorry, but I don't understand what people try to do. So I even did something good. I tried, I'm not saying about me, but I tried something good. And all of a sudden, I get blasted off. Rob, I can tell you later everything about it. If you want to, I will tell you. Lately, I haven't been very active because I unfortunately had family problems, which was not having my, best emotions, so to speak. But I'm trying to be I try to be distracted as much as possible. Some people already know in the chat because I already deleted it, but I private messaged you, Rob, about the situation.
Just send me a DM.
I did, Rob. I did.
I'll be right there. Oh, this is so funny.
But good people don't deserve the hate. They don't deserve the backlash and everything like that. And all of you in the chat, you're fucking amazing. You are loving. You are amazing. You are worth it. If somebody says to you, you're not, they can go fuck themselves. Okay? Be you. Don't care about anybody else. Just be you. Be straight. Because if you're different, you are unique, you're beautiful, because that is what makes our earth beautiful. Being different. Because our earth is meant to be colorful. So shine your own fucking color, and that's it.
Very true. That's a very true phrase. I like that.
That's true. I have to tell myself that more.
Well, amore, it's the truth. Be your own color. Shine it. If you don't like it, fuck them. We love you just the way you are.
I wanted to get my phone charged. I apologize. I'm sorry. I had to run. That's Darth Cruz's channel. For anybody who doesn't know, he's a good guy. He wears a Deadpool mask.
I've seen him.
Listen, I talked to him, and I've had conversations with him and others. I listen. I don't know. I don't have a problem with him. I think he's a good guy. He just got a lot going on, and I understand that life takes over sometimes.
But also remember, Darth is a character that he is playing. Remember that he might be a little bit over the top, but like with Deadpool, Deadpool is also over the top, and people love it. And he's trying to make his own version. If you don't like it, it's okay. But do not treat somebody you do not know as a person himself, okay? Because Darth, like the person himself, he's a motherfucking amazing, beautiful, kind
he's a nice guy.
soul.
I like Darth a lot. I don't know. He's nice.
Exactly. Just like you, Rob, you are an amazing, beautiful soul.
Thank you. Listen, I think this.
I will never lie about this. This is the truth.
You know what? To me, what makes me go is you guys. If you guys are not here, it doesn't make any important to me. Like I wouldn't be doing this. I was asked to do this, so that's why I said I wasn't going to do it because I knew so many people are going to stream, and I know there's a lot more people who are bigger than me. And so I was like, I'm not going to do it. I'll just watch whatever. And everybody's like, no, do it. So you know what? I'm going to just open a panel, let everybody come on, and let everybody talk because I think everybody deserves a chance. So
Yeah.
that's what I did. You know, heck with it. Heck with it. You know,
I'm enjoying myself so far.
yeah, listen, as long as I'm not perfect, I've had
Rob,
differences with
wait,
people.
wait, Rob. Nobody's asking you to be perfect. Nobody's perfect. We are not meant to be perfect. We are living because we are learning.
I don't understand why he got
we
me
are
bad.
growing.
I understand.
Rob.
Go ahead. I'll shut
You
up.
are not meant to be perfect. Nobody, not RJ, not Corinne, not Carmen, not Elizabeth, anybody. No. Not me. I don't give a fuck about being perfect. Nobody's perfect. We're all here to learn, to grow, and the number one thing, life is all about learning. The love is everything. Remember
and
that.
to listen.
Yes, I agree.
And to listen.
Yeah. And somebody like AA should be fucking ashamed of herself.
She's not.
Agreed.
She has no shame. That's the problem. She's sitting there
not.
laughing. Like,
Yeah, laughing and fucking smirking. She doesn't care.
See, I don't have to. I don't
last time I checked, the victim does not laugh on a stand.
Last time I checked, a victim would be crying, upset, hurt.
I wouldn't even want to be in the same courtroom as the person I'm accusing of that. I'd be scared.
Why would a victim give their abuser a knife? Why would you give them a knife?
Yeah, I don't know either. That doesn't make it. I can't imagine. Hey, look what I got you, babe, for Christmas or your birthday or whatever. I was like, what is this?
She basically told him to go kill himself in every which way.
What happened?
She basically told him to go kill himself in every which way.
Yeah, I mean,
it's terrible.
And that actually is a crime, but unfortunately, it's past the 3 years and no criminal charges were filed, so they can't really charge her with that either. So
it's
okay, Rob. What's funny? What did I say something funny?
No.
He's laughing about something. I don't know what it is.
Look at the comment that shut.
Somebody please make me laugh.
Penis are not perfect neither, but muffins.
I wish I had a muffin.
Muffins are great. So
muffins are delicious.
Oh, a muffin, a penis muffin.
What?
Read the comment. Read the comment. I couldn't read it.
I would do that. I'm not ashamed.
That's nasty.
Oh my God, you people off the wall.
Listen, I got to know Rob.
Wait. There was an episode of The Golden Girls, and Rose's her cousin or something was coming to stay with them, and she went to this bakery, and she thought she got a cake in the shape of Florida, but it was a penis cake.
Oh my God.
I thought that was so funny. That's what it was.
Oh my God.
Could you imagine going to somebody's house and you're from that kind of cake?
She can't even say it because she's laughing so hard. I'm dying over here.
You know this, Carrie? Everybody's so excited because we've been so quiet, and it's hard that you want to say so much.
I know.
But we only got a very short time to say it, so everybody wants to get it out because it's on their mind. We don't mean to talk over each other. This was a 2-hour long, just us stream. It wouldn't be that way. But everybody's so excited and feels a lot. This is not just, hey, this happened. This is really means a lot to so many. So we don't mean to be that way. It's just that everybody's so.
We're venting.
Yeah. Tal, do you want to rant? Because now's your time. If you want to rant,
I would love to.
Go ahead, Tal. I'm going to shut my mic. Go ahead, Tal. I'm going to put you on big screen.
No, thank you.
Rant.
You motherfucking bitch. No, just kidding. No, but first of all, okay. As a victim myself with bullying, you guys maybe also with bullying, domestic violence, emotional violence or physical violence or oh my god, I'm losing my mind for a second, or oh my god, verbal, I'm sorry. But let me say something. Okay, first of all, like Amber Turd, I don't give a fuck if Fartlow is watching. Hello, Eve, how are you doing? First of all, I do not respect your fucking tweets. First of all, a fucking victim will never smirk, never laugh, never have a fucking attitude to go like, oh my god, I remember those fucking beautiful days that I abused this beautiful man. No. First of all, as me as a victim, I do not have PTSD. I try to articulate it, but I do not have PTSD, okay? But some of you do, like here in the chat, okay? So, first of all, if you have PTSD, trauma, or whatever, you know the feeling, you know the pain, you know the trauma, everything like that. You do not want to relive like that. I had to relieve. Well, oh my god, I can't talk. I had to relive like that again because my teachers wanted me to, and it was the most painful thing ever. And I was super fucking afraid because I did not want to open up. Okay, my emotions was real. Like, look at animation yesterday. Her emotions were real pain, real suffer, real, going back in time and not wanting to relive it. Amber Heard, you right there that is not following the fucking rules, you Amber right there that might be watching this fucking video later, I don't give a fuck about you because you're a scam, you're a skunk. I do not respect you because the people that actually went through the pain, like having bottles in their hoo-ha, I'm sorry, I cannot say the word because I don't want, you to delete it, but, having broken bottles in the hoo-ha, you will go to the fucking hospital and you will be there for fucking weeks because you had a trauma, you have everything broken. I mean, come on now, be realistic. And all the things you went through, be realistic. Come on now. Nobody believes you. And by the way, if you were so innocent, hi Eve, how are you doing with your girlfriend? If she, Amber, you were so innocent, why do you try to dismiss 5 bloody times, 5 fucking times the court? Why? If you were so innocent, tell me, please. I would love to hear your bullshit. And also your psychologist or whatever, what the fuck she is, Dr. Hughes, she should be a fucking ashamed of yourself. If you're watching this, Miss Hughes, you should be fired. You should, quit your job because you're not a real doctor. As my grandma, for example, I never knew her, but she was a doctor that was very passionate about helping people, making sure they felt safe and they knew they were helped and they were secure and everything like that because she cared. And she had a lot of trauma. She saw a lot of things that you don't want to know. If I was a doctor, I don't know how I would, cooperate with it. I don't know because I have empathy. Like Meryl Streep. You try to be Meryl Streep, Amber? See what what Meryl Streep is saying. Empathy. If you want to be in your character, you have to have empathy. You have nothing. You're a soulless motherfucking bitch. And that's it. I don't care if you're watching this. I don't care who's watching this. I don't care if Amber stands are watching this. I don't care, okay? This is my truth. I tell the truth for everybody, every victim out there in the world that feels the pain, are triggered. I cannot, relive this because it's hurtful. And then Amber and Eve Fartlow, hello, that you dare to act like you're a fucking victim. You should be fucking ashamed of yourself. That's the only thing I will say. ... Have a nice life.
Boom. That was wonderful.
Like I said,
Sorry, I had to let it out because oh my god, I cannot stand when somebody acts like a victim and they don't know the pain and the suffer. I have to say what I have to say. I don't care anymore. I just don't care. Normally, I will be scared. Normally, I will be very introverted. I'm both, you know. Well, before I was very extroverted, but once it's the bullying, I became introverted, and now both because I do suffer anxiety sometimes still. But when I see this, I'm passionate. I'm actually passionate for love, for truth, and everything. Because I don't care who you are. I don't care how you look like. And I don't care where you're from. We are who we are. We have to spread the beautiful color that we have and make Earth colorful. If you don't like that, well, go, to Mars. Amber, go to Mars with Elon Musk because he cannot speak his fucking mouth. Go there and live your life. Basta.
Do you feel better now that you ranted?
Yes, I do because I had this in me, because as a victim myself, even though I'm not, my best friend was unfortunately, a victim of it with domestic violence. And I'm very passionate. I've always been passionate about helping people make their lives better, to make them smile. Like with Johnny Depp, as an actress, I give about making people smile, give them a good time, forget about everything, just make them feel good. That's what I love. That's what I love. And Emma calling herself an actress trying to be military, she cannot even fucking cry. And she smirks every fucking time of the worst things that happen. Like, girl, come on now. People are not stupid. Okay? Sorry, I'm done now. You can talk to.
We're being quiet to let you,
All I'm going to say is amen, preacher sister.
Yep.
I agree with her.
I agree.
Larry.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't know. Are you in Virginia? I have to ask if she's in Virginia because she said I just got out of court now. Then Hinza, are you in Virginia?
Who?
She said I just got out of court. I missed the live. I'm wondering
unless
if
she has her own court date.
Yeah, maybe, but I was wondering if she was in Virginia. I'm just curious.
Did you get to meet Johnny's penis?
Oh God!
Oh,
I did.
Oh my
I have
God.
to do it. I have to make you guys laugh.
Oh no, she was in Alabama. Okay.
My goal is to make Rob laugh because he needs it.
Wait, I just have a quick question. Can you really move a woman by putting your fingers in her hoo-ha and shaking?
Oh,
her?
I can't hear. Oh.
Can you wait? Can you really what?
Because yesterday, Doctor, you said that Johnny put his fingers in Amber's hoo-ha and was like shaking her. Can you do that? Is that possible?
What do you mean? Wait, you got to break that down. Explain. He was putting his fingers and shaking her like up in the air, or just like shaking her.
I think like on the floor.
No, it's not.
I don't.
I don't know per se because not like I've ever.
If you got your fingers up in a girl, you can't shake them at the same time. No, that's not possible.
You can't move them, can you?
I would think that if she was, look, she doesn't seem like
she was having an orgasm over it. He was fingering her and she got off to it and she
does. Yeah, that's what I think happened.
Yeah,
but she
what
does,
I meant. But you can't like move a person from like point A to point B.
No, I don't think that's possible. At all. I don't think that's that.
I don't think that's possible either.
No, I don't think that's possible.
I don't get that. That's like.
Oh God.
Weird.
I think they're just getting another scene from Gone Girl.
Oh, I never saw that movie.
I don't know.
Listen, I just if she wanted to, because listen, if you're throwing a vodka in, one thing is to say you're scared, but another thing is this is where her story doesn't make sense. You're scared, but yet you follow to the bathroom. You're scared, but yet you're telling him to come in the bed. You're scared, but you're throwing pots and pans at the guy. You're scared, but you punch him in the face. You're scared, but you throw a vodka bottle at him. It doesn't make sense. You can't.
No, it
That's
doesn't.
not how it works. That's not how it works.
No. And then
when I was scared, I left. Plain and simple. I left. I didn't touch her. I didn't throw anything at her. I didn't try to provoke her. I didn't say, "Hey, come hang out with me." I wanted to get the hell away. To me, it doesn't make any sense whatsoever to tell me that you're scared of somebody, yet you're telling them not to leave. Why would you not want them to leave? Go, get the hell out of here. Don't come back.
It doesn't make sense.
Seriously, if she told me I'm leaving, I'd be like,
sex? When was she ever afraid of sex? She was having sex with multiple people.
Exactly.
Oh my goodness, sounds like a fucked up soap opera.
it does. Yeah, it does.
I watched too many of them. Sorry.
No, it does. I mean, look, if yeah, see, but this is that means that that's a different feeling, Cindy, that you carry and all that you are having. That's different because you're not afraid. It's something you're welcoming. But if this was somebody who you didn't welcome, so if this was somebody who wanted to beat the crap out of you and said, "Hey, I'm going to put you in the bed, do what I want," you wouldn't be enjoying it.
No.
So there's a difference between him and there's difference between someone who's really is an abuser. There's a big difference here.
Mm-hmm. I agree. I don't think she was never afraid of him.
Oh, absolutely not. If you hear the voice messages, recordings, I was not slapping you. Oh my God. I was not hitting you. I was slapping you. I don't know
It's
the
still an act of
emotions
violence.
on my hand.
But would you act like that if you're being abused?
No. I would not.
I'm gonna
And that
slap
lady
you if I'm
contradicted
scared?
Amber so bad it wasn't even funny. The one on the stand, she really screwed her over.
Well,
he was making up so much bullshit.
Yeah, it is. It's a lot of time wasted. I don't know. But Johnny's Depp lawyers did well. I mean, I was very impressed with the guy. I don't know his name, but I was impressed with him.
I honestly don't know if that guy has a stutter, kind of, but if he does, I have huge respect for him because as a lawyer and have a stutter, bravo. I don't know. I'm just saying because I noticed a little bit that he was like a little bit, but overall he was doing an amazing job.
Yeah. I think his name is
TJ, I don't know what you're talking about.
Dennis, and that's his last name. I don't know his first name.
I don't know what TJ's talking about. I have no idea.
His first name. He's
TJ,
good.
you should just come on the stream. I don't know why you don't come on the stream, TJ. What's up? You're invited. The stream's wide
please,
open.
TJ, come on.
Oh, hey, listen. Cindy says, my friend was always afraid when she knew he was coming home. She had to make sure exactly.
Right.
That's normal behavior of someone being scared of someone. Yes. Mm-hmm. That's normal.
Yeah.
And why did she make sure the house was clean? So he wouldn't do anything and harm her. That's what she was hoping. If I clean the house,
she was just playing a victim. That's
he won't hurt me. Come on, that's normal. That's absolute normal behavior.
That's a narcissist.
I don't
absolutely.
Think the doctor doesn't really believe that men can be abused.
But here's the thing: when you went,
as much as a woman can.
Yes. And she was talking about the Boy Scouts. Well, those are
what is Boy Scouts?
males.
Why she fucked the whole Boy Scout team?
Oh, that's
well,
I agree with you. When you were getting abused, you didn't want to be around the person. You want to run and wave. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I would definitely want to run far to hell.
God, I don't know. How do they not see this?
I would not want to be nowhere near that person. I'd be scared.
Right. You don't want your husband or boyfriend or whoever to come in the house and start screaming at you for no reason.
Agreed.
Exactly.
I mean, that's what Johnny did. You can hear it in the tapes. He says, if things escalate, we have to get away from one another.
I gotta say, my heart really goes to him because, and I give him a lot of credit for being a male and taking all that and not beating the shit out of him.
Yeah, I agree.
Exactly. Here's also the thing. He's
more of a man than I would have been.
But here's also the thing with him. Okay, he's very famous. He's done,
He's
how much?
sexy.
30
He's got a
plus
big
years.
wife.
Yeah. But no, but wait. It doesn't matter if he's sexy or rich or whatever. In
No,
the
it doesn't.
end, like I wrote in
It's
my
just a
book
bonus.
for him, in the end, I told him like straight away, it doesn't matter if you are that this and that. In the end, you are a human being, just like Rob, just like you,
Wait,
just
you
like
told
me,
him
and everybody
personally?
in the chat. Because the thing, this is your job. Okay, you got famous, you got rich, whatever. But does that mean you're not a human being?
Exactly, Carrie, exactly. That's what Carrie said, exactly. I wouldn't dare talk back to the person that beat the shit out of me. I was too damn terrified. I was afraid I got out alive.
He's also with Eve. Oh my god, he didn't look at her. It must have been so painful for her. I'm like, are you serious?
Yeah.
Carrie, yeah, I agree. When Carrie says when I was abused, I wouldn't have yelled at my abuser
No,
or
I
assaulted
agree
him.
with that. You
Even
won't.
though in my
Yeah.
head he strangled me, I would be willing like to push him, but I would never act it because I was terrified. Exactly.
No, you're too terrified. You want to just get
Exactly.
pray that you get out alive.
Exactly.
And thanks for sharing that. I'm sorry you went through it, Carrie. I mean, but I mean,
Yeah, me too.
yeah, it is terrible, and I can't imagine like strangling. That's scary shit.
Okay, nobody here knows what I.
That's
Okay.
scary. I mean, that's your life. That's man, that's scary. That's
Since I've been so quiet and I
Wow.
haven't really told anybody. Everybody's probably like, okay, what's RJ been through? Because you guys know me. As
RJ, first of all, wait. Before you start, you are amazing. You're very brave. Okay, don't worry if you told or not. Okay, we are.
I
here
love
for
her
you.
so
We are
much. She's so
fucking
kind.
family.
Me too.
No, it's true because nobody, like I said before, we're not perfect. We went through shit, and it's okay. So if RJ, if you want to share, please. We are listening here. We are here for you, 100%.
Well, okay. Thank you. I really, really appreciate that. Thank you. You are so sweet. When I was back in 2011, I wasn't only pistol whipped and had blood and swelling on the brain and had seizures because of it, but he put me in a chokehold. He broke my nose twice. He broke my jaw. He tried to kill me. And he wasn't gonna let me go to the hospital. But I have a bad heart. I've had 3 heart attacks. Thank God I'm still alive. But I told him, listen, my heart's acting up. I want to go to the hospital and get checked. He's like, fine, you can leave and go there. You better come right back. Okay. When I got there, I didn't speak up. I was too terrified to tell anybody. They're like, what happened? Did you get beat up? I said, I fell down the stairs. They're like, no, you didn't. I said, yes, I did. And the detectives came in the room and asked me, and I was too scared to tell the truth. I get where Johnny's come from. You're scared. You can't. You're afraid that person's going to come after you and kill you. Especially when they already tried to, and he threatened it, and he had a gun, and he was dead serious. So I'm like, damn, this dude's gonna come after me and kill me. I better keep my mouth shut. Like, ain't no cop could save me. He's already told me that. So I mean, yeah, I didn't speak of it for the longest, and thank God he left the state. But still, I mean, you're always traumatized by it. I mean, and I can only imagine what poor Johnny's going through. Yeah, he's the one that's the victim. He's the one that's traumatized. That's got probably PTSD, panic and anxiety disorder, and etc. Because mine has increased. I mean, I had panic and anxiety since 15, but the PTSD and all that came because of the abuse and stuff. I mean, you get nightmares, you get flashbacks, you're terrified of men. You flinch when somebody goes and raises their hand, and people are like, what's wrong? I'm like, oh, nothing, I'm fine. And I don't want to dare tell them, I mean, I don't know if they know, who he is, or you always have that fear in the back of your head. So for her to speak up and tell the whole world, I was abused, I was sexually abused. No, you're not a victim because you wouldn't be speaking about it. You'd be too terrified because I've been there, done it, know it. Yeah. And, yeah. So, and I was raped as well, but,
oh, Jesus.
So she can't sit there and say that she was raped. No, you were not. Because
No.
you wouldn't sit there and have sex with fucking men. I'm sorry, I'm going to use the F-bomb. But you wouldn't be sitting there fucking every guy in town. I didn't have sex for over 10 years after that happened. I didn't even think of that. I wanted no part of men. I was terrified of a man. I have insecurities to this day. I'm scared.
Yeah.
You know, I mean,
Wow,
I don't
I'm
even
sorry.
enjoy sex when I
Sorry,
do it
RJ.
because of that. It's horrible. So yeah, she's not
I'm
a
so
victim.
sorry.
No,
Yeah,
don't be.
too.
I'm
It's
so
not
sorry to
your
hear
fault.
that.
It happens, you know,
terrible.
and
Yeah,
it's
no,
not
I
our
know.
fault. It's their fault. And
I
she's
know.
not a victim. She should be ashamed of herself to say that she's a victim because she's insulting all of us. And I wonder if we could file charges on her for that or something, or sue her. Maybe we could sue her for that. I might look into that. I feel kind
Oh
of
yeah,
insulted by that.
That's
that
the
was a
thing that
good
pisses me
movie.
off the most. Like, it doesn't matter what kind of victim you are. Like, we know the trauma and
Oh my
all the
God,
mental health
Cindy.
we went through. Like, also with me,
Oh my
RJ.
God.
Like, I haven't been through like you, but I'm so sorry that you've been through that. I'm sending all my love and everything to you.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, it's making me a little bit emotional, but for
Oh,
everybody.
Did you see what
I love
Cindy
you,
wrote?
sweetie.
Did you gals read? Look what Cindy wrote. See, that's what
I
happened
love
to my
you.
friend.
I love all of
Strangled,
you.
then cut up and thrown in the trash.
Oh my
what?
god,
Are they dead or alive? I'm sorry.
I don't think they're alive.
that's awful.
Oh my God, that is sad.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
I hope he's in prison.
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
Oh
to
my
all of
heavens of
you,
God.
like, out of the bottom of my heart, I
Wow.
want to say thank you for everything you've been
Oh,
through.
Oh,
I'm
Tad.
sorry. I'm sorry.
don't be
Aw.
emotional.
Okay.
It's the bottom of my heart that I really appreciate you, like, sharing your story and everything, because I want you to know that you're not alone. Nobody's alone, okay? You're strong, you're amazing,
She's making me
you're
cry.
alive
I
in
feel
this
so
world.
bad.
And I'm sorry, I didn't want it to be emotional, but like we're seeing, like the trial of today and yesterday's, oh my God. It's just heartbreaking, and I'm just so sorry for everybody that's been through actually trauma and seeing this, that it can be really, oh my God, I can't. I'm sorry.
No, don't be
It's
sorry.
okay. It's okay, sweetheart. It's okay. It's
I
good
just,
to
I
get
love
it
you all
out.
so much, and I'm so
I love
proud
you
of you.
too.
That's only what I will say.
Oh, Tal, don't cry.
I wish I could give you a
Stop.
hug.
She's gonna make me. I'm crying. I'm in tears. I can't. Oh my God.
Doreen, you're tough because I don't know how you did that. Wow.
I
I stood in front of
stood
a
in
guy with a
front of a
gun.
guy
Some
with a
people
gun.
react differently, but I stood
Oh
my
my
ground
God.
and spoke to him
I've done that
listening.
before.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
That's scary.
I
It
remember
is
somebody
scary,
pulled
but
out
that's amazing. I can't believe you did that. I mean,
Mhm.
wow. I don't know if I could have done that, but good for you.
I did because
Good
my parenting instinct kicked in, and it was a child they were going after with a gun. And I said, before you do that, you're gonna have to shoot me first. And they said, you're crazy. I said, well, you're not a killer.
Yeah, 80's right. Exactly. Your spirits get broken till day one. You wake up and you don't want to live life that way. Yeah,
Mhm.
Yeah.
that's exactly. You guys are saying everything perfectly because that's how
That hurt
somebody
bitch is
would
not a
be.
victim.
Yeah, she's not a victim. There's no way.
No,
No
he's
way.
not.
There's no way.
No.
If she's a
No.
victim, then her turd's a victim.
And
And whatever happened to her dogs that she had? Did she kill them or let Daddy do it?
I don't
I
know.
heard.
You
I
know,
heard that they got adopted.
she named her dog Barnaby Joyce, right?
Yeah, I know.
Yes.
To be funny.
Yeah, really
She
funny.
thought she was funny.
Yeah, she's very funny.
She should have got in trouble for that. I'm surprised. Like,
She's trailer trash.
Yeah, she is.
She is.
Hey, Leanne. Hey, Sean B. I saw you just
Taylor,
stopped
you
in.
okay?
What's up, Sean B?
Oh, I feel so bad. She's. Oh, I didn't mean
Oh,
to make her
boy.
cry.
Oh boy.
It's good. So, yeah, so I wouldn't say all of us, but I would say the majority. I won't say all of us, but I'll say the majority of us. There are some people who followed me since I was doing Star Wars, and they come here and they got interested because I was doing this, and I know they're not victims, but they feel bad because they're like, wow, I didn't know, I never knew about you, I never knew about all these people. I could see, I look at your chat and I see people go through, and so I know they're not, but as I wouldn't say everybody, but I would say the majority of people. Yeah, I'm sure the majority of people here are, no doubt, no doubt.
I mean,
Myself, I've never been in an abusive relationship, but
Well, good.
I
I'm glad.
understand how people are scared and stuff. I mean, I understand that part, and I understand what Johnny went through. When my heart breaks for him.
I agree. Cam,
It's
you're right.
disgusting.
It is, Elizabeth.
She's disgusting.
Elizabeth's right and Cam's
I hate
right.
her, and I'll always hate her. I'll hate her for the rest of my life.
I don't blame her.
She's evil. She's pure evil.
And she has the audacity to laugh in the courtroom. Like,
Right.
I don't understand
And
that.
she's sitting there rolling her eyes, scribbling notes. Bitch. Oh, she makes me angry.
Yeah, Liz, I understand.
Oh my
that.
God, I can only imagine. Oh my God,
I can understand Liz panicking. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, I got panic attacks and anxiety and PTSD and stuff. I can't imagine having to face.
Yeah, that's
Alexandra
scary.
said she couldn't even talk about it. I get it. It's not easy. I mean, I hope that some people, because I noticed like some people start their own YouTube channels. I noticed that some people are able now to talk about it. They said, "Oh, I wasn't able to till this community." Well, good. If this community is like a group therapy thing for you, that's fantastic. Good for you. I'm glad if that is able to open you up and you're able to feel better about yourself. Great. I hope it does.
Well, I guess I have you guys and I have my therapist. I got two therapists. Cool.
Yeah, I do too. Because
I see a psychiatrist and a therapist because I'm traumatized
I have
to
a
this day.
psychiatrist. Because
Like, I'll be honest, a lot of people came to the members stream and I said, look, if you feel brave enough and if you want to share your story, I had, my God, every week someone was on. Every week. I had someone on for months telling their story. And I'm not talking just women, I'm talking men too. There were men who came in and shared their story about it. And I was like,
oh, wow.
Wow. And it was amazing to see the people in this community said, yeah, I'm joining because I want to share my story. Sure, come. And I have another guy who wants to come on. He said, when you do a stream with the members, I'm coming on because I want to tell my story. Sure.
I think the reason why
absolutely.
The reason why I feel so like, yeah, I would feel bad no matter what, but the most part why I feel extra hurt for Johnny is because he had a horrible childhood and he has to relive it through his adulthood because of Amber.
Oh, Lily, I'm sorry. I never knew that, Lily. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Lily. I never knew that. I never knew.
Oh my God. I'm so sorry, Lily.
Lily, I never knew. Because you got a great attitude. I can't. Wow. I'm sorry. Damn. Man.
I hope that Johnny inspires other men to come forward too and to tell their stories.
Oh, God, Kareen. Oh, my God, man.
Oh,
somebody started a petition online for that to remove Amber Heard as
sorry, guy. I just there's people want to share, and if they want to share at lunchtime, then I want them to. I want people to feel if this is how they feel and this is good for them. I just want them to feel better about themselves. If that's all. That's why if people want to do that, then I want them to. It's that's why I make it. It's your stream. It's not my stream.
I mean, I don't always open up and talk about it because it's hard.
You don't have to. You don't have to. I'm not asking you to. But you did, so I wasn't going to stop you.
Yeah, I mean, I just wanted everybody to know where I'm coming from. Like everybody else is opening up, and I'm sitting here silent. So I'm like, oh, shit, I might as well let them know my story. But I don't want people feeling sorry for me neither. I mean, yeah, I went through it. It's horrible, but I can't keep dwelling on it. But I don't talk about it a lot because it gives me panic attacks. Bad.
Yeah, of course, I understand that too. Understand that too.
It's yeah.
I'm just saying. I just want you all to see that this is normal, everyday people, and everybody here has gone through it. And when you look at her behavior,
exactly, Liz,
smirking and
Liz hit
like
the nail on the
it's
head
a
on
big
that.
joke. Like, how do you find this funny?
I'm sick to my stomach, Rob. I want you to throw up because of her.
Like, I understand. How do you like? To me, I'd want revenge. I'd want him to pay, Or I'd be like, you son of a bitch. You go. That's why, all these people who are not going to show and testify, I'd be like, you guys know what I went through, right?
They would have had to drag me into the courtroom because I would have been so terrified I wouldn't have willingly walked in there.
But let's just say argument's sake. I'm not
Right.
saying this is the case, but argument's sake. She was abused, right?
Correct.
Wouldn't you want all your friends to be there for you?
Yeah.
Wouldn't you want all your friends to get up in the court and say, hey, F you did this to her?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Most definite.
They all
That's-
ran.
And that tells me if you're, how could she be telling the truth if they don't want to be there?
She has no friends because as that one lady that was her friend, her assistant, she spits in people's faces. She attacks them violently. Who wants to be friends with somebody like that?
I wouldn't want to either. I wouldn't want to either. You're right, RJ.
Thank
But
you.
it just goes to show you, like, when this psychiatrist talking about her behavior, okay, you didn't speak to him, right? No.
No.
So how's she gonna speak for him, man, if she never even talked to him?
Yeah, I mean, how do you know what happened? How could you know? What are you, a private detective?
He has no idea what he's going through, what's going through his mind. He has to face his attacker in court. I give him so much credit. And you can see he's having panic attacks and anxiety. And he's doing so phenomenal. He should get an award just sitting there. I'm sorry, but that's how I feel.
Yeah.
He's facing her and he's doing a good job just sitting there. And I give him credit because I couldn't do it.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I agree, Tracy. Yeah, that's impossible. The baby, that's impossible.
I agree.
Yeah, you're right.
You can't be cured just because you have a child. A child can't cure you.
Seriously.
It's like those people, that they say you should pray, you should go to church. It's like, how is that going to cure you?
I don't know. When you're mental, when it's a mental thing, right? When it's a mental thing, it's hard to get over.
Go ahead.
It takes time. Like, listen, I dated a woman. It was only a few weeks. We only dated, but she told me her story, and she told me, how it affected her life. And I never made fun of her. I mean, that's some serious stuff, and I felt horrible because I couldn't do. There was nothing I could do. It's a memory she's gonna have the rest of her life. And
unfortunate.
And I said, I'm really sorry. I wish there was something that I could do, but I was amazed that she shared that with me. But it was sad. It was sad because that's something that she didn't deserve. And I don't know how you live with that. That's hard. Like, you have nightmares at night once in a while.
Oh,
even if you're not thinking about it, even if you're doing work and living a normal life, once in a while, something's going to set it off, and you're going to have that moment,
or a panic attack,
or panic, or anxiety, or she acts like, I don't, man. I just don't. The behavior doesn't go with
the jury has to see through this. I hope to God they do.
I hope so too.
And you noticed a white camera on her side of the courtroom? What's up with that?
What white camera?
There's a white.
I haven't noticed the white camera. I really have. Well, I'm way behind this.
Next time we get
on,
when it shows it, and you guys, they show her side of the courtroom. Look over there. It's like right in the back by her lawyers and stuff.
Wow.
It's up on the thing, on like that wooden thing.
Well, that petition, by the way.
I didn't do the petition.
It's over 3 million signatures. So
yeah, I know. I saw that. I'm like, wow, that's crazy.
I don't know what to say about that. I mean,
it went viral. It's on the news, I think.
Yeah, 3 million. That's a lot of people. That's a lot of people. Yeah, you could second guess, Laurel. You can, but
oh, wait a minute. I'm on Twitter and it says update. Amber Heard will definitely be on the stand after lunch.
Good.
Yeah, there is a white camera behind her. Yeah, if you look, it's up on the wood thing, by the wall. If you look up, you'll see it. Yeah, on the bench rail. You saw? Yeah. Did you see it?
I didn't see it. I'll have to look. I didn't notice it.
I'm asking.
Neither did I.
Yeah, too. So I signed it. I think last year I signed it.
Yeah, I signed it like last year too.
I don't know, Cindy. Does the judge know about I don't know.
I don't know. That's a good idea. I don't even know if that's allowed or not.
Unless it's a reporter's camera and he's just taking pictures or something, because that could be possible. Because I seen some pictures of the trial, and there's a camera guy in there, so it could be his camera, and he just stationed. Maybe she didn't want him going back and forth, and she's like, "Listen, just click a button and take a picture. I don't want you going back."
They have somebody that's on a bench taking pictures too.
Could be.
I seen him take pictures with the big camera.
Yeah, because remember, there is a photographer in there that's allowed to be there. So.
Guys, it's a little white camera behind the behind Amber Heard diagonally on a bench rail. I've seen it 3 times since the video came out.
And somebody
I'll have to look for that.
Somebody said on Twitter, I don't know where the post was. I don't believe it until I see any more evidence on it, like Rob says, because that's true. The evidence speaks louder. She's live streaming it to her social medias. I hope to God not, but I don't believe it until I see it. Supposedly Amber Heard is.
No, she said. Listen, she said she's staying off social media for till the trial's over. And I believe
somebody posted that she was live streaming, and I'm like, what?
No,
I doubt that.
I don't think. I don't know. No. Again,
I didn't believe that for 2 seconds. I'm like, yeah.
Because if that happens, don't you think that the judge is going to find out via Perez?
Oh yeah, she'd be in big trouble for that.
Of course,
so
she
the judge
would
has to know about the camera because I don't.
Yeah, there would. Yeah, I'm sure the judge knows, but I'm sure that.
Yes, I agree. Well.
I'm sure. I'm positive that camera is probably the photographer. Because remember, yesterday I saw the photographer going back and forth. So the judge might find that a distraction. So the judge is like, listen, you could take photographs, but there's any way you maybe not going back and forth. So maybe he said, hey, if I set it up here, it could automatically take pictures. Because my phone, you can do that. There's like I don't do it now, but there's a like a selfie stick, like you can walk away from it.
Oh yeah.
And you can push a button and it'll turn, and you can push another button and it'll take a picture. You don't have to be.
Or if you have a tripod, you could sit there and walk away because you got the thing far away.
So this might just be the guy setting it up, and because
it could be,
pictures, I'm gonna be honest, I saw pictures from right behind their perspective, like he was behind Amber's team, and you saw the monitor of whoever was talking. And it was a cool picture, and it showed the picture of her team and her looking at the person talking on the video. And I've seen a couple photos like that. So I said, yeah, it's probably the photographer.
That's probably the Preston, yeah.
Yeah.
It
would make sense
I bet
to
the
me.
judge knows and approved of it. So
yeah, I'm sure the judge knows about it because that's too obvious. There's no way. That is way too obvious.
I'm hoping.
Oh my God, Carrie, this is even.
But that doctor did more harm for her, especially her having if she's that mentally unstable, supposedly. How is she able to take care of that child? That's the question.
Oh my God, Carrie.
Well,
it's a problem.
Each time my abuser raped me, I hid away. I found walking her sin just painful. So, oh my God, that's horrible. Oh my God, Carrie. Oh, I'm so sorry you went through that. Oh my God, dear Jesus.
No, that's awful.
Oh my God, that makes me want to cry. Oh my God.
See, and this is why I was saying, and I said this before this case started, Johnny should have grabbed 2 victims and had them tell their story and then say, now, how did you react? What did you do? Where was that? I would have so preferred them being up there than a statistical guy, which I thought was a waste of time. You could, and that other woman who was like, I can't recall. I can't recall.
Carrie made a good statement on that. Where's Amber's torn clothes that she supposedly that got torn off for her? Exactly.
That's a great
Carrie made a good statement on that.
I wish I would have thought that's true.
That's a good point right there. And they should have that in evidence and present it in the court. If she got raped, here's her clothes that got ripped off. Okay, well that's exhibit whatever, But no, they don't have it.
Well, don't forget she told the rape story from her ex-assistant, Kate James.
Yeah, the one she spit in the face of too.
Yeah, Kate is a rape survival victim also.
Yeah, very sad.
That's why her.
And now she's getting raped all over again because Amber's mocking her pretty much.
Exactly.
That's horrible.
That's the story of her becoming to the rape. That's the story from Kate James, and that Kate James, that was true for Kate James. That's why she came and testified, and she said, "Oh, she came to this hotel with her friends, and they were like they got together like plotting." She said that.
Oh my God.
Yeah, maybe. I never saw the movie, so I can't tell you. I
Yeah.
couldn't tell you.
Yeah, I agree with you, Cindy. I seen that movie, and yeah, she is role playing it really great.
Yeah, sorry, Mary Lynn. I mean, Carrie, I'm sorry too. We all are.
Yeah, I feel bad. I cried when Carrie wrote that. I cannot even. Oh my God.
You're right, Surfer Guy. She is an opportunist. Yeah, and I think it makes us all sick. I think we all
It
feel the
is
same as
sickening.
you do. We all feel the same. I mean,
I haven't ate much since this trial because of it. It's so disgusting.
Yeah.
Amber's disgusting. Let me rephrase that.
Yeah. Anyway, I know everybody watched this guy, and a lot of people did. Brian Incredibly Average has finally put out a new video. If you'd like to check it out, there you go. Yazida just dropped it. You want to check it out now, later, whatever? Just letting you know. He put out a new video. So I mean, I haven't seen him put out a video in God knows when.
And also, they didn't point at the facts that, okay, if Amber is such a rape victim, why did she break the TRO and go to Johnny's hotel begging him for sex? I'm not going to beg my rapist for sex.
You know, I don't get that either. Like, she told Christian Carano to set it up, and Johnny was like, "No, that's okay."
That's where she was going to set him up, have his DNA in her, and say, "Look, he raped me," and that's where he
Yeah, I
would have
think
been
that's probably
screwed.
why.
And it's a good thing he did not fall for that. Oh my God, he would. Oh my God. Oh my God, that overwhelms me.
Now, listen, Lily, I'm not going to make a big deal out of anything, but I still feel bad, and I never knew, and I feel bad with you and Carrie and Shared, RJ, Tal, all of you, Corrine, you know, Carmen. I feel bad for all of you, you know, and what can I do? I can't do anything but say I'm sorry and I support you all, and I love you all, and I give you all a hug. I don't know what else I could possibly say. You know. I feel bad inside. I wish I could do something. There's nothing more I can do. I just, you know, if your story helps you and you want to talk about it, fine. If you don't. I'm not telling you to. But if it helps you, and like I said, talk to someone here. DM somebody, join Twitter and talk to them private. Anybody you want to. It doesn't have to be me. It could be Hen. It could
Rob
be
the therapist.
anybody. Listen, it could be anybody. It could be anybody here. There's tons of people, and go to my Discord. There's people there. You know, reach out to someone you trust. You know, if you trust anybody in here, talk to each other. You know, it helps. Listen, I remember two people who tell me they're in the UK and they found out they were right next to each other, and they're gonna go out and have coffee. And I thought that was great.
That's great.
I said, good for you guys. You know, and one person said, we're trying to get a group together here in the UK. So please do it.
I wish I could.
Get together. Go have dinner. You know, go hang out. Hopefully you become friends and you feel better about your lives and you could relate to each other. You know, good. Do it. I mean, by all means, good for you. I mean, whatever works for you, do it. You know, I'm not saying you have to share your story.
Too bad we all can't on here get together, but I know that's almost impossible because everybody's from different places. But you know, at least we all get to communicate on here. You know.
Yeah. Well, listen. Like I said, if it helps you and you want to do it, great. You know.
I didn't read that whole sentence. It went so quick. Amber was full of shit. That's all I saw.
Yeah. Hold on.
Amber is full of shit. She's a liar. Yes, she is, Carrie. I exactly agree with you. 100%.
I'll be right back. So hold on. I'll be right back.
All right. Tal, are you okay? I mean, I feel so bad.
Listen.
Hey.
There's an auto recording of Amber saying everything she did. I don't know if you guys heard it.
Is that the one you sent me?
I think
I retweeted it.
I think it is where she's explaining and telling Johnny everything she was going to do, and she did. She's explaining everything there. She's saying everything there.
Maybe I didn't hear that one. Oh, I gotta go on Twitter and go check this out.
She says in that recording that she's gonna paint bruises on herself.
Oh,
And
yeah, you know she went to the Walking Dead. You know the Walking Dead, the makeup artist. Well, they're the ones that did the bruises for her.
Not that she accordingly, I don't know who told me that she was in The Walking Dead.
No, she was not in The Walking Dead. I was in The Walking Dead. She wasn't. And she got me fired from all my fucking jobs. I'm sorry, I'm going to use the F-bomb because she pissed me off. Yes, I was an actress in some movies, but she fucked me by, going fucking the guys and where they booted me off. The same thing that happened to Johnny. She got me booted off shit and got Johnny booted off shit. So, to make herself more famous. She was always jealous. Friends,
are you there?
I had friends. So that's why when you see her acting like a kid, partying with people, thinking everybody's her friend, because she had no friends growing up, because the way she is, nobody wanted to be around her. Everybody was weirded out by her. Well,
What I know, I seen that movie. I didn't know she was in the movie Zombieland. I didn't know.
Which movie?
Zombieland.
I didn't know that. I have to go check. Well, I don't
she's in Zombieland. Yeah, she's in it.
Oh my god. Jesus. Nah.
She's in a few movies.
I watched a million times. I watched a movie Never Back Down, and I don't ever recall seeing her in it. And then I finally seen her in it, and I'm like, I can't never watch this movie again now because this bitch is in it.
Yeah.
I'll tell you the most ironic thing is she was in that movie with Nicolas Cage, and Nicolas Cage is the guy who got Johnny Depp into acting.
Yeah, I found that kind of weird.
Isn't that weird? I think that's very weird. Yes, and I agree with you, Dominus.
Amber thinks she is untouchable. Nothing going to happen to her. Get away with it. Just sick. Yeah.
Australia wants her.
I hope they do arrest her. I'm sorry, but she deserves it.
That's the movie.
Yeah.
Drive Angry.
Nicolas Cage.
I'm
Rob,
going to go type that in.
They heard the audio.
Drive Angry. Wait, you got to keep that happening.
What happened? Audio what?
I was hoping you would keep it highlighted for a second. I'm typing it in my
hold on.
Drive Angry. Oh, here it is, 2011. Oh my God, she's on the front cover. Hell no, her legs
there you go.
Oh God, no. Oh God, yeah, I seen it. Oh God, no, I can't. She's on the cover. I had to exit. I never exited out of something so quick. Oh,
here's the only argument with that. Here's the only argument. It was Johnny who said on the witness stand that when she was in the Rum Diary, it was a scene that I think he was in the shower or something.
In the shower, she went and kissed. I had to go see the movie.
So that's why I got to throw that stalking thing out, because that's his fault.
Yeah.
Now, he said, I was feeling feelings I shouldn't feel. So I'm not going to blame that one on her. That's his fault.
Well, no, he shouldn't have felt that because he was still with Vanessa. It was wrong.
Yeah, and he knew he had to do what he had to do, and he did the right thing. So instead of cheating, he said, look, this is just not going to work. And
well, if he didn't meet Amber's dumbass, he would still be with nice Vanessa. At least she.
Well, listen. Remember, we all could go back in time and change something in our lives, right?
Now she's married to that Samuel something guy in France, and
yeah. Well, listen, she's happy. I'm sure he's happy for her, and and I know he'll always love her, right? Because
they'll always love each other. They said, but because they have kids and history together, and they'll always remain friends, but. She's just married, and they live life.
Hi, Tanya. Good to see you. I'm gonna make something, so I'm gonna shut my microphone in a minute. I don't want that to get too loud.
I don't want to be the only one talking. Somebody else talk.
Well, we only got about 5 minutes, and we're gonna be back anyway. So that's about it. All the time we got.
Yeah, I was telling them that if you guys didn't hear the recordings where she says that she was gonna paint bruises on her.
You gotta send me that if you don't mind. If you can inbox me now, I've got to see the hear this. I have not heard that one.
Yeah.
Listen, I also heard at the time about the nail polish, that she used the nail polish, about the bloody nose.
Oh yeah, Johnny Depp testified on that. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's on Google. I think it's on Google, the pictures. I'm not sure.
It's unbelievable.
Was I? Okay, I wasn't sure. So, okay, you confirmed it. Thank you. I'm going to mute my mic because I'm going to use the bathroom while we got 5 minutes.
Are you going to do an Amber now?
No, I'm not going shit. I'm going pig. Yeah, she was very jealous of Vanessa, and she's jealous of his daughter, Lily Rose, too.
Yeah.
And by the way, I don't know if you guys noticed, I'm not into Amber or nothing, but you can't help but notice she hasn't had a bra on in 2 days because her tits are sagging down.
I didn't notice that.
Mention the picture that I retweeted for you yesterday when she was doing Aquaman.
I know you sent me something, Carmen, and I thought I responded. I'll have to look.
No, I sent that picture to RJ.
Oh, okay.
I didn't send it to you. I don't want to get in trouble with your honey. I don't want you getting in trouble.
That's not a problem. It's not a problem. I'm gonna make something. So if you hear me hustling, sorry. I'm just trying to get this done before we get back to the trial. So.
Yeah.
Oh God, Cindy. Yeah, it's so funny. I'll let the chat speak for itself.
Yeah, that shirt was see-through.
That's unbelievable. She's a piece of work, man. She's unbelievable, this woman. Hey, look, I hope she comes on the stand in 5 minutes because I want to hear all, and I know all of you are going to be going crazy in the stream. The minute she starts talking, I can see the stream. Bullshit, bull, you lied, I turd, I see it all. I already, in my mind, I picture up there with his whiny face. And, you going off, and it's going to be so funny.
I am.
Oh, web surfer again. Oh my God, I wish you'd come on my panel already. Hugs to everyone. I wish I had the courage some of you do to share your stories. You all are brave and stronger than you know. That's nice of you.
Thank you.
You know. Again, I didn't mean to trigger you. It's just that some people, this is a way of that they're finally able to break out. That some people haven't been able to talk about what they're going through until this community, and I think that's amazing. There was some people who didn't want to come on camera. There was some people who said, I'm going to start my YouTube channel. I don't know what to do. Can I start? I was like, yeah, of course you should do it. If you want to do it, do it. If you don't. So it's amazing that people who were like, I'm not going to say anything. I'm not going to chat. I'm not going to show myself. I'm not going to talk. All of a sudden are doing things that they can't believe that they weren't doing before. And listen, if that helps you, and if this has helped you, my channel, any person, then good for you. I'm glad that you'll be able to move forward and try to forget your past. And that's the most important thing because, listen, time doesn't stop for anybody. We can't go back. We can only go forward. And that's what you got to do with your life. You got to keep going forward. Bad things happen. I should be a proof of that. I hope I proved that. My leg broke, right? And I
say that this is a test that God.
You just keep moving forward, and you can't worry about your past mistakes or I shouldn't have been with this one or why did this happen or it made you a better person. Everything in your life has happened. Everybody you've come into in your life is there to make you who you are today. And for all those of you who said, I can't do this, I can't do that, listen, you could do anything. You could change your life, and in years' time, it'll be different. And I'll give you a perfect example. Your boy Gary. Your boy Gary in November of 2020 was as low as he could be. And I spoke to him, and look at him now, man. He's ready to he met Keely through this channel. They met each other. He came on the channel with her. We used to stream all the time. And now they want to be together. So, and his whole life changed, and he was as low as he could be, as low as he could be. And he changed his life. And anybody can do it. So when you say, I can't do it. Oh, yeah. Listen, Keely was abused. Right? She's been abused. She just did a TikTok video. She put it on her channel. She talked about her abuse. She showed a picture. It's the first time I've ever seen her picture of her abuse. Ever seen it. I never saw it before. And she showed it. So now she's with Gary. She's trusting another man. That takes a lot. That takes a lot. So, listen, if what just remember, you don't dwell on what has happened. Try to take that and turn your life around and make it a positive and go forward, because the person who's done this to you, you didn't deserve it, and they want you to fail. So don't fail. Well, we're back, so I'm going to shut up now. Let's go, Amber. Let's hear your bull.
Sorry, Judy. It's the next kind of day. All right. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Be seated. All right, your next witness.
So I would like to call Laura Amber Heard to the stand.
All right.
Amber Laura.
I do.
Oh my God, here we go. Oh my God. Get ready.
All right, thank you. All right.
Exactly. Oh, bitch.
Her name.
Yes, it's Amber Laura Heard.
And what is your address?
Boo.
California.
Oh my fucking God. Ah!
I am 30.
I was on Twitter and I just see this. Oh, this is great.
Okay. And do you have a daughter?
Look at this. Oh,
Fucking
God. Of
smile
course,
me. I want to
fucking.
smack her.
Yeah, but
Mute the mics. Everybody wants to hear.
Maybe this is the most irritating thing is her daughter, aka Prop.
I am here because my ex-husband is suing me for an op-ed I wrote.
And how do you feel about that?
I struggle to have the words. I struggle to find the words to describe how painful this is. This is horrible for me to sit here for weeks and relive everything. Hear people that I knew, some well, some not. My ex-husband, with whom I shared a life, speak about our lives in the way that they have. This is the most painful and difficult thing I've ever gone through, for sure.
Now, there was a trial in the UK in July of 2020 where Mr. Depp had sued the Sun newspaper and Dan Wooten. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And what was your level of participation in that lawsuit, in that trial?
Well, I was not party to that lawsuit. I was a witness, I suppose the primary witness, since it dealt with the truth of the relationship that I shared with Johnny.
And what, if any, role did you have to play with respect to, for example, witness statements and testifying?
Objection, compound.
I said, for example.
Overruled.
I had to write, I think I gave 7 witness statements under oath testimony. I sat on the stand for 4 days under mostly cross-examination. And up until this point, it was the hardest thing I had ever had to do.
Thank you, Amber. I'm going to take you back, and if you can just tell the jury a little bit about your background. Tell us where you grew up.
I come from Austin, Texas, a small town outside of Austin that you probably haven't heard of. No one has. It's called Manor. And I was raised by my mother and my father. And I grew up with a little sister, although I have a big sister as well.
And your little sister's name is?
Her name is Whit Hurd.
And how much of an age difference is there between the two of you?
Whitney and I are about 1 year, I think we're 16 months apart. So right next to each other.
And what did your father do for a living?
My father broke horses and did construction, he painted houses, and hunted and fished, but that was for fun.
And what did your mom do?
She worked for the state of Texas.
Let me just, since you talked about the breaking horses, can you just tell the jury what your role is in assisting your dad on that and what is involved in breaking horses?
Objection, leading.
Can you just tell me about?
Overruled.
You just got to stay on, basically. I would help him. I was more of a crash test dummy. You know, when you train a horse, it's a wild animal. It doesn't necessarily like to be ridden. And there are people out there who are crazy enough, like my dad, to pick that as a profession, I guess. And he was really good with horses, and I was the son he never had. So it was my job to, stay on.
And what, if anything, did you learn from your father about how to react to the horses?
Well, with training horses, I guess the key things are to not show fear, not get intimidated, not show fear, be tough and calm.
Tell the jury a little bit about your educational background during those growing up years and your work experience.
I worked any job that I could from the time I was really young. I wanted to get out of Texas and do something with my life and see things and do things. So I was in school and really pushed myself to, I just always pushed myself to be able to accelerate the process. I wanted to, get out of school as fast as I could. And I wanted to do more things with my life than stay in Texas.
So what types of things, so where did you go to school when you were younger?
I was a scholarship kid at a Catholic school growing up, several different Catholic schools, but they were always in the other, on the other side of town, in the wealthier part of town. And I grew up quite working class, and thankfully with, as long as I maintained an A average, I enjoyed the benefit of a scholarship, and I did that until I realized that I could take my GED and SATs early, and I did that and placed out of school and effectively left school at 16 years old, I believe.
And what did you do for work during those younger years?
I took any job that I could. I worked at my father's construction company, sometimes, just administrative stuff. I mean, it was a small company. But I answered phones, and I worked at a modeling agency that was also, offered photography classes, makeup classes, hair and makeup classes for people that were pursuing a career in entertainment. And I started taking classes that I paid for by working there, effectively as a trade. And I eventually worked there long enough to be able to pay for my headshots, which are the pictures that you use in the industry to promote yourself, in whatever, acting, modeling, or both.
And what, if any, charitable work did you do when you were still young?
It started off as a requirement for the school I went to, and then I liked it so much, I think, because it meant I wasn't at home, and that was important to me, is just to not spend time at home. And I really loved meeting people, so I worked at the soup kitchen every morning before school, during the school year, for about 4 years. I didn't go on weekends, but on weekends I would do various things. Worked at children's museums, typically, because they would work with younger volunteers, and mostly soup kitchens and things involving children. I worked at with deaf kids for a while, and I love it.
And when you worked with deaf kids, what, if anything, did you do to learn to be able to work with them?
Objection, leading, and 404. And relevance, Your Honor.
Overruled. Well, I taught myself how to sign basic sign language, and then I pursued it. I audited a course at the community college, which I ended up going to get out of high school early later on. But I would audit classes. The teachers never wanted to kick the random 12-year-old out of their class, I suppose. So I remarkably was able to audit, I think, the majority of 2 semesters, and that's also helped me learn.
So how did you end up in Los Angeles?
I did a small job in Texas where I played a part in a movie, and the actor in the movie that I was playing opposite had an agent visiting him from LA, and I met her on set, and she said that she had heard about me from another bit part I did. I was taking jobs in Austin for really anything, to be an extra, to apply I did makeup once. Nothing, no job was too small or, for me. So I put myself out there, and she had heard about me, and she said, I have heard about you in this town, and I'd love to meet you in LA if you're ever out in LA. And I was like, when can I come? And she made an appointment with me for the following week, and I used all but $180 or something to get out there. And I landed. I didn't know anyone. I was 17. And I've effectively been there ever since, I suppose.
So when you arrived in Hollywood, please tell the jury what you did. to get moving there, get going?
I went to every audition, every casting, every meeting, every appointment that I could. I put myself out there. I didn't have a car because those were expensive. So I took the bus around LA. It was before smartphones. I had a Thomas guide in my bag and a change of tank tops. Not that it mattered, but I went to about 10 auditions sometimes a day and would change clothes if I needed to in the back of, the bus I was taking. And I just hustled from one audition to the other. And I got a bit part on one thing, and then I got a bit part on another thing. And then eventually my roles kind of became more important or bigger. And it's been a slow progression, I guess, since then, of doing either tiny bit parts in bigger movies or doing, larger roles in movies that no one would see. And I guess, it still is kind of like that.
So I'm going to ask you to go from 2002 to 2009. If you could just describe for the jury a little bit what types of parts you had. I think they've indicated they didn't, you have not been well known here in this courtroom compared to Mr. Depp. So perhaps just take them through a little bit of that.
Yeah, that's fair. I did small roles in big films like Zombieland and Pineapple Express and movies that were well known. My first one was Friday Night Lights. But again, I had small roles in those bigger films. And then I would do larger roles in kind of smaller films. Like I did a project where I was the lead in a John Carpenter film, and he came out of retirement to do that. And that's kind of how it was in terms of my career for those that first initial 10 years or so. It was just going from slightly bigger role to slightly bigger role and just working my butt off.
So I'm going to take you up to 2008. Did there come a time that you auditioned for The Rum Diary?
Yes, I auditioned for that in about 2008, I believe.
Please describe for the jury your experience in auditioning for The Rum Diary.
Well, I auditioned a few times, which is common in my work. You get a call back, as they say. And I think I had at least one, maybe two callbacks with the director. And then I got a call saying that Johnny, who at the time was, I think I knew that he was producing it as well, was doing a project that was something very personal to him. He was reprising his role as his late friend, Hunter S. Thompson, and it was a very important project to him, and that he wanted to meet me in person. I thought I would be going for maybe an audition, but it was just a meeting. I went to his office and met with him for a few hours.
And what did you talk about during those few hours?
We talked about books and music, poetry. We liked a lot of the same stuff, obscure writers and, interesting books and pieces of poetry that I hadn't heard anybody else reference or know or like. And he was very well read and charismatic. And, I think I left the office with a few books that he gave me. And we spent the whole time just talking about things that we care about. And I was so surprised that somebody, I knew who he was. I wasn't familiar, I wasn't a fan of his work. I wasn't familiar with him, but I knew who he was. He's one of the most famous people in the world. So it was already a weird thing to go and get called into his office. And, I'm a no-name actor. I was 22, I think. And I thought it was unusual. It was weird because he was twice my age and he's this world famous actor. And here we are getting along about obscure books and weird, old blues. And I thought it was remarkable. I thought it was unusual and remarkable. I left there just feeling like, wow.
So did there come a time that you learned that you were going to be cast for the role in the Rum Diary?
Yes, a few days later, my agent said that Johnny's going to call you. We gave him your phone number. I was like, oh, okay. And shortly after, my phone rings, I pick it up, and I hear, this like deep voice on the other line, and he said, "You got the, you're it, kid. You're the dream. Hunter wrote this part, and you're the dream. You're it, kid." I was like,
and
amazed.
Please describe for the jury what that means. What was the Rum Diary and this Hunter Thompson? What was the concept here, and what role were you playing?
Well, it was my understanding that he was bringing to life his late friend. And what he told me was that this character is supposed to be the dream woman, like the dream, American dream. And so I knew what he meant. He indicated to me when he told me I got the role that I was that, that I was the dream kid. That's what he said.
So did there come a time that you started filming the Rum Diary?
Yes, I'm not quite sure how much. I think we started filming in maybe March of 2009.
And where did you film the Rum Diary?
We shot it in Puerto Rico.
And describe, if you can, the events of the filming and your interactions with Mr. Depp during that time.
It was a bit surreal, filming in a place like Puerto Rico. It was beautiful. It takes place in the 50s, so everything really looked beautiful. And cars and clothing, the music. It was a very colorful shoot in general. I couldn't have asked for a better scenario. I was on film. I mean, I was on set reading my books, and occasionally Johnny would talk to me, and then he started to be really kind to me, like more open with me. When we'd have hot days filming, there'd be this big SUV pull up, and a security guard would kind of usher me into this car, and it would have the AC blasting, and I'd be sitting in the back of the SUV just thinking what a strange experience the whole thing was. And we didn't really have a whole lot of interaction on set until we did a scene that involved kissing. We had a kissing scene, and it didn't feel like a normal scene anymore. It felt more real. There are certain things that you do in the job to be professional, like when you have to do that sort of scene, and you don't you don't use your tongue if you can avoid it. There's certain things that you do to just maintain a certain line, and it just felt like those lines were blurred. I mean, he grabbed my face and pulled me into him and really kissed me. But we were filming a scene.
Did he use his tongue?
Yes.
Okay. Did you celebrate your birthday while you were in Puerto Rico?
I did. I celebrated, I think, maybe my 23rd birthday there.
And what, if anything, did Mr. Depp do for your birthday?
Well, we were already kind of talking about books and poetry and things like that. He gave me a few really beautiful poetry books. And he gave me a bicycle, like a vintage bicycle, because at the time I was riding around on a bike, and I had a lot of time off since I was a smaller role in the movie. And yeah, I think that was it.
Okay. Now, did there come a time that you ended up visiting him in his trailer?
Yes. I think we would hang out after or in between scenes or in between setups. We often were, talking about things and would continue the conversation into the trailer, often with the director. Bruce Robinson was his name. And then at one point we talk about wine. It's another thing that Johnny and I shared in common, a love for wine, red wine. And we were talking about a kind of wine that I enjoyed. And I was, going on about how great this bargain wine was. And I didn't understand, how much more sophisticated Johnny's taste in wine was. So I was going on about the virtues of Malbec or something. And I brought him a bottle of this wine and I set it down. And at some point I'm going back to get back to set. And he kind of kicked his foot up in the air and basically kind of lifted the back of my bathrobe up. And
can I just stop you there? Why were you wearing a bathrobe?
Because I was doing a scene. It was a period film, so it took place in the 50s. And so I had all of this old undergarments that are for that time era on. And the scene involved me changing. So I had all the costume on. And he kind of picked up the back of my robe with his boot. And I kind of turned around and laughed, giggled, I didn't know what to make of it at the time. And I just kind of giggled and batted it away playfully. And he kind of playfully kind of pushed me down on this bed sofa that was in his trailer, just playful and flirtatious. And he said, yum. And he kind of lifted up his eyebrows like that. And I just giggled, laughed it off, kind of batted him away and, moved on, went back to set.
And were you in a relationship at that time?
I was.
Okay. And was Mr. Depp in a relationship at that time?
That was my understanding, yeah.
Okay. And did anything else of significant happen during that time period while you were filming with Mr. Depp, other than what you've told us?
We just had this, it was a friendship, flirtatious thing. I felt chemistry. I felt this other thing that went beyond the pale of my job, for sure. Johnny clearly felt that way about me, had indicated to me that that's how he felt in many different ways. But at the same time, we were both in relationships and it is a job, and, it was intimidating. And I just remember feeling kind of intimidated and a little nervous about that. And I also was in a relationship. So we went our separate ways and I didn't hear from him for a long time.
And that's, so approximately how long were you filming in Puerto Rico for the Rum Diary?
A few months is my best
All
guess.
right. And when you left Puerto Rico and the filming, when is the next time that you had any contact from Mr. Depp? And contact could include anything, communications, written communications, as well as telephone or otherwise.
We had no contact until Johnny called me on the phone one day, and I was driving and he invited me over to his home in California, Beverly Hills. And I it was out of the blue. I didn't even have his phone number. So it was quite unexpected. He called me a second time, but I don't think we actually connected, or we didn't stay on the phone because we didn't really speak. But the first time was the only time I actually spoke to him, and he invited me over to his house under kind of he said that, we could get Bruce, who was the director, to come over, something about the movie, but it was clearly not about the movie, if you know what I mean. It was, so I said, I said, my friends are in town and I'm busy with that, and kind of hung up feeling really startled, that didn't know what else to do.
What, if any, gifts did Mr. Depp send you during that time period after you filmed the Rum Diary?
He sent me several gifts. He sent me a beautiful dress, one that I wore in the movie. with a beautiful handwritten note, said happy wrapping, and made a reference to the dress being wrapping paper. He sent me a few gorgeous, expensive, what I can only assume are expensive, collectible books, items. And then when I was away filming on a different job, he he did send me some guitars. I know one delivery. I was informed about one delivery, and my partner at the time intercepted the attempt to deliver and called me immediately and said, "What should I do?" And I said, "Send it back." And she did, and she indicated that there was another one that had already previously attempted delivery, and it was also rejected. I sent it back because I wasn't there and I wouldn't have accepted it anyway.
Okay. Did there come a time that you ended up having to go on a press tour for the Rum Diary?
I got a call for the Rum Diary press tour in the fall of 2011.
So that's close to 2.5 years after you filmed?
I'm an actress, not a mathematician for a reason. Roughly, yes.
Okay. And could you please describe for the jury what a press tour is? Just explain it to them.
Well, you take a movie once it's completed, and if it doesn't have distribution, as part of the promotion of that movie, you go to these various places, normally cities like London or New York, and you do press events in those cities to kind of promote the film. And you go to place talking about the film.
And so you were then called to participate in the press tour for the Rum Diary?
Yes, I had just finished going through the process of separation with my former partner, and I was moving and going through that, and I got a phone call saying, "Remember that movie you did in Puerto Rico? Well, they want you for the press tour." And I said, "Well, perfect timing." And we did that, I think late October 2011.
Okay. So describe for the jury your interactions with Mr. Depp during the press tour.
Well, on the the beginning of the tour was Los Angeles, where we both lived, and we did a press day, normal press day. And then at the end of it, I was invited by Johnny to come up to his room to have a drink with him and the director of the film. And I went up to the room to see both him and Bruce. But as soon as I got there, Johnny said Bruce wasn't going to make it. So I stayed. Johnny and I started talking. He asked me about my relationship. I said, "Well, I'm going through it. I'm going through the separation right now, and it's been, rough couple of months, but that's normal." And he said, "Well, that's same with me. It's been." I can't remember exactly how long he said it had been, but that he had split from the mother of his kids, and said that he understood.
All right. And then what happened next?
Then we drank red wine and continued to talk, and the talking became us, reconnect. It was like reconnection was almost instant. It was just chemistry. It's hard to explain that, but we sat on the couch and we talked, and it felt like there was it felt like there was an electricity to the room, and it's how I felt when I was alone with him anyway. And it was instant again. I was like, whoa. So on the couch, we talked, finished some wine, and then I got up and left. And as I went to leave, he grabbed both sides of my face, similar to what he did in Puerto Rico when we were filming that scene. And he kissed me, and I kissed him back.
And what happened next with respect to any relationship with Mr. Depp?
Well, then we fell in love. We went on this press tour, and we went. It was a beautiful and strange time. You know, we were flying from one, not together, but going from one city to the next, Europe, New York, Los Angeles, as I said, and we're just traveling around talking about this movie that we did together, that we participated in together, and we were falling in love. I mean, it was just, at the first dinner in London, he sat me next to me. He produced the film and was a part of controlling the film and was responsible for different things than I was as an actor having a small part in it. And we went on this press tour, and I think in London he had me sat next to him at a dinner, and then we ended up spending the night together in my hotel room. And for the rest of the press tour, it was on. I'll put it that way.
All right. And how long approximately did the press tour go?
I don't know exactly how long it lasted. I think, there were press engagements in this city for a few days, and then another city for a few days. And then there was a break, and then there was another press opportunity, I believe. So it was kind of spread out over maybe a month, if I'm guessing.
So when you returned to Los Angeles, what, if anything, took place with any relationship with Mr. Depp?
Well, once we were back from the press tour, we had this, whirlwind romance kind of just in these like beautiful places all over, and we're falling in love and not able to really show it because the world didn't know about the split between he and his former partner. And of course, as a woman, I was like, is that troubling? And I'd ask him, no, he swore to me that they hadn't even shared a bed for a year, and that they were protecting the kids and not publicizing it. So, or not making it known to the press. And so we kind of had to be a little bit under the radar, not a little bit, we had to be really under the radar. Because as Johnny pointed out, that the world would blame me and call me a homewrecker, even though I had nothing to do with it. So we were secretly dating, and then, it was beautiful. It was, I felt like this man knew me and saw me in a way that no one else had. I felt he understood me. I felt he understood where I came from. I felt that, like, when I was around Johnny, I felt like the most beautiful person in the whole world. It made me feel seen, it made me feel like $1 million. And that kind of feeling where, it's just lavish gifts and lavish expressions of love, and how he had never met a woman like me. I mean, I remember he took the foil off of this bottle and put it on my ring finger, and I had only been with him like days, or maybe it was weeks at the time. Yeah, it was probably about a few weeks, but it just felt very intense. But we weren't doing normal life stuff. We weren't like stuck in traffic with each other. We weren't going to the grocery store and doing life. We were like hiding in these places around the world. He has so many homes. And so we'd be in one of those homes, or my home at the time, and it would be like a bubble, like we were in this little bubble of secrecy, and it felt like a warm glow, as we would say. Just music and the kind of books that we both loved, and poetry that we both knew by heart. And it felt like a dream. It felt like absolute magic.
So while you're dating, I take it you're dating at this point, right?
Sorry,
While
if I didn't make that
while you're
clear, yeah.
falling in love, you're also dating, right? Okay.
Yes.
Did there come a time early on that you ended up going to his Bahamas Island?
Yes. So shortly after, we, I think, started dating October of 2011. And as I mentioned, this bubble, where he'd come over to my house and not leave for like 3 or 4 days, just smoking cigarettes and playing music and reading poetry to me or painting me or, just talking. And then he would disappear. And there'd be just no way to get a hold of him, no way to contact him. At first, I didn't really think anything about it, but he disappeared at one point, and then came back and said he was dealing with some health issue, and would I join him in the Bahamas? And I think that's when I learned he had an island, and I was on a trip with a friend of mine in Spain, and it was for the holidays, and I kind of rerouted my trip so I could come and land in LA landing in Miami instead of LA, so I could go and meet him on the island. And he had Keenan come and meet me on that trip, like in Miami. I get off one plane, get onto another, and go and join him on his private island. And I noticed he was drinking Beck's and tea, but like lots of tea. And I didn't foolishly think anything of it. I just, thought the man really seriously, I missed it before, but really, really loves tea. And we had this beautiful, I don't know, less than a week probably, trip in the Bahamas, a private island, beautiful sandy beaches. It's a scene that you just don't, I had never experienced anything like that. It was a beautiful place, a beautiful time. And I fell head over heels in love with this man.
So after the Bahamas, I assume you came back, and are we talking now early 2012?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So what were you doing work-wise while you were dating him in this early stage?
What I always do, I would be taking job to job to job, going from one movie to the next, mostly not filming in LA. So weirdly, you live in LA to go shoot on location in other places. So when I was in town, we would go back to this bubble, like insular bubble with beautiful, blaringly loud music and no one else and nothing else. And then, I'd go off to work. And so would he. Eventually, yeah, he left to shoot Lone Ranger, I believe.
Okay. Now, we've heard a little bit about Lone Ranger, and that's about mid 2012. Is that right? When he was shooting that?
That sounds right. Mid 2012. Yeah.
And were you shooting anything at that time?
I was shooting.
Machete Kills?
I believe I was shooting Machete Kills in Austin. I had a small part in a Robert Rodriguez film that shot in Austin. But I think Johnny was shooting and then having some time off, and there was just a lot of travel, a lot of movement. So.
And so what, if any, visiting did you do with Johnny while he was on his set for Lone Ranger, and where was he?
Well, he was filming all over the Southwest, and at some point I came to visit him and on one of his locations, and I would stay in the house because I couldn't really, occasionally I would leave with his security guards, but I didn't really have anything to do but visit him for a few days. So I'd cook and kind of stay at home and paint or whatever and wait for him to come home and have dinner ready. And we would have these little bubbles, but kind of scattered throughout the Southwest, and as he was filming. And at the time, Johnny had, when I first arrived at one of these locations, it was the first time that Johnny told me that he had a health issue, something with his liver, and that he wasn't That's why he was not drinking. He was drinking a lot of tea, like a lot of tea.
Okay. And so we've heard a little testimony about boots. What, if anything, did you do to help Johnny with his boots?
Well, I mean, I suppose that I took off his boots, and it made an impression on him, and I was happy to, anything I can do to show love. Certainly how I felt about him. But if he wanted to take off his own boots, he certainly could.
Did you buy Mr. Depp any knives during that time period?
Objection, leading.
Sustained.
What, if anything, did you do with respect to knives during the time period you were with him in the Lone Ranger?
Objection, leading.
What, if anything?
Overruled. Johnny had a thing for turquoise, and that eventually, being in the Southwest, it can happen really quickly. I also too really love turquoise, and he has he loved knives. He loves a lot of things. When Johnny loves things, he does it a lot, lots of it. So he had these daggers that he had given me. They were beautiful in design. And they're, long curved daggers. And he just talked a lot about knives, had a knife and gun collection, and was quite proud of it. And at some point, I don't really remember exactly when it was, but at some point I picked up what I thought was a really beautiful turquoise handled knife. And I had it engraved with a saying that Johnny would say to me all the time, which I, thought was romantic, as funny as that is to say now.
And what was the expression, the saying?
Until death, hasta la muerte in Spanish.
Now, by the time that you're visiting Mr. Depp during his shooting of Lone Ranger in the June through August 2012 timeframe, what, if any, relationship has he developed with your family?
Oh, well, starting really early on, Johnny was so kind, so generous to my family, but especially my mom and dad. He just really, he met my dad, and my dad's a big personality. He's a rowdy guy. And Johnny just all of a sudden, I had never noticed, Johnny have a all of a sudden Johnny had the Southern accent and was really like buddies with him. And they really seemed to get along very well. They're, just like instantly he was giving my dad gifts. He gave him guns, he gave him knives. They had this, Johnny just really just showered my dad. And my dad's a working man, salt of the earth guy. And he was just like, floored. He's getting all these amazing gifts and being invited to come on to these locations. And, Johnny's this big movie star. And my dad was just like, I think my dad would have married him himself, not if I hadn't. And he just instantly, he gave my mom jewelry, brought her out to come and see me while I was visiting Johnny on Lone Ranger in some part of the Southwest. I think it was Colorado. He gave her this beautiful turquoise necklace. And they were definitely taken by him.
And what, if any, relationship had Mr. Depp forged with Whitney by this time, your sister?
I believe the relationship came a little bit later as they got to know each other, but he did the same thing with my sister and just really found a bond with them that, was, it was, he tried to do anything and everything he could to make them feel like special. And they did, my mom, my dad, and my sister.
And what, if any, relationships did Mr. Depp form with your friends?
Well, Johnny's so generous and can be this really like overly generous almost, like showering you with gifts and compliments and just, I mean, like, you know, and he has access and means to really, you know, we're not talking about giving you a card. We're like talking about just these like extravagant trips or these extravagant gestures, and it's a lot. And he did that with my close friends. I'm relied heavily on my friends, and had a pretty strong support network with them. And he really just showered them with generosity and love and light, and invited them to come to these exotic places and flew people here and there. I mean, it's incredibly generous.
So going back to the filming of the Lone Ranger, what, if anything, did Mr. Depp do with respect to a horse?
Objection leading.
What, if anything?
Overruled. Johnny at one point insisted on buying me a horse, and I, of course, said that's extravagant. There's no way I could accept that. That's how will I take care of that? You know, it's so extravagant. So I said no, of course. Eventually, he got a hold of my dad and worked it out with my dad, like what kind of horse to buy, and then showed me a picture of this horse and said, "It's yours. It's coming here." I think it was being transported, and he said, you know, that he had my dad's help on it, picking out. And you know, I grew up on my dad's horses. You know, I grew up riding with my dad, so you know, I had resisted for I think about like a month and a half or something of him kind of bringing up the idea and me saying, that's a crazy gift. No, thank you. No, that's incredibly generous, but I couldn't accept to. All of a sudden I had a cold.
So, so let's take you through 2012 and your relationship. Could you just describe for the jury a little bit about how that relationship evolved through 2012?
It was always intense. It didn't become intense. It almost started that way. When I was with him, you know, I felt that electricity in my body. I felt like butterflies. I couldn't, you know, I couldn't see straight practically. It was just, you know, I was head over heels in love. And he felt like that to me. He felt like he was also in love. I didn't feel like he was faking it. I felt like what we had, it felt like to me at the time, there wasn't any love like that, you know, I mean, and then he started to kind of do this thing again where he'd disappear and he'd come back. And I remember at first when he first started drinking, I didn't really think much of it, but all of a sudden the behavior kind of started to go in line with the disappearing, and he'd come back and he'd just be different. And I'd say something and he'd accuse me of saying something else or saying it in a different way, or he would, it was mostly my clothing at the time and me working. That was the main thing. Like I found myself trying to not talk about auditions because it would change the mood so dramatically. I tried to, you know, he would make these comments about, you know, whoring myself out, but do so in the context of me acting, you know, and he would talk about other actresses who do my role in this way where they were worthless whores, that they were, you know, fame hungry, you know, expletive, you know, just this. The point is, it felt really dirty to be an actor. Never mind that he was one. It was dirty that I wanted to do this job that I wanted to do, and I was doing the job of an actress. It was everything every time I was walking out of the house, he would ask me, "That's really what you're wearing, kid? Oh, I see. You know, I wore a dress to an event, once, and I felt beautiful in it. Like, stupid as that sounds, I felt pretty in this dress I picked out, and I showed him because it's a carpet, it's red carpet, so it's like, publicized, and I kind of thought it was weird. He wasn't saying anything about it. I left him to go do this red carpet, and I was like, "Did you see the event I went to?" Basically, I felt pretty, and I thought, like, "Did you see that?" I wanted him to say something about that, I guess. And he said, well, this is after he stopped talking to me for some time, didn't tell me why. When he came back into my life, he wouldn't explain why he was acting different. He just kind of acted mad at me, didn't know what I had done wrong. And when I brought up the dress and the event, because it was an event to support a charity I was really involved with at the time, and I said, did you see that thing? And he said, yeah, I think the whole world saw that, kid. That's how they'll remember you. That's how the world will remember you. I was like, oh, come on. I mean, it's like, I felt good in it. I felt good. And he said, yeah, kid, that's what you're putting out there in the world. No one will ever forget that. And that's all they'll see you as. That's what you wanted. That's what you were going for. My dress was low cut. I get it. It's low cut. But I felt, I felt really embarrassed and horrible that I wore that. I felt like, how could I have made that choice? Of course, he's right. You start to believe it. I started to believe that made a lot of sense, of course. But it didn't stop with that. It was clothing in general. And when I walked out of the house, it wasn't just like, hey, you're not allowed to wear that. It was like, oh, really? That's what you're wearing. No wonder you get cast in those roles. No wonder you that's what you are. That's what you're making it. And it continued. And then there would be a blow up. And at first it was just to throw something, smash some things. He loves to smash up a place, an apartment, furniture. That's what it started with. Glass, threw glass at me, and I remember it was summer. And he just threw this glass across the kitchen, and it didn't hit me, but it shattered behind me, and I remember thinking that it very easily could have hit me. And that calling me horror, it didn't start with using the horror word. It was just comments until it would escalate. And then I started to notice the pattern of escalation where he'd throw glass or turn over a table. Then he would hit the wall, and then he'd hit the wall really close to my head. Like when I'm standing there, just hit the wall, screaming at me. But then he would disappear and get clean and sober, and he'd come back and tell me that he was done drinking, he was over it, he's done, cleaned himself up, he'd done it before, and he'd do it again. And then he would go back to this wonderful, almost just unreal, real, unbelievably nice, sensitive, kind, warm, generous, interesting, funny man that I loved. And he would make me feel so loved. I would feel so distant from that thing that was so scary that I would not even recognize it too. And that was how, our relationship kind of started to develop in that first year.
Do you remember the first time that he physically hit you?
Yes.
Please tell the jury about it.
It seemed really so stupid, so insignificant. Oh, never forget it. It changed my life. I was sitting on the couch, and we were talking. We were having a normal conversation. Just there was no fighting, no argument, nothing. And he was drinking, and I didn't realize at the time, but I think he was using cocaine, because like there was a jar of cocaine out on the table. I realized that sounds weird, but it's like an actual vintage jar of it. But I didn't see him use it at the time, so I didn't really factor that in. I just, he's drinking and we're talking, and there's music playing, and he's smoking cigarettes, and we're sitting next to each other on the couch. And I asked him about the tattoo he has on his arm. And to me, it just looked like black marks. Like I didn't know what it said. It just looked like muddled, faded tattoo that was hard to read. And I said, what does it say? And he said, it says, why no? It says, why no? And I didn't see that. I thought he was joking because it didn't look like it said that at all. And I laughed. It was that simple. I just laughed because I thought he was joking. And slapped me across the face. And I laughed. I laughed because I didn't know what else to do. I thought, this must be a joke. This must be a joke. Because I didn't know what was going on. I just stared at him, kind of laughing still, thinking that he was going to start laughing too to tell me it was a joke, but he didn't. He said, you think it's so funny? You think it's funny, bitch? You think you're a funny bitch? And he slapped me again. Like, it was clear it wasn't a joke anymore. And I stopped laughing, but I didn't know what else to do. I didn't know what to do. You would think you would have a response, but I, as a woman, had never been hit like that. I'm an adult, and I'm sitting next to the man I love, and he slapped me for no reason, it seemed like, and I missed the point. It was that stupid. Second slap, I know he's not kidding, but I don't know what else to say or do, so I just stared at him. I didn't say anything. I didn't react. I didn't move or freak out or defend myself or say, what are you doing? You're crazy. I just stared at him because I didn't know what else to do. And he slaps me one more time. Hard. I lose my balance. At this point, we're sitting next to each other on the edge of the couch, or I was on the edge of the couch. And I'm all of a sudden realizing that the worst thing has just happened to me that could possibly happen to you. I realized that I wish so much he had said he was joking, because it didn't hurt. It didn't physically hurt me. I was just sitting there on this carpet, looking at the dirty carpet, wondering how I wound up on this carpet and why I never noticed that the carpet was so filthy before, and I just didn't know what else to do. I didn't know what to say. I didn't know how to react. I just sat there thinking, how much time do I have to figure out what I need to do? Because God, did he just hit me? No, I didn't want to leave him. I didn't want this to be the reality. I didn't want to have the man I was in love with. I know you don't come back from that. I'm not dumb. I know you can't hit a woman. You can't hit a man. You can't hit anyone. You can't just hit somebody because I knew it was wrong, and I knew that I had to leave him. And that's what broke my heart, because I didn't want to leave him. I thought if I got up out of that room, I would leave the best thing that ever happened to me. And I wish I could sit here and say I stood up and I walked out of that house and I drew a line and I stood up for myself. I was just looking at the dirty carpet, trying to will myself to get up, to walk out of the door, because I knew I needed to. And I really slowly, I stood up, and I remember looking at him in the eye and just looking at him, frankly, because I didn't know what else to do. And before I know it, he starts crying. And, you know, like I had never seen an adult man cry. I didn't even really see my dad cry at my grandma's funeral. You know, it's weird. And he's crying. Tears, I mean, just falling out of his eyes. He gets down on his knees and he grabs my hands and he's touching my hands and he's saying to me, I will never do that again. I'm so sorry, baby. I put the fucker away. I thought I killed it and it's done. I thought I put the monster away and I've done it before. It's done. But on his knees. And I didn't have words. I didn't know what to say. I just remember thinking that it was just, he was crying. He seemed so sorry, but I knew I couldn't just forgive him because right? That means it will happen again, no? You know, like I've seen the health class videos, like everyone else. And I got up in my car. I walked to the car. I didn't say anything. I made a point to not say, oh, it's okay or anything like that. I just didn't say anything. I got up, I went to the car. I sat in my car and I felt like I sat there forever. I didn't want to turn the key. I just leaned my head up against the window. And I remember just seeing my breath on the windshield, you know, on the glass of the window of the door, just seeing my breath and trying to will myself to have the strength to know what I should do in this moment, because I was heartbroken. And I sat there for a long time and I eventually turned the key and drove home.
And what did you do after that?
I don't know. I don't remember what I did when I got home. I don't remember. I went to my therapist. I told her.
Objection, hearsay.
I
Also stand as to what she may have told her.
I went home and I, a few days later, started getting, I actually don't know how many days later, but I started getting calls and texts from Johnny, you know, apologizing profusely. I mean, just, you know, he said, I'd rather cut my hand off than ever lay it on you or lay it upon you, you know, and he had that way of talking. It felt like poetry. And he showed up to talk, like with the understanding that, you know, he understood I could never forgive him and it was done. So I felt kind of safe in saying, okay, let's have a talk, or, you know, yeah, we'll talk. I think you know, I know I just wanted to see him, and he comes over, brings me gifts. He brought me a couple of cases actually of that Vega Sicilia wine that we've heard about, which is a really nice, expensive wine that I could never at that time dream of affording, you know. And we talk, and he tells me that he had put this thing away, that I could trust him, that it would never happen again. Of course, it would never happen again. That he put this thing away. He killed the fucker, is what he said to me over and over again. I put that fucker away. I killed that monster. I'll kill it again. It's done. I'll never lay a hand on you again. And I wanted to believe him, so I chose to.
Chose to stay in the relationship?
Yeah, I did. I believed it, but, you know, I believed it wouldn't. I believed that there was a line he wouldn't cross again, and that was it.
And so you stayed, correct? You stayed in the relationship?
Yes.
Okay. So just Is this a good time, Your Honor, to
You can
break?
keep going a little longer, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
So could you please describe for the jury the evolution of your relationship after that time with Johnny?
I don't I don't know how long it was until things got bad again. He did start drinking again. I remember it was almost, he'd start drinking again, the disappearing thing, the coming back. He'd come back like in the middle of the night to my house. And it would be unclear to me, drunk, often really drunk, and kind of accusing me, but not directly. Nothing was very direct. It was a lot of accusations, but they were veiled. What I was wearing, who I was with, why didn't I text him back? I didn't text him back right away. This is when I was at my place in Orange. Sometimes he would show up to catch me. Like that was a pretext for coming over. And by the time we were done talking, I would have thought I had convinced him that I loved him, that I only loved him, there was no one else, and then that we were back in an upswing and would go back to good, loving, like sick, romantic love, like kind, sweet, velvety love. And then it would be something I said, why did you say it that way? If I had to leave for an audition, I could guarantee that couldn't guarantee, but 2 of those in a row. And when I came back, he was angry at me, and I wouldn't necessarily know why. And then he started accusing me of things, probably like at first it was indirect and then it became really direct. Then punching of the walls next to my head which is a constant at that time in 2012 when he was drinking. Eventually that became, him accusing me of cheating. I'd defend myself. I'd say, that's crazy. You're wrong. I would never, the normal things. And it would escalate to the point where he would push me or shove me down, and then I'd get back up. And this happened several times. That's why it's not more specific, I suppose. When I get back up, I'd look him in the eye. I made a point of getting up and looking him in the eye. It's my way of defending myself at that time. And I'd look at him and he'd ask me if I wanted to go again and shove me back down. Eventually it just hit me. Remember, he hit me in the face when I denied having an affair with my ex-wife, my ex-partner at the time. And he said he had proof. I denied it. And I was walking out of the bedroom, slapped me across the face. I turned to look at him and I said, Johnny, you hit me. You just hit me.
I'm going to ask you, Michelle, can you bring up 1783, please?
What number again, please?
I'm sorry.
What number?
Defendants 1783.
1783. Thank you.
Do you recognize this picture?
Yes, I do.
And could you tell us what it is?
It's a picture of my face with a note that Johnny left for me by the coffee. Typically is where we'd leave notes like that.
And does this accurately depict the scene portrayed?
It was one of those scenes. As embarrassing as it sounds now, I don't know which scene this came from. There was a lot. It escalated quickly, fast, and it became.
Amber, let me ask it a different way.
Thank
you. Is this a picture of you? Is it an accurate picture of you?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of 1783.
Your Honor, we have an objection. May we approach?
Sure.
Would you please describe for the jury some of the cycles you had with Mr. Depp through 2012?
So in 2012, the violence was pretty, relative to what it became, pretty, slapping, backhanding. Well, it went from this eggshell kind of, you're walking on eggshells, nothing you're doing is kind of right, but you don't know what you're doing wrong.
Uh-oh, what happened?
Don't know. Rob, are you there?
Rob, we lost the feed.
Anyway, long story short, she's a fucking C and T.
Yeah, right.
I can't with her. Oh my God, Johnny did this. Oh my God, Johnny did that. I always loved him. Blah blah blah. I'm like, yeah, right,
doing
girl.
something wrong clearly, but it was unclear within the scope of an argument what I was defending myself against. So it would shift from a rumor he had heard that I was with a friend, or I had been photographed standing too close to a male person.
Back on?
Person
No.
I had something with, and I was lying to him about, and it would be eggshells, accusations, and then he would explode. It started with throwing things, destroying the property, and screaming at me. I remember the screaming at me was the worst, because I kind of always felt like I had done, I had to defend myself. I had to tell him so he didn't think these things were true. And sometimes, he would shift accusations while I'm trying to dispel one accusation. He'd start another one, and nothing I could do to calm him down. It seemed like I'd walk away, and that would make it worse. I remember in my apartment in Orange, he would grab me by the hair, or he'd grab me by the arm, pull me into him, scream at me that way. He'd smash things around me. Then he would smash things very close to me. And then he would just hit me. And it started with slapping, and it got to be like repetitive slaps where he'd hold me in a position and slap me multiple times in a row. Then it would be, eventually I later would either push him off of me, or I'd try to hit his hands away from me. I tried to, not in 2012 so much. At that time, I was mostly, my defense was, I'd go some other place. Like, I don't know how to describe that. I'd focus on something else. I'd stand up, look at him, try to stand up to him that way. Later, I adopted other kind of strategies to deal with it. But at the time, in 2012, he'd have this blowout, and then he would leave, disappear, and I'd be committed to not talking to him. I'm done with this relationship. I can't take it anymore. I said that so many times. And then he'd come back, clean and sober, telling me either he had a chip. He didn't have any chips, but he would say, I've gone to meetings. I have a sober companion now. I'm doing this program. I'm reading this. I'm doing this. And he was done with drugs and alcohol for good this time. And he'd come back in my life. And with the combination of him being sober and having gone through this horrible thing where I felt like my heart ripped out of my chest, like a relationship ending is hard, I think, for anyone, but ending under that circumstance is really painful. And so when he'd come back, it would almost feel like a solution to that. And it would feel great. And we would be good again. And he'd be extra nice and extra apologetic and extra loving. And we'd be back in the good bubble, the warm glow. And eventually it'd get bored, and then I'd see him drinking again. When I started to get upset, noticing the pattern of the violence going with the drinking and drugs, then he started sneaking it. So it became less clear, and I'd have to look for clues as to what he was on. So I just knew how to react, you know? Johnny on speed is very different from Johnny on opiates. Johnny on opiates very different from Adderall and cocaine Johnny, which is very different from Quaaludes Johnny. But I had to get good at paying attention to the different versions of him. 2012, I was in the beginning stages of this, just learning these patterns. I was just learning that drinking kind of correlated with the violence.
And did you confide in anyone about these issues you were having? I think she can
Objection,
say
hearsay?
I think she can say if she told anybody.
As long as she doesn't say what she said.
Right, right. So did you tell anyone?
Yes, I did.
Who did you tell?
I told my therapist. I eventually told my mom.
And let's go ahead and take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 150. 150.
Your Honor, I'm going to object on hearsay. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry about that. I unplugged my laptop, and I was like, I tripped over this thing. I got mad, so I left it unplugged. But when I stream, damn, the energy just gets zapped out of this damn thing. So yeah, I'm gonna fast forward this because we're a little behind. So I'm gonna fast forward this talking part. So. Never mind, we're not behind. I thought we were behind, but we're not. It's exactly at the point it's supposed to be. So sorry about that. My fault, totally. Yeah, that's not gonna happen again. I'm just gonna leave it plugged in from now on, and I learned my lesson today. Damn it. So my fault. My fault. That could be true, Sonia. Yeah, sorry, Sue. It was my fault. But we are up to date. This is exactly where it's showing. So we're not behind at all.
Why did you decide to confide in your mother about the issues you were having with Mr. Depp?
I think I felt safe talking to my mom because I knew that she understood these dynamics and she wouldn't judge me for staying with him, for loving him, even though this was happening and was happening to me. I knew she would understand.
And when approximately did you start confiding in your mom about your issues with Mr. Depp and the physical abuse?
Objection, hearsay, compound.
I sustain as to compound.
When did you start confiding in your mother about the abuse you were suffering at the hands of Mr. Depp?
I was confiding in her from the very beginning about the abuse, the psychological abuse, the kind of control, the disappearing, the not knowing where he was, then he'd come back and sometimes in the middle of the night, the constant accusations, like that sort of thing. I talked to her about probably from the very beginning. The fact that I was secret, I had to hide. I couldn't tell any of my friends that I was with him for a long time because he told me everyone would blame me for the split with him and his partner. So I had to kind of sneak around and kind of get brought to his house, typically in a secretive way. And then he'd come to mine in a secretive way. And it was just all very, so very isolating. And I confided with her at the very beginning on that sort of thing. And then later opened up to her about some of the violence. I did it gently. First I just wanted to have someone to talk to about how scary it was. The rage and the uncontrolled violence, the rage that this man had, and why it was
Objection,
pointed
Your
at
Honor.
me.
Hearsay. May we approach, please?
Get her, Camille. Kick her fucking ass.
She's sticking with her story, that's for sure.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and take our 15-minute
Now here's a break.
So please do not talk about the case. We're doing the outside research. Okay, we'll see you soon.
Okay, she said she brought a point there that she didn't want it to be a homewrecker. She was a homewrecker. Look at what happened to Jason Momoa in 2021, last year. They got divorced. Why? Because of her.
That now that you're on the stand, you cannot discuss your testimony with anybody to include your attorneys, okay? All right, so we'll be back. Let's make it 3:45, okay?
Thank you.
All right, so they're going to come back in 17 minutes. Again, I apologize. I hit the laptop. That's not going to happen again. I'll make sure it's plugged in from here on in. So sorry about that. I didn't realize it was going to suck up so much juice. I'm like, damn. But it did. Kareen says, yeah, she was a home wrecker. Well, yeah. She's sticking with a story. And that's why when everybody was like, oh, she's so scared. She said, I don't know if she's scared. She's very
That bitch
cocky.
ain't scared. That bitch ain't scared at all because she was laughing and giggling and smiling when she was getting up on the stage. Nah, that's not a victim. A victim don't smile on the stand. The victim is actually fearful of the stand because they're afraid of rejection of what people are going to say that they fucking did over what the abuser did.
Oh, yeah. She's going to get it.
Good evening.
Hey, Hen.
Hi, beautiful Hen.
Thanks,
Something
Humility.
beautiful. What's happened? What have I missed?
No, she took the stand, and you missed a bunch of lies, and she's still obviously she's still in the Johnny. That's for sure. So he hasn't looked at her; she's looked at him, and I know she's definitely still into him. That's why she's been looking at this whole time. She's hoping. I don't know what she's hoping for. Does she honestly think he's going to get back together with her? I don't know. I don't know what she thinks. But
After what she did to him? No, I don't think so.
Well, she's crazy, so she might think anything. I mean, who
Did
knows?
she get emotional?
Yes. Yeah, but not a. She didn't see any tears. I didn't see any tears. I saw a bunch of,
Worst acting ever.
It's very hard for me. I know I'm tired. And in the next minute she's okay. So I don't know. You go figure. You go figure. And she talked to me like, "Oh, I stood up for myself." Oh, give me a break. You stood. If he would have slapped you or hit you hard, you would have been. I stood up for my. You would have been like, "Oh shit." That's what you would have been like. If he was, if he was so big and bad, like you claiming, such a fat ass, like you claim, you would nowhere near be sitting up there and a court saying, "I stood up for myself." The big bad Amber Heard. But aren't you a little girl? Aren't you this frail little girl that you're claiming to be? You're claiming to be this frail little woman. Well, I can tell you that all the frail little women who came to my courthouse never said, "I stood up to him." They were more like, "Please help me, Your Honor, because this is what he did to me." And it was obvious what these guys did to them. Woman after woman after woman who came to my court just beat, and beat. And none of them got there, "I beat him. Oh, I chased him." Not one. Not one victim. Not one.
So I'm just saying that someone said he slapped her for the Winona tattoo. Did her eyes tap out this time?
Let me see if I could play it for you. I can rewind it. Hold on. Let me see if I can.
No, it's fine. I just remember.
You sure you don't rewind? I got 15 minutes. You don't want to? You see the crying part? Are you sure?
Yeah, why not?
I'll rewind it. Yeah, why not? Hold on. I'll rewind it. I'll rewind a little.
Where's RJ?
Still more.
Smiling.
Back in my life, he wouldn't explain why he was acting different. He just kind of acted mad at me, didn't know what I had done wrong. And when I brought up the dress and the event, because it was an event to support a charity I was really involved with at the time. And
I'll look and see if I could find it. Hold on. I'll just let you see a little bit of it, Hen.
He said, yeah, I think the whole world saw that kid. That's how they'll remember you. That's how the world will remember you. I was like, oh, come on. I mean, it's like, but I felt good in it. I felt good. And he said, yeah, kid, that's what you're putting out there in the world. No one will ever forget that. And that's all they'll see you as. That's what you wanted. That's what you were going for. My dress was low cut. I get it. It's low cut. But I felt, I felt really embarrassed and horrible that I wore that. I felt like, how could I have made that choice? Of course, he's right. You start to believe it. I started to believe that made a lot of sense, of course. But it didn't stop with that. It was clothing in general. When I walked out of the house, it wasn't just like, hey, you're not allowed to wear that. It was like, oh, really? That's what you're wearing. No wonder you get cast in those roles. No wonder you.
But he's right.
That's what you are. That's what you're making.
Well, no, you're not. He applied for them roles.
And it continued. And then there would be a blow up. And
he was trying to protect you, to make you a better actress, to not make you a whore of Hollywood. Stupid.
Loves to smash up a place, an apartment, furniture. That's what it started with. Glass. Threw glass at me and
threw glass at her. How do you throw glass at somebody?
And he just threw this glass across the kitchen, and it didn't hit me, but it shattered behind me, and I remember thinking that it very easily could have hit me.
Oh, what, like the bottle?
That calling me a whore. It didn't start with using the whore word. It was just comments until it would escalate. And then I started to notice the pattern of escalation where he'd throw glass or turn over a table. then he would hit the wall, and then he'd hit the wall really close to my head. You know, like when I'm
He's
standing there,
refusing
I'll
to
just
look at
hit the
me.
wall, screaming at me.
Yeah, see, you can see how he doesn't look up.
But
yeah,
then he would disappear and get clean and sober, and he'd come back and tell me
The crying was later.
that
Let me
he
see if I catch the
had stopped
crying
drinking.
part.
He was over it.
Oh, here. I think this is about it.
Because I knew I needed to. And I really slowly, I stood up, and I remember looking at him in the eye and just looking at him, frankly, because I didn't know what else to do. And
Here we go.
before I know it, he starts crying. And, you know, like I had never seen an adult man cry.
Never seen an
I
adult man
really
cry.
see my dad cry at my grandma's funeral. You know, it's weird. And he's crying. Tears, I mean, just falling out of his eyes. He gets down on his knees, and he grabs my hands, and he's touching my hands, and he's saying to me, I will never do that again. I'm so sorry, baby. I put the fucker away. I thought I killed it, and it's done. I thought I put the monster away, and I've done it before. It's done. But on his knees. And I didn't have words. I didn't know what to say. I just remember thinking that it was just, he was crying. He seemed so sorry, but I knew I couldn't just forgive him because right? That means it will happen again, no? You know, like I've seen the health class videos, like everyone else. And I got up in my car. I walked to the car. I didn't say anything. I made a point to not say, oh, it's okay or anything like that. I just didn't say anything. I got up, I went to the car. I sat in my car, and I felt like I sat there forever. I didn't want to turn the key. I just leaned my head up against the window.
I'd love to see what the behaviour guys take on this.
On the windshield.
Yeah, so I just wanted to show you some of it, hence you saw. I don't know where the crying part is exactly.
To will myself.
It's not.
Have the strength to know what I should do in this moment because I was heartbroken. And
Not it.
time, and I eventually turned the key and drove home.
I'm heartbroken. Bullshit.
What did you do after that?
Yeah, it's just bullshit as normal, is what you're saying.
Yeah, so I just wanted to show you, you know, that like 1 minute she's about to tears, and then all of a sudden she's fine. You know, it's like, come, whatever, you know, whatever.
Sorry. But yeah, no, I've seen better actors on like budget soap operas.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a, you know, again, you know, I never saw a grown man cry. But well, I don't know where you've been, but you know, it's a good show. She's trying to put on. Yeah, she's going for an award, I guess. You know. You know, again, we all knew it's coming. I warned everybody it's coming. I warned everybody it was coming. Yeah, I mean, listen. I put it on pause. Oops, hold on.
Oh.
I read that the guy that she was
No, it's still not there. It's when you know we got 5 minutes, so they said 45, and it's 3:39, so we got like 6 minutes, so it's not on pause.
I heard that the guy that she was with back before she got married with Tasha.
We'll say it again, Carmen.
The guy that the soap opera guy, the Mexican soap opera guy.
Yeah.
He's with Johnny. He's following Johnny. He's against her. I mean, he's against her.
Well, you know,
what Mexican soap opera guy?
She used to date a Mexican soap opera star.
Oh, just I do not research her history enough to know that. Yeah, it's gonna be an interesting few days. Oh no, hang on.
Yeah, it is.
Today,
It is.
isn't it? Right.
What's
Yeah.
that?
Today and tomorrow, and then we've got a break.
Yeah,
For a
it is
week.
today, tomorrow, and then we got a break all the way till the following Monday. So we got over a week and a half to absorb this and chill out and come back refreshed. And then we got the final 4 days, and that's about it. You know, that's a good question, Sean. I don't know whether it's going to happen right away because it's a jury.
It depends how long it takes for the jury to deliberate.
Yeah,
they're going to have to look at the whole case. They've got 6 weeks worth of evidence to look at again.
It's a lot to absorb. It's a lot to absorb.
Yeah.
And it's it's he said, she said, and but right now, again, I think it's just her story. Everything is hers is hearsay, and everything of his has been proven with witnesses, and people who were there, security who was there, police, tapes. I mean, it's all there. I mean, I still don't know why there was some audio that they didn't play. I was surprised. I was like, "Where's that audio?" And that's the one we heard when him and her were having the phone call exchanges and the final phone call. And I played that. I don't know why that hasn't been played in court. I can't answer that. There's some things I would have used, and at least they got the ACLU one in there. Thank God they got that. That was the main thing for me. But the body cam footage was there, but I still don't understand why the phone call wasn't there when she said, "You're going to tell everybody I'm a stripper," and then I was like, "Wait a minute, why wasn't that was a big one?" I would have played that one.
That still can come in, can't it?
Guess we still got time. Just I feel
don't
like
forget.
we're running out of.
I was going to say, don't forget, we also only heard parts of the audio. That full audio is in evidence.
Yeah, it's true. But has the jury heard it?
They can get to hear it afterwards.
Oh, yeah, Tracy, you know what it is? They're not going to mention how the father was, right? She's trying to play out that my father was a good guy. Then why'd you want to leave? Why were you why were you so desperate to get out of that house? Why were you doing anything you can to get out of there? Johnny left at 15 because of his mom. And she left early because of her dad. And they had that in common too. And I think that's another thing that attracted Johnny is that his history was kind of like her history.
Yeah.
So I think that when someone has a similar story to you, like, oh, they can understand me easily because she went through what I went through. Just was her dad, and for me it was my mom. So, that's what I'm thinking. Tracy said she's loving the testimony. She's proving Dr. Curry's diagnosis. Yeah. It's funny, in 1 minute she's so sad, and then the next minute she jumps back and like everything's fine. Like, what? Huh? Yeah, I don't get it. I don't get it.
There's a lot to come out in the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, well, we don't have much time left. I mean,
it's going to be hard. It's 2 weeks, isn't it? No, week and a half.
No, we only have tomorrow, and then we have 4 more days, and that's the end. That's it. Mm-hmm. Like the judge said, you only have X amount of time. I'm not extending it. Yeah. So if you don't get in, you don't get in. That's it. So I'm like, time's running out here.
So she hasn't actually had any witnesses?
Besides the doctor? Not that I could think of.
No, she's not going to have time for any witnesses.
There was the ACLU.
That was her. That didn't.
Yeah, it didn't help her though. No. I think the ACLU hurt her.
Yeah, but that was Johnny brought that forward. What I'm saying is she has not had any witnesses apart from that, the doctor and her.
Yeah. That's
and
it.
she's gonna talk for the next day and a half at least. Yeah.
Well, she's
Then we're
going to
gonna have
talk. She's going to talk at least today and tomorrow. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Now I don't know what'll happen the following Monday. I don't know if she's coming back.
Well,
Are they
it'll
going to
be
cross?
cross examination, won't it?
Right, because they might
Right.
do her like Johnny took a whole day, and then her cross took their cross took a whole day.
Mm-hmm.
So I won't be surprised if Amber gets 2 solid days, which would leave 2 days left, 3 days left. It's not going to leave a lot of time. And then on Thursday, are they making the verdict on Thursday? Is Thursday going to be verdict day? Is Friday verdict day? I don't know.
All right, we ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, jury, come on in.
I hope the jury ain't believing this girl.
Well,
she's a good
not worry about
manipulator.
it.
I'll give it to her.
Let's not worry about it.
Oh, look at that sad face.
Which one?
I won't get any more millions. No more houses.
Look how she's done her hair
She's
today.
staring at Johnny. Look at her.
Don't worry, you still have Elon. You can go back to Elon.
He's got a girl from Australia. He don't want her. That is true. She doesn't have evidence. Yeah.
She hasn't got time to call any witnesses either.
True.
Thank you. Please be
Because don't forget, the last day is going to be final.
Elon Musk. Somebody
And
put
we're
her
going to take you up to March of 2013. Can you describe your relationship with Mr. Depp during that month? And we'll start there.
I remember that was after a period of some peace, and then and sobriety. Johnny was sober, drinking Beck's, and my dad, who was struggling with alcohol and drug addiction at the time, had fallen off the wagon, and I remember he said, "Why don't we I want to send a picture to your dad of support," because my sister was upset with my dad. And so he poured a shot and kind of said, "Let's take a picture." I don't drink spirits, but I know that, I kind of held up in that picture. It's kind of eerie because I just think it's bizarre. He had broken this long period of sobriety that I thought was going to be the end of him drinking forever. Sounds foolish now, but I, held up this kind of glass with him, and we sent the picture to my dad because, I didn't know what else to do. And I remember thinking it was weird that he was drinking. And then the month got really crazy from that point on. It was a bit of a revolving door of accusations. He was accusing me of having affairs with, frankly, just one person. I had an acquaintance with somebody, and he was accusing me of being with them, and then it was accusing me of being with my friend, the one I had seen in Spain. I'm, in these kind of arguments, nothing I do is working. Walking out of the room is me leaving him, walking away from me. Hey, where are you going? I'm talking to you. That it went from that to pulling me in by my arm, still shouting about the accusations. I'm trying to diffuse the situation by trying to tell him I'm not sleeping with this person and I'm not sleeping with that person. And it was kind of, as soon as it seemed as though I had convinced him of one, there was somebody else he was sure I was sleeping with. And it was a revolving door at that time. A painting I had hanging on the wall, done by my ex, who's an artist. That was one day he he was convinced that that was proof I was sleeping with her or having an affair with her. I didn't really love him. And all the while I'm madly in love with him and trying to convince him. So March started with this picture of him doing a shot, and he's kind of saying, let's send it to your dad to show support. And what I remember of March is just like an almost, it's almost like it was a never ending fight. It was just, there were breaks in it. What kept me in it is because I kept waiting for the other shoe to drop, you know, the sobriety shoe, if you will. I kept waiting for him to get to the point where it's not supportable or anymore, and he's done with it and he's ready to get clean and sober again, because there commences a period of like pure joy. And it was one fight after the other, March.
So let me start with the painting incident. Please tell the jury what happened on that particular incident with the painting.
As I mentioned, the painting, which had been hanging there for months, one day he kind of stayed up doing cocaine, just drinking, doing cocaine, music, which is not in and of itself that weird in my relationship with Johnny at this point. You know, like he stays up and keeps weird hours and smokes and stuff. But he was drinking brown liquor and doing a lot of cocaine, and it was like, it became clear to me in that argument, if you will, that he wasn't making sense. He had effectively just taken, it seemed like, a turn and had decided that the painting was an offense that he could not forgive me for. It meant I was having an affair with my ex-partner, with whom I had already split, and it made no sense to me. So I'm trying to kind of quell the accusations by saying, you know, it's been there, and what are you talking about? And it's like, that doesn't mean anything. And, you know, he was demanding I take it down. He eventually takes it down and tries to burn it, but it was unsuccessful, luckily, because he wasn't with one of those normal, what do you call them, Bic lighters. He wasn't very successful at doing it while drinking, to the extent he was. But I remember it was this kind of ridiculous fight, like didn't feel like it needed to be an argument, but it seemed like nothing I could do, nothing I could say. I tried leaving. I left the room. I left the house. I eventually came back. It was like a whole night, an evening, a night, and then a morning of this. So this morning in particular, I think it was the 22nd of March. There were several incidents in March though. But in this particular one, he had something to go to. He was filming with Keith Richards and Tom Waits.
Well, let me, before you go into that part, let's pull up Defendant's Exhibit 161, which is already admitted into evidence, I believe, Your Honor.
Yes, 161 with redactions.
Thank you. And I'm going to show you Defendant's Exhibit 161. And the date on this is 3/12/2013, and it's a text exchange between you and Mr. Depp. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. And the first one is from you to Mr. Depp. Just thought you should know there exists a book. Is that to you? Is it to Mr. Depp from you, or it's vice versa? Isn't it?
It's Johnny texting me.
Just thought you should know there exists a book titled Disco Bloodbath. And then you say, we need that book. And you say, is this about last Friday night by any chance? And he says, how can you make me smile about such a hideous moment? And I'm not going to repeat the rest of it. Could you tell the jury what happened on that Friday night?
There were, like I said, there was a few different incidents in March. I believe this one happened in the Eastern Columbia building, which are one of Johnny's penthouses. They're in downtown, so a different part of Los Angeles. And we'd sometimes go there. I remember he was accusing me again, of sleeping with this artist, this musician who I'd never slept with. I was denying it. I barely knew the person. And then he was accusing me of sleeping with my friend in Spain. And I remember nothing I could do. He like called this person on the phone and screamed at him. He didn't speak English, so he was really confused as to what he was being yelled at by Johnny. But I remember those were the accusations. That was the fight. But it was one to the next accusation. And I remember I was kind of doing that juggling act. I was in one of these fights, I believe it's this one, in his downtown ECB, we call it, loft. And we're in the kitchen living room area, and he backhands me. And, it was, he wears a lot of rings. I remember kind of just feeling like my lip went into my teeth, and it got a little blood on the wall. Just that simple, a little bit of blood on the wall. As hard as it is to explain this, I was so caught up in the relationship and also very occupied in defending what I only could assume he believed, these accusations, that, I didn't internalize, like I didn't make that big of a deal of it. I kind of pride myself on being tough, and, I don't make a big deal out of, smaller injuries. And I know that sounds horrible because and hard maybe to understand, but my best way to cope with it is I kind of, minimize it, make sure no one, make sure he knows that I'm tough and can't knock me down, and I make a joke of it, clearly. Make light.
I'm going to, Michelle, if you can take this one down and bring up 170A. Did there come a time in March, Amber, where you sent a picture to your mom?
Yes, this is sometime in March 2013. I sent it to her because I'd been texting about some of the craziness, and
Objection, hearsay.
I'll sustain as to what she may have texted. All right, next question.
Without saying what you said in the text, explain why you were sending it to your mom.
I was reaching out. I was very lonely in what I was living in, and I wanted help. I wanted advice, help. I just wanted to talk to somebody and figure out how I could make this stop.
And is this a picture that you took of yourself in March of 2013?
I did.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 170A.
Any objection?
No objection, Your
All
Honor.
right, 170A in evidence. You can publish the picture.
Thank you, Your Honor. And how did you sustain that bruise, Amber?
I had thrown Johnny slapped me. I walked away from him, and that made it worse. We got into like a shouting match. And he kind of did this thing with his body where I could tell he was going to hit me again. I picked up I remember it kind of like a little pot, not a pot, but like a vase. And I remember I got away from him enough as he reels back. I threw it in his direction and actually managed to get away before before he got me. He grabbed me by the arm, and he kind of just held me on the floor, screaming at me. I don't know how many times he hit me in the face, but I remember being on the floor of my apartment, and I remember thinking, how could this happen to me again?
Can you bring up 170? Thank you, Michelle. And if we can, and just to start, it's 3/23/2013, and if we can scroll up. This is a text message exchange with your mom, correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay, let's go. Scroll down and then.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to hearsay.
All right, let's wait until we get to the spot. All right, and is this the picture that you sent to your mom on 3/23/2013?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of 170, just that picture that's on the text.
With
Along
no words?
Well, it says from 2 weeks ago on it.
Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection.
If we redact the from 2 weeks ago, can we admit it then? And then just have the showing that she sent it to her mom
May
for
we
the
approach,
date?
Your Honor?
Okay.
All right, 170 will be in evidence with redactions.
And may we publish to the jury, please?
All right.
And that's the picture you sent to your mom?
Yes, it is.
On March 23rd, 2013?
Yes, it was from a previous fight.
Okay.
The bruise.
All right. Now, did you have any other altercations in March 2013 with Mr. Depp?
Yes, we had a couple of these fights in Orange that were around this time, one of which I started to tell you about the painting.
And I know I've interrupted you now twice on that, but I realize the jury doesn't. Can you tell them what you mean by orange at Orange?
Sorry, Orange was my apartment that I kept in Los Angeles at the time.
And it was an apartment. What type of an apartment?
I rented the top of a duplex. So it was a house with the landlord living on the bottom floor. I rented the top floor.
Okay, thank you. Now, please continue with the painting. I'm sorry.
It seemed like nothing I could say to Johnny would convince him. He wanted me to remove the painting. And he wanted me to admit to this affair that I wasn't having. And I didn't want to admit to it because it's not true. So I held out, and he just drank more and did more cocaine. And I woke up the next morning, I think it was on the 22nd or the 23rd. I woke up in the morning and the breakfast table was like cocaine and booze. And I realized that that I wasn't going to be able to talk I wasn't going to be able to talk our situation down. I wasn't going to be able to talk him out of it. And he was just so convinced that I was fighting with him or at the reason that he wouldn't leave the house, and he had something to go film that was important, and there were important people waiting for him. And I remember people were reaching out, his assistants, his manager sister, everyone was wondering where he was. And I kept feeling embarrassed and unable to move this person out of my house. I couldn't calm him down. I couldn't change. He was just so intent on me admitting the details of this affair that I wasn't having. And me pointing out that the cocaine wasn't making his situation any better made me the bad cop. Then I'm the nag. So eventually I called my sister. He had a kind of a buddy-buddy relationship with her at the time. And at the time, she occasionally did cocaine. I didn't, but she did. So I was like, hey, come take over. Maybe you can buddy him and talk him into leaving the house, just getting out of the house. And she did. I remember his assistants trying to get him out. We eventually in the evening, I think early evening, he finally agrees to leave, but I can't tell our relationship status. I can't tell if he still is convinced of these things or if he's just going to sleep it off and it's going to go back to normal sobriety, sorry kind of phase. And he was still upset, but seemingly calming down. So I agreed to go with him. He wanted me to go to the shoot. I had plans, so I kind of reluctantly agreed, but didn't want to set anything off. I didn't want to engage anymore. I didn't want to do anything that could be perceived as antagonizing him or engaging more. So I went with him. We grabbed the dogs, we get in the car, we're on the way there. We're headed up Sweetser is the street. It's a major street that leads up to Johnny's houses. He effectively owns the end of the street. It's like a cul-de-sac. So we're nowhere near his home, but we were driving up this street and he has the window down, he's smoking. It wasn't all the way down, but he's constantly smoking. And at some point he starts howling out of the window and then grabs two small dogs. Well, one was Johnny's dog and one was my dog, but he grabs, if I remember correctly, Boo, his dog, slightly chunkier teacup Yorkie, and he grabs this teacup Yorkie and holds Boo out of the window of the moving car. And he's howling like an animal while holding the dog out of the window. And everyone in the car, I'll never forget it, everyone just froze. No one did anything. And I too was torn as to what I should do because I didn't want to do anything to cause him to react, drop the dog. It was just this eerie moment where he's howling and holding this animal outside of the car window. And more than that weird memory is I have a memory of everyone just kind of not really reacting to him. No one really kind of did anything. I eventually kind of pulled his arms gently back into the vehicle and kind of got the dog back on the seat, and we continued driving, but no one reacted. It just kind of avoided dealing with it. We get to the place, the house where he was filming this thing that he was late for, I suppose, for the day. And we walk in. Meanwhile, I've been bombarded by text messages and calls and conversations with everyone seemingly so stressed about.
Objection, hearsay.
All right.
Don't tell us what somebody else said, just what you observed.
I understood everyone was stressed. They seemed stressed to me about the tardiness. Where is he? Let's get him there, so we get him there. And no one reacts when we get in. I mean, we walk into this house where everyone was waiting for him, and everyone smiles and says, hey, boss.
Objection, hearsay.
Okay. So,
Sorry.
Okay. Let's, Michelle, can we pull up 167A? I think is B the one that's in? 167B is already in, right? Oh, it's A. Okay, then go ahead and pull up A. Does Your Honor show that one to be in 167A? Defendants, I'm sorry.
Well, this might be your 167A, but it's in evidence as a plaintiff's number, and I'm not sure which plaintiff's number it is. I don't need it in twice, so.
I would agree. Do we?
Your Honor, I don't think it's this version of the photograph that's been admitted, so it's a
different version.
it's a
Same
different-
photograph, but a little different. Is that what we're?
It's not the same photograph.
Okay, not the
All
same
right, well,
photograph. Then we'll go with it. Then what number is it?
Do you recognize this photo?
Yes, I do.
Please tell the jury what it is.
It's a picture I took of my breakfast table that morning.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 167A.
167A. Any objection?
Your Honor, may we approach?
Sure. A is in evidence. You can publish.
So may we publish that? Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, and Amber, you said that you took this that morning, is that
Yes.
correct? Could you tell the jury what the box is that has the property with the skull bones, property of JD?
That's Johnny's drug box. I've seen it used for pills, but at the time it was bags of Coke, like dime bags of Coke.
Okay, and what are these white lines on the table to the left of that box?
That is cocaine.
Okay. And do you know what is in these two glasses that have kind of a gold colored liquor?
Yes, they're different, actually. That's confusing. They're different. Different liquids. The one in the back in the larger glass is, I believe at the time I was doing these tabs, they're Barocca, that's what they're called. They're little tablets. And anyway, I remember at the time that that's what I was putting in my water because I just come back from France where they sell them. And then the brown liquid in the shot glass is Johnny's liquor. I don't know what it's called, but we kept it in the freezer. At the time, it was at that time, March 2013, I hadn't, I still didn't have the, hard line. I won't even keep that, in my freezer sort of attitude or posture with him. I wasn't that bold at the time, I didn't like it, but I didn't have that strength. I kind of, at that time, I think was doing things like trying to pour it out when I could.
So what is the bag, the brown bag on the left side? What is that?
That's a DOP kit. It's like, his prescriptions and cigarette, tobacco, weed, things like that.
Okay, and then above it, there appears to be a CD of some sort, DVD, something. Do you recognize that?
Yes, it's the single, I believe is what it's called, the single he was making at the time. I think that's the song that they were filming a video for, if I'm correct.
Okay. All right. Now, did you end up sending a copy of this picture to Rocky Pennington that day?
I did. I sent it to my best friend at the time, and was like, look at my morning.
Objection, hearsay.
Okay, you can't say what you said, but you sent it to your friend,
Mhm.
correct?
I
Let's
sent
go
it
to
to my friend.
167, please. And is that the email in which you sent this picture to Rocky Pennington on 3/22?
Yes.
2013? Your Honor, I'd like to move the admission of the picture with the redaction of the message on it, with the top with identifier redactions, and we take out the rest of it.
Oh, all right. Any objection?
No objection.
All right, so we'll do those redactions, 167 in evidence with redactions.
All right. And may we publish, please? All right, and is this the text message, the email that you sent to Rocky with this picture?
Yes.
Okay. Now I'm going to take you to, let's go to Hicksville. Let's tell the jury about Hicksville, May 2013. Can you tell the jury what transpired at Hicksville?
It is it's a like a fancy trailer park, like a little hotel in the middle of nowhere, set up with these little trailers, and we had made a plan to go there with friends, and we were going to do, like laughy, as we said, laughy drugs, like mushrooms, eat mushrooms, sit by a campfire. There's really not a whole lot else to do out there. It's like a getaway. We had made this plan, and it was going fine. It was like a, kind of like a party out in the desert, with a few friends and campfire and music. And I don't know who somebody brought MDMA. It was being passed around, and somebody who took it kind of was starting to feel the effects of it, I guess is the best way to describe. She kind of reacted in this way where when the MDMA hit her, she kind of, we were sitting around a campfire, all of us, and she kind of just leaned into me and put her, head on my shoulder and kind of grabbed my arm. I took it, to be the effects of the drug. And I think I had eaten a mushroom cap, but was not feeling anything at the time. I don't remember feeling anything, because the night just kind of changed pretty dramatically, before I really felt anything of the effects of that. But that was the environment we were in. And as soon as she kind of did this thing where she leaned into me, Johnny gets really activated. He gets really upset, and he starts, well, at first she thought he was kidding too. She thought he was kind of making a joke. I think we all did. Everyone kind of responded at first, that like it was a joke, but he was like, hey man, what are you doing? What do you think you're doing? And she kind of giggled and kind of leaned into me more. And I knew in my body just instantly that it wasn't a joke. But she didn't. So she's kind of still attached to my arm when he says it again to her louder. He says, hey man, you think you're touching my fucking girl? You think you're touching my fucking girl? That's my fucking girl. And he gets louder and louder. And she kind of did this thing half understanding what was going on. I think she kind of started to cry at this point, but she kind of threw up her hands and Johnny grabbed her wrist and kind of twisted it and pulled her into him and said, "Do you know how many pounds of pressure it takes to break a human wrist? Huh?" And he kind of held her and she just looked frozen. And she's crying and she was just denying understanding what was going on. I stepped in. I kind of take Johnny's arm around, kind of take Johnny's hand, and kind of we start communicating. I don't remember if he immediately was accusing me or if it was sometime after. I wish I remembered, but we agreed that we'd go and talk about it in the trailer. So we walked to the trailer, and when we're in the trailer, Johnny, by the time we get into the trailer, Johnny tells me that I had been instigating the, and asking for this, and that I had invited it, and that I hadn't been honest with him about my relationship with this woman. And I didn't really know her that well. I mean, I actually don't know her at all, but I had met her. And I remember in the trailer, he's accusing me of lying about it, and that I had something with her. I'm trying to diffuse that. I'm trying to calm him down. And he just turned all that, it seemed like he turned all that rage onto the trailer itself. And he just started smashing things. He picked up something on the table and threw it right into the glass cabinet. He hit with his hand a wall sconce. He cleared the tabletop on the little fold down like kitchen dining room area in this trailer. I mean, it's a trailer, so there's only so much you can do. And he's screaming at me, screaming at me. And I eventually go back into the bedroom area. He comes into the bedroom area. We had what I can only describe as it sounded like nonsense from him. It wasn't making sense. And I realized that he's just probably really high, because it wasn't making sense anymore. It wasn't like a direct accusation. He wasn't hearing me when I was saying I wasn't involved, wasn't cheating on him. I wasn't secretly trying to engage this woman in some sort of sexual affair. And then it became clear to me he was like looking for something. He cleared things off the bed. I went into the bathroom, and as I come out, he asked me where it is and how long I've been hiding it. And I was like, "What are you talking about?" And he says, "You know what I'm fucking talking about. You know what I'm fucking talking about. Be honest with me. Where are you hiding it?" And he kind of like makes to look into the bathroom. And I gestured to the bathroom, which was to my right. I kind of like gestured to him and I said, like, what am I hiding and where am I going to hide it? And we're standing in this little hallway area outside of the bathroom, and he starts, what it feels like patting me down, or saying he's patting me down. I can't recall, but he ripped my dress, the strap top part of my dress. I had just dyed this thing myself pink, and it's just one of those things. I was like, that's I just finished that dress. And he's like grabbing my breasts, he's touching my thighs. He rips my underwear off. And then he proceeds to do a cavity search. He said he was looking for his drugs, his cocaine, his coke. I was wondering how somebody who didn't do cocaine and was against it, that was in and of itself causing problems in our relationship. How could I hide? Why would I hide his drugs from, like he was insinuating that I was doing it or something? It made no sense. And he was telling me we're gonna conduct a cavity search, shall we? Like, just shoved his fingers inside me. I just stood there staring at the stupid light. I didn't know what I didn't know what to do. I just stood there. While he did that, he twisted his fingers around. I didn't say like stop or anything. I just
So the next morning, what transpired?
I remember thinking that Johnny would change his mind. And it would be, yeah, I thought it would end differently. I kind of froze. I don't know how we went to bed that night. I don't know how I went to bed. I don't know how I slept. I don't know how we woke up. I don't remember having a conversation with him the next day. I don't remember talking to him about it or confronting him about it. I remember wanting it to be okay. I remember just wanting whatever fucking weird trip, whatever trip that was to end, just to be over and for it to just go back to normal. And I remember my friends were out by the pool. Like there was a pool in the center of the trailer park. And I remember putting on my, just putting on my face and going back into this like crap, and I remember seeing my friends by the pool thinking they were just having a great time and no one knew what was, I felt so lonely. Like no one knows everyone was just having a good time, like normal stuff. So I just smiled and made a joke about how trashed the trailer got. And we had to get the manager, who started off furious that Johnny had wrecked the thing. And then he had this like black mesh not tank top, it was like a meshy kind of shirt on. And I remember he came into the trailer and looked around and was like, whoa, what happened here? Whoa. And Johnny had an exchange with him. And I remember watching this man be so charmed. It was just a kind of a surreal experience. And, it just went away, that just got fixed. We walked out of the trailer at some point. My dog stepped on a bee. We went to the vet and went on with our, vacation. We actually went to another location after that and then eventually went home and went about our life.
I'm going to ask you to take a look. Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 176? In May of 2013, did there come a time that you wrote an email?
Objection, leading, and hearsay, Your Honor. May we approach?
All right.
Well, after the UK case, I guess she had some time to rehearse, so what the hell? Let's put on a show.
I'm missing everything because I was on a Zoom call. Dang. Yeah, he can have me, Sonia.
In June 2013, how were you feeling about your relationship with Mr. Depp?
May we have the exhibit taken away
Okay,
from,
sure.
thank you.
By June, I was so torn. I was so in love with this person because when it was good, it was so good. You've never felt love like that. At least that's how it felt. So much. I felt like he recognized me and I recognized him, and there was just something there that was the love of my life. And he was. He was, but he was also this other thing. He was also this other thing. And that other thing was awful, awful thing that would come out and take over. And it was, you couldn't see the Johnny I loved underneath it. It was this other thing. And no one told him. No one was honest with him. No one, he'd pass out in his own vomit. He'd lose control of his body, he'd lose control, and everyone would clean up after him. I cleaned up after him. I mean, this man lost control of his bowels, and I cleaned up after him. His security cleaned up after him, changed his pants in front of me. He would pass out in his own sick. And then he'd walk around saying he didn't have a problem. Until he did. Until he couldn't support it anymore, and he'd get clean and he'd get sober, and then he was this thing again. This thing that made me feel so loved, that made me feel like my soulmate. As cheesy as that sounds, I just felt like he knew me. And I recognized something in him. There was some part of my makeup and my background or something that I just got it. And I loved him and understood him. It just got so scary, the other part of him. And in June, I wanted to leave him. I didn't want to leave him. I wanted to leave him. I wanted him to get better. And he expressed to me so many times when he was in that period of getting clean and sober, he would tell me, "You saved my life. Baby girl, you saved my life." Everyone else was saying that to me, and I believed it. If everyone else was saying it, he was saying it. I thought, just like his other friends who had gotten clean and sober and stayed that way, his older friends, these rock stars that he hung out with that had gotten clean and sober and they had 20, 30 years, something, I thought, and Johnny told me he would be that person, that he was going to be that person, and I believed it. I had so much, I looked at that man twice my age, I was 25, looking at this man twice my age, and I saw hope and promise. I had so much hope. The whole thing, kids and growing old together, sort of hope. If it was just for this one thing that he could do, which would save his life, which would be to get clean and sober. And I believed it. And I wrote this letter to myself, among many letters to myself.
Objection,
because I
hearsay.
thought,
All she did was refer to that she wrote it. She isn't saying what she said.
I'll rule for that.
Thank you.
Okay. I wrote that letter because I thought it would be read to him. I could read it to him. I could say it to him in intervention, in help. And he would later thank me for, as he used to thank me all the time for saving his life.
Did there come a time later in June that you finally met Johnny's kids?
I'm sorry. Yeah, I finally met them in the summer of 2013. I had been with Johnny for over a year, maybe like a year and a half at this point, is my best guess. And I was dying to meet them, dying to get to know these kids. I felt like I knew them already. I had his daughters and Jack's, both of his kids' art on my fridge, and I had never even met them. Johnny had brought them over one day and kindly given them to me, and I had them up on my fridge because I felt like I knew them, just how much he talked about them. And I finally got to meet them at the Lone Ranger premiere at Disneyland. Summer 2013.
So then I'm going to jump to, and it's not much of a jump, to June 26, 2013. There was a plane ride to Russia with Johnny. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Well, tell the jury about that particular event.
Well, that was the first and last time I ever decided it would be a decent idea to do drugs with Johnny. I did MDMA with him on the plane, which was as stupid as it may sound. I just had never, I was very against, obviously the cocaine had been a problem. I was very much against him using cocaine. I was against the drinking, supportive of the sobriety, but I'm 26 maybe ish. And I wanted, I had never heard of anyone making MDMA like what I had done MDMA before. I thought it's a lovey drug. It's a, it's like a kind of, I never knew anyone to get violent on it. And, I thought, well, this is a relatively contained environment. Maybe this will be different. Maybe I can be a good cop and be part of the, I don't have to be the lesbian counselor all the time, as you would say. I can maybe be the fun girlfriend. And I learned the hard way that was not happening.
So what happened?
Well, we took MDMA. I took a capsule. It's like a powder in a capsule. I took a capsule, and Johnny took several. I didn't count, but it's very different when you see someone take one versus a handful of something. But nothing seemed to set any alarm bells off, and things were going fine until the flight attendant got involved. The flight attendant came by, was engaging with us. I don't think that they're really, it felt like it was before the effects of the drug took over. It was relatively quick, soon after we first took our dose, if you can say. And the flight attendant, Johnny offered her some, she of course said no. And then after some back and forth between them, Johnny convinced her that it would be fine. So she acquiesced and took MDMA with us. And within, a few minutes go by, and the same thing happened that happened on the mushrooms at Hicksville with the woman, Kelly Sue, who I've told you about. Flight attendant got friendly with me, but just friendly, just like MDMA friendly, was kind of, I'm a woman, he's a man. So she was naturally, I think, more comfortable with me physically. She kind of leaned into me and kind of sat on the arm of the chair I was sitting in. I mean, after all, she's on drugs, and Johnny grabs her hand and tells her not to touch me. And she kind of reacts in a way like she's defending herself and was trying to clarify. And he grabbed her by the wrist and slammed it down on the table and told her he could break her wrist. And I remember thinking, I've heard this before. And that was a pattern that would repeat itself a few times. These things would happen in these kind of cycles where there'd be a certain element that would get filtered for a while, whether it's an accusation or a gesture, and that would be the thing that he looped on. I called it loops. And he grabs her wrist and he tells her he could break her wrist. She cries instantly, denies it, is so apologetic. Eventually he lets go. She goes to the front of the plane where the flight attendant, normally hangs out, and the doors close, and I don't see her much of that whole flight. We land in Russia, and I don't really remember, I don't recall any violence on the plane between Johnny and I, but I remember feeling this tension because I was wondering when it was gonna aim at me, because he had this particular thing about, well, at the time I understood he had a particular thing, a sensitivity about me and women, because I had a female partner. So I was feeling nervous, anxious, and I remember we had a very quiet ride, at least I didn't say anything, to the ride to the hotel. And almost as soon as we get into the hotel room, Johnny's accusing me of effectively having engaged that, caused that. I, of course, deny it, point out what I thought was obvious, that, like we'd given her drugs, it's wasn't an affair, wasn't, and I'm trying to argue and defend myself at the same time. And at one point, Johnny just shoves me, just shoves me hard. And I fall back onto this glass table. I catch myself on the table. I don't know how some furniture got knocked around. There was I'm trying to stand up for myself. I'm trying to stand up, literally. I'm not, at this point, I don't even try to hit back or try to run. I'm in this hotel room trying to do my best to fight mostly the verbal accusations, but also I try to stay on my feet, At some point, Johnny whacks me in the face, and I don't remember feeling pain or like awareness of my nose or anything. I don't remember thinking that. I remember kind of crying and feeling, I went into the bathroom and I wanted him to have I just remember wanting him to realize what had happened. I wanted him to kind of snap out of it. I wanted him to care. I wanted him to realize what was going on, because a big part of this, I felt like he wasn't aware. There was this sense that he didn't know what was going on. Again, I don't know how much of the drugs or alcohol is a part of this, but I remember crying. I came out at some point because I don't hear him in that room. I remember we had been arguing in the main room, but I went out to the hallway, which is where I presume he walked out, and his bodyguard, Jerry Judge, was in the hall. And I don't recall seeing Johnny in the hallway, but I remember seeing Jerry Judge, who gestured to my
Objection,
nose.
hearsay.
She's just saying gesture. He hasn't said anything yet.
All right, gesture's fine. I'll overrule the objection. He gestures to my nose and holds out his handkerchief, like a cloth handkerchief. And I instantly felt just felt really embarrassed.
Do
I felt ashamed. I don't know how else to describe it. I just felt like just really embarrassing. And I went inside the room.
What, if any, injury did you have?
I had a little blood coming out of my nose. I didn't know it. I didn't feel it at the time until Jerry Jerry let me know.
Okay.
And I went inside the hotel room, and it is embarrassing as it is. I remember just wanting Johnny to say sorry. I wanted him to realize it. It's so stupid, but I like the emotional part. I just wanted him to acknowledge that this was that he could hurt me, and I wanted it to be okay. I didn't want him to think I was interested in this flight attendant. I didn't want him to think that I would capable of cheating on him. I was in love with him. I just wanted things to be okay.
Let's take you to July 9, 2013. Did there come a time that you went for a ride you went to the Bahamas and went on a ride, the yacht with Johnny and his kids?
Well, it's less like we flew out to the Bahamas to his island. He was selling the yacht to J.K. Rowling, and he wanted to kind of have a goodbye trip on the yacht. So it was docked off the island, and I went with him and his kids, who I had quickly developed a bond with and loved. And we brought a friend along with us, I think, to kind of help. And yeah.
Okay. Tell the jury what happened on that trip.
Johnny was upset that he had to sell the boat, and he was off the wagon again, but he didn't want to tell his kids, so he was hiding it from them. He was putting it in coffee cups and drinking, and the behavior just kind of like, he was upset, he was emotional, and he just that's how he dealt with it, just drink. But there's just no off button with Johnny. So he just kept drinking, and the behavior kept getting more obviously drunk. And Lily Rose, his daughter at the time, was young, just like maybe 14. And she started to get panicky and started to ask me questions about his drinking.
Objection, hearsay.
Without saying what Lily Rose was saying, please continue on.
Sustain the objection. Thank you. So she was asking me questions about the drinking, and was very upset.
Sustain the objection.
Yeah, you can't say what Lily Rose said.
Oh,
but
yeah.
you can tell gestures,
Sorry.
you can tell, and you can say what you and Mr. Depp said. Okay.
Sorry. So she was upset, and Johnny we were with the kids, and he kind of threw himself off the boat in a half playful way, like a dead fish kind of way. I don't know how to describe it, almost like a belly flop. But we were on a smaller boat parked next to the yacht, and he's jumping. Well, he jumped off the front of it, but kind of in a face chest forward way. Like it looked a little scary, like not something somebody would do if they're completely okay. It was started off all of us kind of taking turns jumping off the edge of the yacht into the water, and then he at one point kind of throws himself over, and it looked a little scary, the way his body fell into the water. And Lily Rose started to cry and expressed to me that she
Objection,
was
hearsay.
upset.
Sustained.
You can't say what she said. You can tell expressions or observations, but you can't say what Lily Rose said.
So
Okay.
Lily Rose is crying, and then the crying becomes like a panic, like almost like a panic attack. Like rapid breathing, crying, lots of questions. And I'm holding her, kind of comforting her, and Johnny comes in, and within a few within a few seconds, I realized that he, kind of shifted his attention on me, and then he seemed very angry. He asked Lily Rose to leave. Lily Rose leaves, looks at me, leaves crying, and Johnny, I don't remember the words he used, but starts accusing me of kind of like telling on him and calling him, a drunk in front of his kids. I hadn't done that. I was actually trying to protect Johnny. It didn't feel like my place at all to share that with his daughter or anyone at the time, other than adults who might help with it, but not his kids. So I was trying to tell him, I was just trying to comfort her. I was trying to protect you. He basically was accusing me of doing this thing and of making them aware of his that he was drinking again. And he slams me up against the side wall of the bedroom of the we were in the bedroom this whole time, but up against the wall of the cabin, and slams me up by my neck and holds me there for a second and tells me that he could fucking kill me. And that was an embarrassment. I was embarrassing. It was embarrassment. This whole thing was a joke. It was all embarrassment. I made him feel sick. And I'll never forget. I'm very, very, very much in love with this whole family now. And he's saying I'm embarrassing to him. And that somehow stuck in me more than the I could fucking kill you. It just sounded like hyperbole. It sounded like something he was just saying, but the names that he was calling me, kind of just pushing me up against the wall by my neck, it hurt my feelings. It hurt. When I saw Lily Rose again, we get, I won't say what she told me, but the next thing we do is we call for a helicopter to come and take us off of the boat or off of the island. So we leave the boat, go to the landing of a part of the island, or maybe it was a different, island we had to get to leave, and we take off. I'm holding Lily Rose literally holding her under my arm while she's crying, and we're lifting off. And Jack ended up not coming with us at the last minute. He stayed behind. And we were taking off, and I remember being really torn about leaving. I felt bad about leaving, even though that had happened. I still felt awful leaving. I felt awful leaving him. I also felt like I had done something wrong. He was mad at me. I wasn't sure, what I had done, but I remember not being, I'm getting all these text messages from him calling me all these names, and it barely coherent, barely. And I'm holding his daughter crying.
And let me just stop you for a moment. Michelle, can you pull up Defendant's Exhibit 180?
Do you believe that's already in
It is already into evidence, Your Honor, so if we may publish it to the jury. And Amber, I'm going to ask you to take a look at 180. And this is text messages from Mr. Depp to you. Do you recall these?
Yes, I do.
And are these the text messages?
Yes, that's what he was sending me while I was taking care of his daughter.
Your Honor, I'm about to go into another event. Should I keep going?
I mean, that's fine if you think this is a good point
This
to
is
break for
probably-
the day.
I think it's probably good.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and conclude for today. Again, do not read anything about this case. Do not do any outside research and don't discuss it with anybody, okay? Have a good evening. We'll see you in the morning, okay? Thank you.
Officer Squarehead.
Oh my god, when he called her, I'm dying laughing. I can't. I couldn't even screenshot it fast enough. I'm like, damn.
Yeah, that's funny. That's one I gotta put. I'll take a video of. That's funny.
Oh
Officer
my God.
Squarehead.
And again, ma'am, since you're still in the statement, you cannot discuss your testimony with anybody to include your attorneys, okay? All right.
Well, I
Anything
gotta say,
further?
she's a good
All right, we'll see you in the
bullshitter.
morning.
She tells a
Your
good
Honor.
story, right? She's better on the stand than she is in her movies. Just saying.
To me, she has no emotions whatsoever. She's like a blank slate. She doesn't show empathy. She doesn't show remorse. She doesn't show compassion, consideration, or any dynamic of that nature. She's just a total turd. Period.
Yeah.
I'm speechless. I can't believe that she made up all these stories. That poor guy. Did you see he didn't even look at the bit?
He was laughing.
I
Johnny
know.
was he's laughing out the door. Look at him.
Heh.
Fucking shit, I'm dead.
Unreal.
Yeah, they blew her shit out of the water. They don't realize
done.
Chew has got something up his sleeve. Seriously.
Rob, you don't
Chew
think
has
the
got
jury's
something
gonna
up his
fall for
sleeve
this,
because I
do you?
saw him smirking. Something's gonna happen tomorrow. She's gonna get chewed out and Chew's
Oh
gonna
wait,
drop
yeah,
a
wait till
bomb.
his team gets a hold of her. Oh, I hope.
Just bring in the children. Don't bring in the children. My God, they're not even involved in this in
I know.
in
I
any
hate
way.
that.
I know
had
that
cringe
is
my
like
teeth.
so rude.
And Jerry
I
Judge
wanted
is
to
That's
not
so
scream out the
rude.
roof
reputable.
when she said that. I'm like,
Oh.
damn, those are kids. Don't bring them up. They're in. You don't think they're not watching this? Like, come on.
Well, that and
Yeah,
Jerry
exactly.
Judge. Poor Jerry, he's dead. He's he can't come to defend
Yeah, that was
himself.
horrible to bring up a person that's no longer here. You don't think that's painful? And
That's
you know,
real
Yeah.
painful.
his family's got to hear that, and then his kids got to hear them being brought into it. And Vanessa must be infuriated. Oh my God, she's mentioning my kids with this bitch, man. Like,
Oh no
Yeah,
kidding.
she's doing
Yeah.
that as a intimidation tactic. I've seen that before because some of my exes did that in court with me, and
oh
nah,
my
it ain't
God.
gonna fly. It ain't gonna fly one damn bit.
Rob, what do you think
Court
about
see
the
through
jury?
that
What they're
shit.
gonna think? You don't think they're gonna
Yeah,
buy into
Rob,
her?
let's hear your voice. You're a
Hold
man.
on.
We want to hear what you have to say.
Huh?
We want a
All
man's
right. I mean,
perspective.
We need to
I'm
hear
worried
what you
about
have
the
to
jury.
say.
What do you think they're gonna think? Are they gonna believe her bullshit or not?
well, look, that's gonna be up to his staff, to his attorneys to prove her wrong. And then right now it's just a story. It's
Oh,
a
I hope they
story.
prove her wrong.
This other thing. So far, security's told me otherwise. People close to them told me otherwise. She's
Yep.
like, "Oh, he grabbed my arm." Well, look, if I grab your arm, these are fingers, right?
Mhm.
This is gonna be here. This is gonna be here. There's gonna be red. There's not gonna be just this little thing. There's gonna be redness, and there's gonna be like my finger
Finger
imprints are
marks.
gonna be.
Finger
If I had
marks.
to grab you like that, then my hands had to really grab. It's not that this and it
It
caused a
almost
little
looked
bump.
self-inflicted.
Yeah, that didn't look like any. Listen,
No, it didn't look like a bruise.
yeah, it looked like a
Or
bruise.
she
It
bumped
didn't
into
look like he's.
something.
By the way, yeah, tomorrow I forgot. I think tomorrow's Friday. It's not. Tomorrow's Thursday.
I gotta get that Justice for Johnny shirt. I don't know. I gotta go get it tonight.
It's a beauty, isn't it?
It is. I'm very jealous.
I love having Johnny on
Why
my
are you jealous?
chest.
You just got this shirt and now you're jealous. She just got
I'll
this
have to
shirt.
get it. I'm
Well,
sorry.
I'm
I'll
waiting
get it.
on you
I'll
to
get
get
it.
some Johnny stuff. Rob.
Yeah, I have to get my friend who's an artist. I have to talk to him tonight. He's gonna do it for me. I can't
Oh,
draw,
good.
but he could draw. He's a good drawer, so he said he'll do it for me.
Oh, my
So,
son's an artist, and he
Oh,
said,
if
"Well,
he's an art, I had to have them draw my next tattoo then, because I can't do it. I'm not good at drawing. So.
yeah, I'm not good. If I could draw, I would do it myself, but I can't. So
My tattoo. Oh, I feel so honored. Rob Drool's tattoo.
Yeah, right. Listen, I have a whole bunch
Oh
of stuff in
God.
my store. There's shirts, there's sweatshirts, there's pants, there's a whole bunch of stuff. But you know, I said that in the beginning.
Oh my
With
God, I'm gonna be bankrupt.
a whole bunch of stuff. If anybody wanted, you know, it's there. But whatever, I don't worry about that.
No,
Is
how much
Johnny
do you
himself
get?
for sale? Because I want him.
Well, I can't go there. That I can't do. But you know, like I said, I thought Benjamin Chu's stuff was great yesterday. That's why
Oh, he was a beast. I want
I
to
cut
hire
it
him.
all out.
Definitely.
I cut the boring parts out, and it was great, man.
Oh, you put it up already? I gotta go check it out.
It was great, you know. So,
Yeah, me too.
Again, you know, again, it's her story. So far, everything's been hearsay. There's been really
there's no proof
witnesses to back her up. I have,
Yeah.
you know, there hasn't like the security. First of all, your security for two people.
Right.
Oh well, he hired you. Okay, so if I get married, or that means that she's not important. What?
Exactly.
What are you talking about? Like I'm married, and me and my wife lived here, and it's all ours, and everything here is ours. It's not just
Yeah,
mine.
when you're married, it's mutual.
I mean, the only thing that's hers is my
Exactly.
clothes, and the only thing that's
his
mine is
stuff
my
and-
clothes, right? You know, so
I mean, your clothes are your own thing. But everything else.
yeah,
is
I mean, my
mutual.
clothes are my own, but if she wants something to eat, take it. You know, if she want to use soap and
Like the
this and
blinds
that,
are both of yours.
everything's here for, you know, it's so it's like saying, okay, well, the security guard is mine. He's
I
only mine.
can't.
No, that guy is there. His job, if she's in your life, then my job is to protect you and to protect her. And as long as she's in your life, so if anything happens to her, we're going to have a problem because I can't let her get harmed. And if anything happens to you, that's going to be a problem. It's so obvious. It's like, oh my God, like when we're together, you know, like they're only his. Was the car only his? He let you have his car.
Yeah.
You went out in his car with your friends.
And you puked on the side of the road and it denied it.
Yeah, they got pictures of that. That was disgusting. I wanted to throw up when I saw
He
that.
gave you. He gave
Yeah.
you. He let you live there for free.
She's quite the lady. I'll tell you that.
And it's funny because she didn't seem to mind the gifts, but yet she's throwing it at everybody else. Like, oh, you got gifts from Johnny. So did Amber Heard. Amber just admitted. So that kind of contradicts what they were trying to argue about, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Exactly.
To me, it's like, oh, Johnny
She's saying,
gave you
he
this.
was loving. He got me all these expensive
She
gifts.
loved
You
all
just
the gifts
admitted
she
to
was
him.
getting. She just went on the stand saying all the gifts she's got.
And she
What's
still
your
wears the
argument?
bracelet that he got her.
So you're trying to make it seem as if him getting gifts for his sister or for security is a bad thing, but him getting gifts for you, oh, wait a minute now.
Oh, and his parents, don't forget his parents. They were brought up.
So like, now I know that if it's Christmas time or if someone's birthday, I can't get anybody gifts. You know why? Because that might be a bad thing.
Oh God, Rob, no.
Are you
That's
fucking
just
kidding me?
too funny.
I can't give someone a gift because a gift is a bad thing. If I gave someone money because they would ask, oh my God, I'm going through something, all the money I've given to people through whatever GoFundMe and whatever else, I guess that's a bad thing because I gave them money. Oh my God, they must work for me.
Well, damn, I guess I did bad by helping. Oops.
I guess I got YouTubers who work for me now because I gave them money, so that means they work.
Damn, I guess I got hospitals working for me because I donated.
That is the most stupid.
Wow. How much are we getting paid an hour, Rob?
Yeah, I don't know. I still haven't got my check yet. I just checked the mail. It still isn't here.
I'm waiting for mine
Neither
yet,
have I.
Rob.
I think everybody's waiting
I
on one.
got a Papa John's coupon.
Oh, cool.
A free pizza. There you go.
And I got a coupon.
My hubby works for Papa John.
Yeah, hold on a second. I'll be right there.
Bring them on. Bring them on. I can't believe that I couldn't even look at her face. I had to put a picture of Johnny up so I could like get.
Neither could I.
That's so me. I'm on my tablet looking at Johnny because
I
I
had
can't look
to.
at her. I just and her voice is so annoying. Oh my God.
Oh, I know.
It's worse than Elaine.
Oh, my head is just like pounding right now. Ugh.
There were sometimes where I just wanted to leave
How
because
did
I
he
couldn't
deal with
listen
her
to her,
voice
but I
that
wanted
long?
to hear what she had to say. We have
She's
to
like,
hear
well,
what
he
she has to
choked me
say.
up against the wall. No, he didn't, but I wish to God he did do it because you never shut the hell up. And she was rambling on like he was
Yep.
manic, like on something or something. She didn't come
Oh,
up for air.
dang, if he throws
That's
me up
why I
against the
said
wall, I'm going to
historic
ask him what he wants.
PTSD.
It was horrible.
It's terrible.
When people mentioned the PTSD, I knew she didn't have it just because I've got a severe and rare case of PTSD.
I do
She
too.
has a personality disorder
Yeah,
and
she does.
complex.
Yeah.
And that's what she has. She has a personality disorder where her moods shift way too damn much. She doesn't realize reality from fictional shit, and
Exactly.
she makes up shit as she goes because that's what she believes, her own lies, and that's
Yeah, she does have
personality
personality.
complex.
She has personality disorder with severe bipolar. She was diagnosed as a kid, but that probably wouldn't count.
Oh.
Well, they mentioned her childhood, but didn't mention that stuff. But I guarantee Ben Chu is. He's gonna fucking mention all that shit.
You notice the females are in the back. They're gonna interview her because she can get her way with guys. So the females are gonna.
I don't think she can get away with that.
Camille's gonna chew her out.
No, I'm waiting for that one lawyer. The other one.
Oh,
what's her name? Oh shit! Why can't I think of? Oh,
I forgot her name.
Eleanor.
It's Camille Chu. Eleanor. Maybe. Eleanor.
Yeah. Oh my God! I am waiting for her because if she gets a hold of her, it's a wrap. It's done.
Oh
She's
yeah.
in her grave. She's done.
She is a trip, ain't she? I
don't know. And she bullshitted about how she got her start in movies and everything. Bitch, you didn't do any of that.
Johnny got her that
yes.
And it was proven that Johnny Depp got her all the fucking castings. He helped her. He put in the good word for her for every single fucking movie she's ever been through.
Johnny had to hire her an acting coach, so she got an Aquaman in the first one. She never did any other things besides that. Yeah, she did short films, but she didn't do it the way she described it. She lied about her childhood so fucking bad. And I wish I was in that courtroom because I would have gotten contempt. But you know what? I would have got my point across. Said, you know what? She's a lying bitch because I knew her from the start, and she's a fucking liar.
You know what? I can't wait until they mention about the dog fighting with her dad. See what she fucking says about that shit. Because he was arrested. It was proven on record he was arrested.
That's why I would have yelled.
Oh, he was. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, he was. He was convicted. It was proven that her dad was a dog fighting ring. He was convicted. And they can bring that right up because she didn't mention anything about her dad about that. What do you think of that, Amber? This is in your face. Your dad was arrested and convicted of this shit.
I bet nobody knows the way she said, my dad taught me how to ride horses. I bet he did. He told you how to ride his dick too, right?
Oh my God.
Exactly.
Don't go there. Please don't go there.
That's what I was going to say.
I was wondering what that one showed. Oh, cool. Nice.
Oh, I was stabbing my fucking voodoo doll so damn much it looks like a pink cushion.
Oh my gosh, she's got a voodoo doll.
There's so many damn little holes in it.
Did you guys notice that the makeup she had on her cheek kind of looked like a bruise?
What's she gonna say?
Yeah, she doesn't know texture.
Come on, man.
Has nothing. But yet she's wearing
in
eye
all her
makeup.
pictures.
No eye
in
makeup.
all her
no
pictures, you can. Go ahead.
Well, I gotta.
Makeup, no lipstick, and the fake crying. My God, if we were taking shots, we'd all be drunk by now.
Oh yeah,
exactly. Well, she doesn't know what texture means with makeup. She doesn't know how to blend with blushes and stuff like that. Her face looks fucking cockeyed to me because it looks so swollen on the inside. She looks like an alien with a smushed in face. She doesn't know how to blend. And makeup artists will even tell you the best thing about makeup when you're a model, especially, you gotta learn how to blend those colors, the textures,
like
to get your face
Edward
to perfect
Scissorhands,
perfection.
Like in
Hers
Edward
just
Scissorhands, when the lady sold Avon, she's like,
yeah,
blending is the secret.
Yes, yes.
that every
Blending.
night before bed.
I'm dead serious. Blending is the secret. Seriously, no lie. That is very true. That is very true.
Hey, I
I
used to
have
be
a
a
lot of
nail
friends that were
lady.
actually makeup
Don't do
artists,
that.
and that's the first thing they told me when I started wearing makeup.
It's true, yes.
Ladies, I got to get going. So
Okay.
yeah, so tomorrow I'll be on again. If you want to jump on, jump on.
Oh, but
We'll
we're having
talk.
so
We got.
much fun, Rob.
I know. Well, here's the thing. I'm gonna leave the stream open because I'll be at the doctor. So this is just gonna be on playing. Hen will
good
be
luck.
here. So if you
He's
want to
the
talk with
doctor.
Hen, I'm just
Dr.
gonna put it
Rob.
on and let it go. So whoever comes in, and then I'm.
Okay, just let us know when you come on. I'll try to get on as soon as I possibly can. That way I can keep your feet up. Okay, Rob?
All right, sure.
And
I
put
have
the
to
stream
work,
up
so I
too.
won't
Don't
be
forget
here.
the stream.
Yes, I will.
The
I'll put
stream
everything
link.
up. And I'll leave
Wait,
it
so who's
charged.
streaming tomorrow while you're at the doctor's?
Hen said she's gonna jump on here.
So
Hen.
I go on
She's gonna
Hen's
try to
channel or yours?
host.
Here, Hen's gonna jump
No,
on here.
here
Yeah,
on
Hen's gonna
his.
come on
Okay,
here
okay.
early. She didn't want to stream it, so she says, "I'll jump on your stream early, and I'll hold the fort down." I said, "Okay, good."
Okay. Thank
So
you
I
for
said, "I'll
letting me
be
know
here."
because I didn't know. I was confused.
Yes,
I'm like,
if you're
oh,
gonna
God.
come, you got to come early. I'm gonna open it up like 9, and then.
Well,
I'm
you don't
gonna-
worry about nothing. Just get that doctor appointment taken care of because that's more serious.
Yeah.
The Amber Turd's gonna be bullshitting on the stream. We all know that.
Just
So
leave the rest up to us. We'll
I want that. Look
sort
who
it
she's
out and get
rubbing
it taken
in that
care of.
Justice for Johnny shirt. Oh my God, I'm gonna die. It's killing me.
I
It's
can't get it
killing me.
straight. That's my
Wow.
goodbye. I won't be here tomorrow. I have to work. So
No,
bye,
don't leave
ladies.
us.
Bye,
Okay,
lady.
Linda. Bye. Have a good night. Bye,
Bye.
Rob.
Bye,
Bye,
Good
RJ.
night.
Bye.
Good night.
Wow, they took off.